All right, this is the code breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on, man?
I think we live, man. We got 47 days to go to the big election,
We live, we live, we live.
September 19th, 2024.
September 19th, 2024. What's in store? I don't know. But the future is the
Yeah.
past, and the past is the future. The present is a what? Oh, the present is a gift. Oh, that's why they call it the present. Yeah,
Mm,
something like that.
I'm gonna play this song. You know, it's so funny. I literally just got through listening to two very interesting people talk about some history stuff. Boy, I tell you, man, you'd be not you per se, but you would be surprised.
Well,
You'd just be surprised on you don't have certain fundamental principles, man.
yeah,
But I
man.
tell you what, though, it does make I need to figure out more connectivity or if there's any between the Western world, uh, uh, parts of Africa, and the Eastern world.
Right.
I gotta find more information. I still feel like it's a little disjointed to connect those dots. You know
Which,
the rise of Rome and Greek in Greece, Athens, and
mhm.
Rome, and that history. And can you find that those connective tissues from an Eastern perspective, etc. So
Yeah.
because they have I just heard some very strong people debating some stuff, and I was just like, they won't give it up. They're not giving it up. It is institutionalized, and so hearing them talk from a Harvard, Yale, Cornell type perspective or whatever, professors and stuff,
Mhm.
historians. I was like, so y'all
Yeah.
just not going, you're not doing it. We have an ideology. We're gonna, which is fine, right? We're gonna teach it this way, and that's that. And prove to me that you can connect this to something before this. And I'm
Right.
thinking to myself, isn't it right there? I mean, am I being lied to, or is it just, or is it right there? Is it right there? Or is it that people are using this system? So it's kind of like, well, if y'all had better systems, then you could have been using those systems. You're using our systems. So
Mhm.
what are we arguing about here? Anything outside that is ancient and don't count. It's too old now. It's like, I don't understand. I mean, just totally ignored all the older history. I just thought it was interesting. I was trying to understand what that means. That's all I meant to say. Like if you're formatting your history, right? You say, well, we're going to start with Greece and
Yep.
work our way from that and work our way from there and the enlightenment, etc. And your justification is, well, we it started with us. It started here. We the ones did it, and we have the best history of the best systems that are in place. So
I'm gonna tell you
I
something,
was wondering
man.
about to have that level of understanding and not understanding the Eastern belief, the Eastern history and the Southern history is interesting. And is it because
I
it doesn't
agree.
apply? And I think I'm assuming it's because the argument would be none of it applies today. You can't apply that into this system. So what's the point in a sense? Because then my thing is that are we talking about are we talking about it as a competition? You see what I'm saying? Who's better? Who's superior? What are we really talking about? It's they're not. No one's going to ask that question, of course.
But nobody's gonna answer it, honestly, to be to be real frank
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, I
The
know.
thing is that once that's taken off the board, then you gotta understand that history to a degree is weaponized and is used to create a pattern of behavior for people in the future. And I'm convinced now that that's the reason why people talk about history not being very important. But I'm convinced that it's the most important thing because
I've been saying it for
it's what's connect.
a decade.
Yeah, It's what connects culture.
Nothing else
It's
matters.
why people do. It's why people do the things that they do. It's why they justify the things that they do. It's mind control. It's the Bible. It's the Constitution. Everything is everything is predicated on how you view it and what your ideals are and what you stand for when you read the document. They know this. People that studied human beings, sociology, anthropologists, they understand human behavior. We are collective beings at the end of the day. And when you create a strong enough narrative, regardless if it's true or whether it's false, it carries weight because it drives behavior. And what we have tried to do here, and I can speak for even when we go back to where it was just me, you, and T. We have tried to offer a way to cold break this, not to sit up here and try to dominate people's thinking. We don't want to go into trying to make people think a certain way, but have an original thought. Have an original thought based off the information that you're looking at. Okay, I'm looking at this information. I'm not trying to fall back into what everybody else is basically saying is what it is. And even if I am falling back into it, let me critique that thought pattern on top of this and then create an original thought that's based off of that. Like I said, it's facts
Well,
are
my
one
question
thing.
is this the best system? And what's the point of fighting it in a sense?
Well, this is
Because I
okay.
wanted to
So
compare and
there's
say,
there's
well, are
two.
we are we are we in the best system? The answer is yes, because that's the one everybody's using on the planet. Everybody's agreed to it for the most part. Not everybody, of course, but
That's
for the most part.
that's the
Or are
part.
there older
That's the part.
systems that was working that just got destroyed, and you're trying to justify this system? Or since I'm living within this system and I can't do anything about it but live in it, do I accept it, say that it's great, live within it, wash myself in it, and don't push back or fight it? It's always wondering about that.
Let me give you a scenario. Right. This is a hypothesis that I have come up with. But number one, this is the system that can be defended the most, primarily by the military apparatus that is developed around, just developed here and around the world globally, and to the extent that they would defend it. That's why I said the history thing, democracy. You use words like democracy, protecting people's freedoms and stuff like that. Like you take over words that have some kind of good and evil quoting to it. Like this is what we're doing it for the rights of the people. We're doing it for the good of the people. And it was interesting because I was listening to Jill Stein in the Breakfast Club interview, and I don't think people really heard her. Like the most important thing she said is the reason why you want to be president. What do you want to do? Do you remember what she said? Did you watch the interview?
Nope.
This woman said, "I'm here to destroy the empire paradox." Now you got to understand when somebody says that, you got to understand what that
Oh
means
yeah, yeah.
in this
I heard a
particular.
clip of that. I heard a clip of that.
Right,
Yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean, it's a
So
ridiculous
so
statement. That's
so
why. That's why I just ignored it.
no, 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 but that's what I'm saying. When a white person is saying this, a Jewish white woman, and you got a black brother that's a hotep sitting right next to you, you got to really start looking around and be like, oh, hold on, lady, like like the most dangerous person in this room ain't the black people, it ain't us. And what you just said there, this is a woman. This is what I'm saying. Like Jill Stein, this what makes me mad about people jumping on. Well, the Green Party, this, why we ain't gonna jump on? Dude, Jill Stein is a person that is from a doctorate family. This woman went to Harvard College and Harvard to get her doctor's degree. She is a scholar, and if I'm not mistaken, she's magna cum laude there. She basically graduated at the top of her class. She is a brain. She's a Rhodes Scholar. This woman is not stupid. And they
Oh,
don't
well,
let nobody. They don't
you
let
must
nobody.
be in another world. Catch me up on where you at, because I'm trying to catch. So is something been going on with that or something with Jill Stein?
I
Or something?
just no.
I don't
I
know.
just I just I just hear people talk about it, and they don't.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, they're talking about just basically off the. They trying to attach the Democratic shield, and going against Democratic shield, and they
Yeah, she
responded.
has 1% of the
I be
vote,
in a
though. That's something
different.
to talk about.
I paradox. Listen, man. I
One
know the
percent.
reason why I wanted the reason why I wanted to do an open panel is because a lot of these people, you will be shocked when they come up and they talk to you about certain things. You be like, man, what how
I'm not,
what when how and what where did you get that from? You
I'm
know,
not my audience, bro. I ain't got nothing to say about that.
I get it. But like I
I'm not
said,
here to
like
do
I
no correction. Like if
listen.
that's what you believe, that's fine. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
I said.
It's not
Anyway,
gonna move anything.
I sat there and listened to it, and I'm like,
She's barely getting 1%, if just 1%.
I would have been like, let's not stop there. So you're talking about doing what again? Just repeat that and then tell me how you think that you're going to do that. It's just, I mean,
But she
like
can't sit on a Reddit. She
I
can't sit on a radio interview with no power, making a bullshit
I
irrelevant statement that means
I
nothing.
I
Something It's
I
something to
know,
respond to. You're not
but
saying nothing.
it's
It's like Charlie
it's the
Brown
fact
shit to me, bro. It's all Charlie Brown shit.
it's the fact that they ran back
And she's been
into
talking
the
like that for
rabbit hole.
15, 20 years though. She's been
Uh,
saying. I've been
I
following her for
I
years.
know,
Oh,
I
okay. Yeah,
know, I
she ain't
know.
new. She's been doing
But
it forever.
my thing is that don't y'all see what that is? Like
I
this
don't
is
know who she works for either.
there you go. There you go.
A lot of these
Yeah,
people
I mean
work for people.
I thought we I the this what like I say, man, just all you need to do is before they probably take it off the internet, just see what her bio is.
Who?
Just figure out
Jill?
who this woman. Jill
Uh,
Stein, Dr. Jill Stein. She's a doctor. She's basically a medical doctor.
I've been
You
following her for
know?
almost 20 years. So yeah, I know her very well.
Yeah. So I know you know,
Yeah.
and I know. I'm just saying that I thought that other people knew who this woman was, and that she's basically the white liberal on steroids. This is the person that you're
Well,
talking about. This is it.
well,
You know.
again, are you talking to folks who do politics, or are you just talking to common folks? Because common
I
folks don't
I
have much
don't.
information. They
I
don't have time. They don't have the time. They don't have time. The time either.
I know.
I don't have the time, and I'm just trying to keep up. So if you're not dedicated to this stuff, you're not gonna really know. And you're just gonna kind of say whatever the clips are, just repeat things. And when you finally see, like you said, somebody finally saw that interview and say, "Oh, what did she say?" You know what I'm saying? Like she's been saying this for 25 years.
Right.
So it's kind of like, oh, okay, now you just heard it. Oh well, okay. It's like somebody saying that they don't know who Ralph Nader is or something like. It's like I can't. Yeah, nothing I can do with that, bro. You got to catch up. I don't have time to be explaining a lot of this shit.
So what we're going to do is it's challenge day for everybody that you know have their questions, have their beliefs, whatever, their disagreements. Um, I think did you dropped the link already, right?
Yeah.
So this is open invitation for whoever has their thoughts or whatever, and you know, listen, Paradox don't care about this. This is something that he's doing for me. So I appreciate you even entertaining this, bro, because I know you don't give a shit about this. But you know, this is something that's been nagging me, so I appreciate you giving me the leeway to go ahead and get this on out. And then we can just leave it alone. But for those that have their disagreements, issues, whatever the case may be, saying certain narratives or talking points, please feel free to jump on. We'd be more than happy to go about trying to see if you have a legitimate grievance or point to make when it comes down to how we do our channel and how we do our business over here, since it's so um, incorrect or inaccurate. So, like I said, this is an open invitation. So before we go ahead and get started, man, go ahead and get that thing cranking, man. With the, you know, you already know.
All right. All
I'm
right.
gonna let Wheezy go ahead and get this thing cranking, and then, let's get it.
Check one, two. Some of you niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Yeah, right. Some of you. I've been coming up as a young nigga, trying to get bigger, but I don't never figure why niggas kill niggas for no reason. One time, let's stop that killing season. Let's do what we gotta do, but you always must stay true, if that's what you like to do. But I'ma do my style, my lay back nigga, no more get buck wild. And if a nigga out of line, you dig, I got to represent it, I got to pin his wig. Cause the shit is like the sunlight. When the shit fall, it's like the speed of light. Rest in peace to my nigga TJ. MCs for life, we don't play. For the spoken ones that lost their life. Young brother, stop living trite. Niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Check it like this, look here. Yo, sometimes I wonder the niggas I'm surrounded by. But one day they make a bigger crowd, try to kill a young nigga. If I get that bread, will they really love a young nigga? I steady on the solo life. I be riding with guns and we be smoking it right. I don't fuck with hoes no more, cause it ain't no show. Put the hoes on the dance show. I just do what I gotta do. Keep it real and represent my crew. Be my man till they turn on my light. Stop living like that, stop living right. I gotta do it for my sector. One time, y'all niggas better check them. The only life struggle that you know. BYB, keep that uptown flow. With that south side and that west side. Back y'all, we down for the true ride. We gotta stop killing one another. Love the sequel, learn one another. I'ma do it again for all my friends. Rest in peace, TJ to the end. I got to rock this settled flow. For my nigga TJ lost his life though. That was a cool individual. Didn't fuck with suckers. He loved to smoke that prison motherfucker. I got to rock for my nigga TJ. One time the motherfucking real way. I don't know what niggas think about. One time never in your mouth. Keep it real. BYB. Love my niggas in my flow. Let them know. Yeah. Like raindrops. Yeah. Like raindrops falling on my head, baby. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Falling stars. Check it. Listen. Yo. I got to worry about growing my young niggas up. Kids running around with big old guns, trying to kill for no apparent reason. What's this shit? Is this shit killing season? We got to educate, get more poverty. Motherfucking books, shit don't bother me. Cause I'ma write a book one day and make these niggas they know that niggas smoking the hill. They wanna kill, but when they come to reality, it's no more feel. The life that I do, fucking with my nigga Dick and my nigga Blue. I got my nigga Louis Shaw. One time, peace to my nigga Black, to the break of dawn. We gotta stop doing that to youngers. We gotta stop feeling these youngers. I'm my main Stomp and my main Chris, NET, that be that raw shit. Y'all niggas know what we do, what we body. NET, BYB, that's the real body. Gotta show these niggas it's love. Stop throwing slugs. hearts showing love. And this shit is real. Get a light. Hey, wait, turn the lights up. Check it. Yo, I wanna one day come outside when there's no more do or die, no more homicide. When everybody find up days, hollering at the bitches, doing it the real way. I just wanna do my own thing. I just wanna ride and get my thing. Oh, I just do what I do. Y'all niggas do what y'all do. Stay true to your crew. I got niggas locked up that it really don't give a fuck. They say, G, do what you do. We locked up, ain't no more rock and roll fool. Gotta keep it real. We gon' hold this shit down. We gotta represent uptown. Till you die, nigga, keep it real. One more time, niggas back that steel. Yo, and TJ, till they fall out, nigga. MCs for life, steady your tripe with some help. Yeah, real niggas, and it's on. Yeah, one time Cali.
Some of you niggas ain't real,
I was bad and went off.
real.
I see you
Bro,
brought
you
the
run
throwback
out
out, bro.
the pocket, boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. I just knew that song had to be part of this for real, man. Cause yeah, it's just that doesn't need to be said, man. Just nothing else needs to be said, man. You know, it should be already understood. To be honest with you, but yeah, like I said, and we can get we can get up to 10 up here, right? 10 grand, right? Right, Paradox.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think 10, maybe the max, maybe more than that. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it
Yeah.
might be more. I think it might be more than that. But I
Yeah.
know at least, at
No, you.
least, at least 10.
Yeah. All the questions, all the innuendos. It could be ended. Doesn't have to be disrespectful. Don't have to be anything. Uh, but yeah, things will get cleared. Things will get cleared up for sure. So come on down. Nobody, nobody should be afraid. This is prime time hour. You know, we 5 or 5:30 on the East Coast. So yeah, know you shadow listening. Some of you jackers, because like I said, man, I think that this is to me to end all the confusion. Just come up and ask a question, bro, and then that can clear up a whole lot of this foolishness for me. So
Well, I came up here to check to see if the link was working.
we appreciate it. We appreciate you trusting out that link. We appreciate you testing out that link. It works, right? You can be heard. I hear you.
You can be heard. You can be heard. Let
Good,
me let me
good,
let me
good.
let me let me let me ask Paradox something, or maybe both of you all. I saw a news um, clip, I think yesterday morning, about 40% of DC residents identify as black, but they make up over 80% of the stops by law enforcement. less than 40% of residents in DC are actually white, but make up less than 10% of traffic stops. What's your take on as to what's going on with that whole paradigm?
You wanna you wanna answer that first, Paradox, or you want me to jump on into it?
Oh, it's all yours.
So I mean, there's clearly two distinct sides of Washington D.C. What y'all would call the eastern corridor and the western corridor, both southwest, southeast, are two totally different places. Just like northwest and northeast is two separate places. So northeast and southeast kind of run parallel. So that's where most of your police traffic goes because that's where most of the poor residents stay um, in the district, in the city. And then you have most of the affluent that stays west of, Anacostia, basically. There's a divide. So, instead of some people having a racetrack, we have a river to separate us, basically. And then you got it kind of flowing into PG County, the immediate areas, and that's where all the stops are. The crime, or the so-called crime, basically happens. That's what breaks that down. So most of the traffic of police stops or surveillance is going to be on that side, that corridor. You have that little small bridge within Southwest though that is kind of heavily policed. So I'd imagine that most of the traffic that happens over there, like around M Street, the wharf, and all of that, that's kind of like a mixture there. So you get a mix of kind of hood and affluence in that same area. But outside of that, man, once you get to Northwest, not to say that all Northwest is a affluent area, but mostly around that's where most of the white people stay, going towards the VA and all of that. They don't really have as much police traffic. Police are there, but they don't pull people over as much. So that's how that's explained. Yeah.
Yeah,
What about you? What about you, Paradox? What do you think?
I
What's your
would
perspective on
I would have thought that that was a civil rights violation, constitutional.
that? Oh no, it is that. But I mean, the way the city is policed, that's just part of the culture. I mean, it's been expressed plenty of times on how basically we just had a murder, police murder recently, where a young man was I want to say he probably wasn't too far. Was it at southeast or northeast? Where was that? Was that like near Trinidad? You know
Yeah, I think
the
Northeast.
yeah. So there's a kid, man. He ran into the McDonald's up there. I think he was probably drunk or whatever. Had an accident and yeah, the rollers came up on him, and it was like around 10 deep. They waited to apprehend him, and I think he was asleep in his car or knocked out or whatever the case. They didn't know what was wrong with him, and they saw that there was a gun sitting in his passenger seat, but he didn't have the gun in his hand, and he was knocked out. So he ran into a McDonald's. It was an accident basically, and I guess he had the window rolled up and they knocked on the window and he woke up so soon and then one of the police officers got scared and lit him up, man, 10 times. So that's just to kind of give you an illustration. That would never happen in Georgetown, bro. Never.
That's crazy.
Never. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised it hasn't got national news yet, but yeah, that happened recently, man. I want to say maybe like 2 to 3 weeks ago, Paradox, maybe.
Yep.
It's recent. Yeah, that's a recent situation. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But switching gears really quickly, man. You know, a lot of people saying that Harris doesn't do well in interviews, but it seemed like she's been doing a whole lot of interviews lately. Paradox.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I want to play some of her BET stuff, but I'm scared they're gonna strike us.
Yeah, I probably
Yeah.
would be careful with BET.
But yeah, I've been watching them now.
Yeah.
When people do interviews, no matter who they are, I always can say people can always do better and improve. But yeah, I'm not mad. She's comfortable in certain spaces,
Hmm.
but yeah, she does. She's fine now. She does fine. She still needs to tighten it up though, regardless. I don't
Yeah.
like some of her. I don't like some of her long answers. She can probably cut in half if someone explained it to her. Maybe it's sort of like this. Let's kind of get a little bit tighter.
Yeah. I think
But
for me, Paradox. What I see is that she's trying to walk on eggshells. She doesn't want to be clipped. She doesn't want to be taken out of context or be clipped by.
she's doing a good job
Uh,
of that.
yeah.
It's
Right.
working.
Yeah, she's staying on message, but I think that you're right that there needs to be more clarity and a little bit shortening of the answers, and instead of giving these sort of long-winded filibusters.
It's a small thing though. It's not big. It's small.
No,
I
you're
don't
right.
consider it a big. I don't consider it a big thing though. But it's just style points almost in a sense. Like you can do it that way, or so you can make it. I would prefer it to be a little bit tighter, but
Mhm.
you know,
No,
at the
no,
end of the
you're.
day, I mean, she's
Mhm.
getting the message out. It makes sense. I can follow her. I just know that some people are not going to be able to follow it. That's just what it is.
No,
Some people
you're right.
like very short, simple. Go ahead. My bad, man. I keep cutting you off.
Oh no, 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 no. You're right because when you listen to Trump's interviews, you kind of hear him meander around, even his rallies. He's talking about crowd sizes. He's really not actually adding any substance at all, and no one really dings him on that. But when it comes to Kamala, it's all of these
She
sort
got to be
of
perfect.
yeah, nothing, but it
Got to be
goes to the
perfect.
saying, right, that
Yep.
you gotta be twice as better, work twice as hard to get, this
Half
to
as
the
much.
same, yeah, half as much. So it's interesting to hear people kind of, weigh in on how our performances in these interviews or even on the campaign trail, like, oh man, she said the same thing last time. I'm like, have you listened
Well,
to
that's
Trump
just
rallies?
that's a stupid response.
Yeah.
Politics is the question. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's an ignorant statement, really. Yeah, because she's talking to new people. I mean, I don't even want to explain. I can't do it. I'm not going to explain it. You should just know. So you should just know what they're doing if you follow politics. And Trump, I don't know if anyone caught what Trump was just saying yesterday. He went off the handles yesterday with something about get your fat ass. That shit was funny. He told his crowd, "Get your fat ass off that couch and come
Now
out."
he said Harry. He said Harry, Queen, Harry from Queens. Harry from Queens, get your fat ass off the couch. Harry from Queens, get your fat ass off the couch. Go vote for Trump. That was funny. I must admit, it was very uninformative and
I
very
just don't
funny.
think I don't know if he clearly is saying I'm doing what I want to do, because when he keeps saying you're fired at the end of all his speeches, he's saying it like it's hitting, and I'm like, is that just for the deep base? I'm guessing, because it's not moving anything, it's not moving the numbers. Maybe 15 years ago saying it would work, right? But it's a played out statement. And I know he's doing the hits, the classics, the hits, like all politicians do, obviously, right? But the way he delivers it sometimes, I watch him every day, right? And I be looking at it like, well, who cares that you're saying you're fired at the end of the speech? Though I don't get it. Freshen it up. I need to be on the campaign, but they making a lot of money, DC. They making a lot of money. They making a lot of money, and there's nothing fresh coming out. So I don't get what's going on. And all the experts keep telling me that, oh, he has a new team and this is the best campaign team. This is the best campaign team he's ever had, and he really didn't have any good people before. And I'm like, well, I guess they might be the best, but he's not going to listen now. He needs to freshen his up. He can be critiqued as well, of course. I would never not say that. When you're giving speeches and talks, you can always obviously improve and do better. And he's no different than her. It's things that he can do better. He can move on. He can stop relitigating 2020 and on and on and on. So it's things that he's trapped in that he won't let go either. And he needs to kind of move on past it and look forward into the future. But it is, politics is always tricky because some folks want to live in the past, some folks want to live in the future, and it's messy. That's why I love it so much. But let me not shoot off at the mouth. I'm gonna be quiet.
No, man, you're doing all right, man.
DC just be having me wax poetic all day long. I'm trying to shut up and listen. Let's talk and more listening.
I'm just this at this point, man. They think that him just being him on the campaign trail is going to reignite something from 2016 that's already ran its course, man. People know what this dude's going to say at every rally
now. Yeah, well, that's true. It's just the old hits. That's all you getting. We got 47. We got 47 days left, so we're not getting anything new from him. So that's already checked off the box, right? With her though, she has the potential to do more new things because she's fresh, obviously.
No, I mean she does more new things because.
Oh shit! Let me play that video. Go ahead, MOT.
No, I mean, but Democrats have the burden of just talking about policy and what they're going to do for the American people, and the Republican Party just talk about whatever they want to, mixed with culture warrior talking points and tax cuts. That's what all these things have always been. Most of these dudes don't even get shit out of anything that happened during any of these administrations. They show up in large numbers of the perceptive pain that it's going to do to others. I don't get it, man.
I got a video I want to play. I wanted to play this video that I should have played yesterday. I didn't know what it was about though. But I watched it this morning. I was like, yeah, if they start running this right, and I think they're gonna run it with Oprah 2 today, that might move a few more people. Let me see, can I find this video? I don't know if y'all probably have already seen it though. It's the one with it's called Monster. I don't know if y'all seen this video yet, but let me play it. Let's see.
I would love for AB Media to come up here and tell us what's going on for the Republican Party.
If abused me for the first time. I just felt like I was alone on a planet with a monster. I was 12 when he impregnated me. I just remember thinking I have to get out of my skin. I can't be me right now. Like, this can't be it. I didn't know what to do. I was a child. I didn't know what it meant to be pregnant at all. But I had options. Because Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, girls and women all over the country have lost the right to choose, even for rape or incest. Donald Trump did this. He took away our freedom.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Yeah. Apparently she got some good ad writing and actual producing ads for her this time around that I didn't really see with Joe Biden. But yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I don't understand why the Republican Party make abortion. I mean, I know why. It's a huge fundraiser. They put the blinders on to evil evangelical Christians so that way they can vote Republican. But they're kind of stuck with this abortion thing.
Yeah, I've heard some experts claim that it won't be the driving factor. And I'm like, no, women are going to get her elected. If she's going to get elected, women are going to get her elected. If Trump's going to get elected, men are going to get him elected. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but every time abortion has been an issue, the turnout has been huge. Like,
I know.
Like,
they
don't
just not checking
understand
the history.
correct. Like
And
that
these are
one issue.
these are well paid quote unquote, experts, by the way. And I said
Yeah,
that's an
but that one
asinine
issue
statement.
voting thing turns all the way around 360 when you start pissing women off over the issue of abortion. Like that's the other thing too.
Yeah, and men who want to get women to get an abortion. Shit.
No, I mean
What
like
the
none
fuck?
of these dudes around here
Niggas.
like they want to impregnate women and want her to have the kid and to fuck the kid up.
I don't know.
They,
I don't know where you're from, but what I'm talking about, my whole life, every guy I know loves abortions. All the guys I know love that option.
no, but when most of the complaints about abortion come from men, it's for she should keep the kid reasons.
Nope.
Like most of these
Nope.
men get mad as shit.
No. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The world I'm in, it's always a fight. Some people want to keep it, some people don't. It's all over the place. I've seen it all. When
Yeah.
it is an option that is gonna impact men some men who obviously want abortions as well. But same on the other side, it's gonna be a lot of women, especially Catholic women. I think the Catholic voting bloc is what 39 million people are Catholics. So a lot of Catholic women, a lot of other women, obviously they're against abortion. Of course, they wanted it to pass, obviously. So it's gonna be, I don't know if it's gonna be 50-50 or 60-40 on it.
Nah,
But
it's not
it
gonna
will
be
be the
50
driving
50.
issue.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just it's
But remember
a
something: women outperformed and got Trump elected. White women specifically, those same women supported him to get those 3 justices put in place to ban abortion.
hey, well, that's their short sightedness. I mean, that's what
Short,
happened.
no, it's not a short. No, they wanted it to happen. They're happy. They're excited.
Yeah,
They
and now
love
they
it.
want to turn out to vote to like actually get the dude from doing that. Like, who was in that video? A white woman was in that video.
Yeah, but it's
Nobody gives a shit about black women getting abortions. It's except for dudes who can't get no ass or
well,
whatever.
you live in
But
a
other
white
than that,
country. Who gives a fuck about black people at the end of the day?
well, I mean,
So that doesn't
I'm
matter.
not the conservative
That
on the
doesn't
panel.
matter anyway. White women
Yeah,
will make a decision on who's going to get elected this year as well. White women and white men. That's how it works. The last time I checked,
well, they are the
they're
majority of.
70% of the population. We're
I
like
mean, but they
10%,
are,
and
they're
black women are
like,
5%. Extremely irrelevant, really.
yeah, but you have to be able to still get your side out to vote and start worrying about what other people are doing, though, for real.
Right, and this is going to be one of the driving. I argue it's going to be abortion. Other folks say maybe not abortion. Maybe it's going to be something else. I think it's abortion now.
Okay, so you got a top 5. So what else? Abortion.
I
What
think
else?
it's just abortion. Other people have a whole list of things. I think it's just abortion.
I think there's about probably 5 or 6 major issues.
Right, you can do economy, immigration. You can do all the standard Democrat Republican stuff. But I think the pressing issue is abortion. That's just my own personal take on it. And like I said, there's people who don't think that's true, of course, but that's just my own personal take. I think that's what's going to move the
Okay, so
numbers.
let's just play with the numbers a little bit. Okay, so you think abortion is a big issue? A big
The issue.
issue. Okay, the issue among the electorate. So
Yep.
this issue. What numbers you got? 60-40, Democrat, Republican, 50-50. What do you have?
I don't know. I gotta wait for the vote. Don't know.
Man, it's too late then. Do we do predictions now?
I don't trust nobody. I don't trust the voters. I don't trust them.
No,
I don't trust these
I don't
motherfuckers.
either. And it's going to be quite obvious after this election that they're going to have to redo how they do polls because they're completely missing
Oh, the polls are shit. Yeah.
the youth actually coming out to register and vote. They're vastly underplaying that because I think they had an immense level of control over the polling with just polling the same people. Like there's no methodology across the board. I mean, you have like your mainstays,
It's
your
all over the place.
Quinnipiacs,
Yep.
your YouGov. Like if they're doing like polling for like clinical trials, it doesn't look anything like how we do polling for presidential elections.
Nope. You're right.
Nothing like it. And we got to be able to clean this shit up, man, because you can't really get a real feel on what's going on because they they manipulate polls in order to sell, you know, political advertising, you know, for the most
Yep.
part. You know,
Yeah, a lot of it's
that's
a
how they
money game.
justify, you know, how much money that they spend. As you can see, like right now I'm in New Jersey, and everywhere you go, you know, you got these billboards. Oh, you know, put your political sign here. It's like, man, fuck out.
Gotta get that money, baby.
like listen, man, there is no
There's a lot
Chiron.
of
There
money in
is no,
politics too, man.
oh
A
yeah,
lot of money
a
in
ton,
politics, bro.
especially
Jeez.
the media, like advertising, the radio advertising portion of it is sick money. That shit.
Well, they gotta spend it on something.
The shit should just be self funded, man.
Oh well, yeah, that's a whole different conversation.
No, it ain't.
I'm living in
How did
this
they get the
reality.
right to do that? Who gave them the right to do that?
I'm just gonna live in this reality, though.
Okay.
Woulda, shoulda, and ifs and thens. I'm good with that. You can have that. I'm playing this game on this field with these rules.
All right. So who you think gonna win? Have you made a prediction?
I was trying to make DC make one yesterday, and he chickened out on me. So I'm gonna chicken out too then.
Seriously?
I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait for maybe 4 or 5 more weeks. But I think
Dude,
Trump's gonna win.
4 or 5 more weeks for the election.
If you just give your answer right now, I think Trump's gonna win. That's just me though.
All right. So what do you think the count's gonna be? Okay, let's go battleground state.
I don't
Michigan.
know, maybe
Trump Harris, Michigan.
I will say I would have to look at the map real quick, but I would probably say
All right, cool. You got access to a computer now, right?
He's gonna probably be at 298, and whatever's left she'll have whatever that number is. I think
All right, go to 270.
I think he'll be all at 300. He's gonna take a lot of those states.
All right, cool. Go to 270towin.com. I think if there's any state that Trump probably got a chance of winning out of the battleground states, it's probably going to be Wisconsin. And I don't know, man. I don't see Trump winning. I don't see him winning at all. I see him winning, losing by less than a point. I think the closest he's going to get is probably Wisconsin out of all the other states. Like, I don't believe the polling in Pennsylvania. I went to Pennsylvania. I don't see the Trump sign.
I think he's going to win Pennsylvania. That's going to be end of the race. Actually, it ain't going to be that difficult. I think he takes PA and it's over. To be honest.
Oh yeah. No, I mean if
he's winning Pennsylvania. They're not going to vote for her. I don't care what nobody said. But we'll see. Now, if she would have picked Shapiro as her VP, then I'd probably hold my breath at that point. But I think Tim is probably too progressive. She's obviously too progressive, and I think that people are going to be surprised, to be honest with you, because America is a ruthless place. So I'm pushing that. That's just me though. But we'll see. It's a personal opinion, you know. I'm just one man. Let's see. Let me get this up for you.
So with all these Republican groups and all that kind of stuff, you still think that Donald Trump is gonna pull this out, bro?
Well, why not? Why not? You can have all the groups you want, all the organizations you want. Lincoln Project can spend all the money it wants, and people can be mad and whining, and 200 Republicans can jump ship like cowards and go over to the Democratic Party because they're whining and bitching about saving the quote unquote democracy. Sure, that might move a few people.
So you think the Supreme Court is just fine? There's no problems there?
Oh well, I'm a conservative. I'm good, bro. I'm not here to justify nothing.
Okay, so it's okay.
I'm a general Republican. So whatever we're doing, I'm good. I'm not here to justify anything or certify anything.
So no policy talk for you, right?
No, I'm a Republican. So whatever we do, we do. It's nothing to talk about. I'm not changing minds, and my mind's not being changed.
But we're talking about specific issues per state that your Republican Party is doing.
Right, but you asked a direct question, which was what? Are you fine with the courts? What the fuck does that mean?
Yes.
What kind of question? Why are you asking me that as a Republican?
Okay. Well, are you
Shit,
fine with the
you're damn right
Supreme
I'm fine with the
Court
fucking court. Why would I not be?
reinterpreting the actual
You should ask a
Constitution?
Democrat that. Ask a Democrat that. Don't ask me that. I'm good with whatever we do. You got to ask a Democrat that question.
Even if it's suppressing black people's vote?
I'm good with whatever the Republicans do. You get ask a
Even if
Democrat
it's
that question.
suppressing black people's vote, but that's the question.
I just answered your question.
Yes.
As a Republican, it is what it is. Talk to the Democrats. Let them deal with it. You win, you do what you want to do. Don't talk to me about that shit. I don't care. As a Republican, it is what it is.
Man, as a Republican, you don't care. Okay.
As a Democrat, you worry about your shit. You hold your nuts, we'll hold our nuts. But it's
But
not
you
no
got to
morality.
realize,
I'm not having a morality conversation with you right now. I'm doing politics. So don't try to appeal to me with judges and suppressing votes. You're a Democrat.
but that's what
You
your
figure it
side is
out. You
doing.
deal with that shit. Oh, so be it. You act like I don't know that. Though. Why are you telling me that? I already know that information. What's your point?
No,
of telling
I'm
me that?
asking you about it. I mean, you say you're okay with it, so I have to see how far you are okay on an issue by issue basis.
As a Republican, I vote Republican. We do
No, that's fine.
we do what we do to win. I'm not here to justify to you, who's not a Republican, nothing that we do. So if you're curious about, you want to chop it up about stacking the courts or voter suppression, go talk to Republicans, Democrats. They're on the line listening right now. You can wax with them all day about how this is wrong and this is fucked up and this is racist and this ain't right. And
Okay, so how are we supposed to work across the aisle?
Anything to do with that.
Okay, so how are we supposed to work across the aisle and like coordinate things between both groups if we can't get where our actual quote unquote subsegment group need to be going? If you just flat out, I'd vote Republican and I'm okay with what they're doing. Like, how does that get us better results?
Do you vote Democrat?
Yes.
Right. And are you okay with the Democrats do?
Yes. And I don't want to live in Republican areas in actual Colorado because they have a lack of infrastructure in their area. I'm not saying that
you're expressing
don't
yourself
have good
about why
ideas.
you're a Democrat, right? I don't need to justify shit about being a Republican.
What?
I am what I am. I am what I am. There's nothing to talk about.
Just don't
There's no debate here.
Oh, okay. All right, man.
I give a fuck about my party and about being a Republican. But what you're talking about, I do not give a fuck about because you're worrying about Democrats and what they did. It's black and white.
Okay, so is there anything wrong with the country that you want to see fixed? Or is it just perfect because it's
it doesn't really matter because from your perspective, whatever we do is wrong anyway. So it's not a conversation. That's why I said talk to the Democrats on the channel.
But there has to be something that we could be able to work together on. Like that's what the bipartisan shit is about, is being able to work together on things.
We're split 50-50 and trying to get power. What are we talking about right now? If someone has to agree, like if you're forcing somebody, of course, right? But at the end of the day, if you have the House and the Congress and the White House, you're gonna do what you got to do, right? So what are we talking about right now? So this is old talk. You're telling me if the Democrats get the majority in the Senate, and say if they got the super majority or whatever, what is it? What is it called when you get 60? If you could ever get 60, of course you can't do that. Whatever, I can't forget the name of that. What is that called in the Senate?
Veto-proof majority. That's never gonna happen. By the way.
No. I'm saying theoretically, if that happened, you're telling me the Democrats ain't gonna run roughshod? Shit, get out of here. Stop it, bro. You're not gonna be talking to the Republicans about, hey, you want to come over here and help us out? You're gonna run roughshod.
Paradox. That's not the question.
That's the reality, though. But
that's not the reality.
Yeah. If you get the Senate, or if you get the House, or we get the Senate, now if you have the Senate and we have the House and we have the White House, then we got to negotiate. You may need a few of us to come over. You may need it won't be me. I'm just a citizen. But you may need a few Republicans to come over to help you pass the bill, for sure. Maybe, or maybe not. It just depends. I think Obama pushed one of the biggest bills ever, which is the Affordable Care Act. I think 0 Republicans voted for it. He got it done now, and that's what matters at the
Yeah,
end of the
that's
day, right? From a democratic position, you want to help the country your way, and you do what you have to do to make that happen. That's why I said there's nothing to talk about with me, and we're gonna
yeah,
do
but
what
you
we
have to
do to do
grade
what we got to do.
how effective each approach is at some point, right?
Nah, I don't care what y'all do. So no, I'm good.
So you just
I don't have a
show up,
conversation for you on it.
vote
I'm good.
Republican, and don't care about what goes on beyond voting Republican.
You're still
I'm
trying
just
to
trying to.
frame some. You're still trying to create these weird frames. I don't even know what you're talking about right now. What you just said made no sense to me. I have no idea what you're trying
Okay.
to. I don't know what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say?
All right. Okay. So what I'm going to
Without
say,
insults, what are you trying to say? Because it's like you're trying to
okay.
say something.
So
Just say what you got to
okay.
say.
Okay. So I'll just say it in 5th grade understanding. Let me
Yeah,
tap
dumb it
into the
down
type.
for me. You know, Republicans
Chat
are stupid.
Chat
Dumb it down for
GPT.
us.
Write this statement in 5th grade. Okay. So now that it's in 5th grade, okay. Do you grade how effective the policies are on your side? Do you even care?
Me and my Republican cohorts discuss and talk about politics 24/7 and look at everything that goes on in the country.
Okay, but you discuss things that you already done. You have to grade how effective these things are at some point, right? I
Me
mean,
and my
like,
Republican friends we talk about politics all day long, 7 days a week,
yes,
discussing
yes,
everything about politics.
but you don't understand or want to grade how effective it is. You just talk to be talking about politics.
Me and my friends every day talk about politics all day and every day. All my Republican cohorts, and we discuss what goes on in politics.
Can you name any bills that the Republican Congress have actually passed? That's good
Me
for
and
the
my
middle class or
friends who are
anything like that.
Republicans discuss Republican politics. We discuss everything about politics every day, all day.
Okay. Okay. So
Anything else?
from
Anything else? Democrats you need me to answer?
all right. So during this session of Congress, the party that you have voted for, is there something that they have actually passed that you actually think is good?
Me and my Republican friends discuss politics every day. We talk about politics all day long. We discuss everything that goes on in politics 7 days a week.
But you can't name a single bill that they've passed, and we can see whether it's been good versus bad over any period of time.
Me and my Republican friends. Are you a Republican? You
No.
can get on my other channel for Republicans who talk about politics all day, every day.
No,
nonstop.
we don't respect Black Republicans in Colorado.
But there you go. Well, there you go then. See what I'm saying? So
I mean, but that's in Colorado.
We can have a conversation because Republicans do what Republicans do. Democrats do what Democrats do. I mean, you can insult.
Okay, so what Black Republicans
if that matters
do
in any particular way. I don't know what it really means per se, but you do what you do.
Okay, but let me
we do.
give you an example.
You don't.
Let me give you an example.
Let me help you out because maybe you're not hearing me. Stop fucking worrying about us. Just do what Democrats do and talk about Democrat shit. Don't worry about what we do. How about that? That'll make it lighter on you. You can focus on Democrats.
I mean, but it doesn't make any sense.
Don't worry about us. We good. Don't even worry about it. We're like 5%. Don't even worry about us. Focus on Democrat shit. Why even waste the time?
So do you care that
talk to Democrats on the channel?
Okay, so let's talk about the getting rid of the DEI thing from the Supreme Court level. Do you even care about that?
Me and my Republican friends discuss politics every day, all day.
And you don't care about that.
So if you're a Republican, I can discuss it with you, but you're not. So nothing to talk about.
Talk
to your Democratic friends about democratic things. Get the fuck out of here.
Y'all. This is not the conversation. This conversation. What are we talking about here? This is
absolutely fucking nothing.
I am asking, like
you're
DC.
Not asking me anything.
Everybody knows that I'm not being unreasonable here.
It's a English DC going in and out.
Can you hear me?
Was he still talking the entire time?
No. I was on pause. Can you guys hear me now, though?
Yes.
I must be delayed. Am I delayed?
I can hear you now, DC.
What about now?
Yeah, I can hear him all the way
you're
now.
delayed. You have to come back.
Before it sounded like he came in for a second and
okay, let me drop down and I'll come back in.
You gotta get off that cricket, man. You got to get rid of that cricket service.
I'm not on cricket, man. I'm in the
You get
mix.
on that 6G or something.
I got 6G. You saw the phone. You saw the new phone.
Hey,
Ain't that
Paradox.
ain't that right?
Hey,
Go ahead.
hey Paradox. I came in just a little bit late, but you have the map up. Was there something that you were going to cover on the map, or?
No, MOT want me to pull it up.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, because he said Trump was going to win. I wanted him to like show on the actual map how he's going to get over 270, and how the actual swing states is going to break down according to him. I mean, if Trump's going to win, then he has to have a pathway to victory. I just wanted to see what a Trump person who thinks Trump's going to win, what their map look like, and how many of the swing states that he is going to win.
Trump's not a Republican. I'm a Republican.
Well, yeah, Paradox. Don't stop gaslighting, man. Let's stop. Let's stop, man. We MOT. That's not the line of questioning. What I dropped this link for was to have people that have a clear issue with the way we do our channel, things of that nature.
Oh,
Please
sorry
feel
about
free
that.
to come through. No,
I
no, 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 no,
missed
no, no, no,
that
no.
portion of it, and I didn't know that this was if we have a problem with the way we run our stream channel. I mean, because had I would have heard that part, like all my questions would have made sense. I mean, because the whole point
Nah,
of
you good?
politics is for two sides to kind of work together, and if we don't fill each other out on issues, so that way we can discuss issues back and forth, then I'm not sure what the whole idea of voting with the other side or even trying to cavort with
Yeah,
them is
yeah.
actually about. So.
I think the whole point of what Paradox is saying, man, to you is that those issues that you brought up, I don't think he has any issues with those at all. Being pretty, he's not trying to suppress the black vote or nothing like that. That's not.
But his
Let me take a
party
look at
is
that
though.
later.
His party is not him. But the idea is, what do you think about your party actually doing that, and what are you doing to talk to them about not doing that in the future? Because it just isn't on the Democrats to fix everything, or we just let the Republicans do whatever they want to do. It's just like you got to have some interplay between the people within your party. Like when I go to other races of men, there is no gaslighting back and forth. There's no pretending like you don't understand basic questions in English. There's none of that shit. It's either I disagree with this, I disagree with this. We can have movement on this, we can move it on that. But when you've been dealing with, you know, not really here, but just political ignorance, just around the fucking board. People don't know what's going on. They have no idea, no fucking opinion, but have their mouth open about what should be changed, and don't want to take a side. So it's kind of like, yeah, man, we just have to
He,
chase them out the conversation. Like that's what we do everywhere else. I mean, here is like,
yeah,
here it's just here. I mean,
Well, well,
he's chosen. He's chosen a side. That's the thing, and it's okay. I don't think, like I say, he's not opposed to any of those things. I don't think he's opposed to any of those things that you just basically named,
30
regardless
years
of
strong,
regardless
and
of the
I
actual
fucking
party.
hate Democrats. I want to be very clear about that. I fucking hate Democrats. Fuck all that working together shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. We 30 years strong in the Republican Party over here, baby. You better
yeah,
go
but you
find some
30 years
fucking You
strong.
better go find you some moderates to talk to, or some swing voters. Get the fuck out of here.
Paradox. Let me ask you this then. Looking at that map, Trump's been campaigning in New York pretty frequently. What do you think? What do you think is going on in terms of Republicans?
Delusional and wasting money and time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad you pulled up the map. So this gives me a little bit more of a clear vision. So Paradox thinks that the Trump is
He be-
going to
he,
keep
he better
out.
worry about Texas and Florida if he's trying to fuck with a state moving.
Yeah, to me, him spending time in New York this much, and I think he's going to spend the whole weekend there. He's back home. He's in the stumping ground, so he loves being home. By the way, obviously, it's clear.
I think it's just lazy campaigning because he is at the house technically.
I don't think it's lazy campaigning. I think what he gets from it, he gets energized by that kind of people that so-called can understand him to agree. He can kind of like let it all loose. If you saw what he did at the rally, he was so energetic. It was sort of funny though for a 78-year-old. Like he was in his bag. I mean, it was a very ignorant bag, but he was in his bag, so to speak, yesterday, and he just had fun. He had Trump fun. He had a good time out there, man, for sure.
Yeah, but if
He
you have a
was like, "Come
specific
on, you're
job that you're
fired."
supposed to be, I
It's
mean, but you're supposed to have a particular point in actually campaigning rather than just getting this shit off in front of people who.
it's the it's the first to 270, man. You know that, and I think that with him doing this, I think that he has an idea that maybe you know. I just think really to be honest with you, somebody must have told him that he has a chance of still in New York. I mean, I don't know. It has to be somebody
Well,
that delusional that told him he had a chance at it.
well, New
A lot of
York,
people said that dumb shit around here. A lot
no,
of people said
Yeah,
that.
New
yeah,
York is pretty. New York is pretty red. DC outside of NYC.
I know,
Once you get
Pretty
further
red.
out, yeah, once you get further out,
I know.
it gets a lot more red. But that those are very sparse areas. But he wants to blow Kamala out the water, which is what he said on his speech. He
Hmm.
wants to get Harry off the couch and you know get
Harry.
get Harry off the couch, get his fat ass up and come vote. See, he knows that he needs a major victory. He needs to cover all bases, and
It
he's
ain't gonna
hoping
happen
that.
though.
Yeah, I mean, well, to his point, he's doing now what he should have done in 2016, which is galvanize the base, and he didn't galvanize the base like that. He just kind of stumbled his way in. Against the Republicans and cleared out 16 guys on a panel, and so he never really solidified the base. But he's also missing the amount of volunteers, and he's also missing the amount of officers needed to actually shore up that base. And so he has to kind of do all the heavy lifting himself. JD Vance doesn't seem to be really galvanizing the base all that much.
Oh God, no. Not even
Yeah,
the Republican base.
yeah, he seems to be struggling to actually attract big crowds. Trump is the main ticket, right, for their
Hmm.
ticket. But JD Vance comes out, he doesn't really, he doesn't load up arenas like that. Even Tim Walz can load up arenas, and so JD Vance has a character issue in terms of how he goes about campaigning. He tends to troll a lot, and it doesn't really work all that well. Not at least not with that part of the base.
Well, well, if you look at Donald Trump and Mike Pence wasn't really drawing in crowds in stadiums either. I don't even think he was campaigning like that. Like out in the open by himself. I
He
don't think he was
campaigned.
doing that.
He campaigned in front of evangelicals. That was really his base, right?
Oh
And
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah. Them, of course. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, he got
Them.
that. But when you talk about hillbilly elegy, it, who is he talking to, right? Who is he talking to really? Is it he's 40 years old? So is he getting the Gen X crowd? Is he getting the millennial crowd? Who is he really talking to?
The frustrated, young white vote, one young white male vote.
Yeah,
That's who he's supposed. That's what he's there for,
yeah, yeah.
supposedly.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
That's
frustrated,
who he's talking to.
skillless, rural, rural American. Like
Well,
a lot of
not
people would believe
necessarily
in that shit.
skillless, but entitled and lazy. Think that America automatically owes them something, and if anybody's going to get taken care of, it's going to be them, the next generation. It's his generation.
That's why I said
The
skillless. Like,
39,
like,
yeah.
like they remain in these areas. Like, especially because I'm heavy a lot in Ohio when it comes to transportation. I mean, the full state at this point. So I know a lot about what's going on within that area, especially when it comes to transportation. And dude, there's a lot of jobs in the middle of nowhere in fucking Ohio, and they can't pay
See
them
his
bitches worth for nothing.
see to me the problem that he's going to have, um, former President Trump, is that even if he takes PA, right, he takes PA away from her. Georgia and North Carolina is still, so you can make that red. Make that red real quick. Now let me see. Just follow me here. North Carolina is in play clearly, which I didn't think was in play, but it's clearly in play now. And Georgia's in play. One of those are going to flip towards Harris. Would you agree with that paradox? Georgia may flip back red, but I don't think he gets both of them. They're campaigning too strong in both of those areas.
In this
And Roy Cooper
conversation, I'm not going to
and
fight you.
no, but I'm saying I want you to level set us. But Roy Cooper, I think Roy Cooper is fighting tooth and nail because he's very popular in North Carolina, by the way. And the guy that's trying to run you know, against him, that black dude is insane, and he's black, which means that that's an oppositional vote. So that's what I'm saying. The racial dynamic of that, and getting ahead of your skis. You remember the person that we talked about? We thought was like you brought him up the other day. It's the same person I imagine that's like Mark Robinson out of North Carolina, running for governor. Think he's going to be, he's this guy when it's not really, it's one way. You think it's one way, but it's really the other way, basically. You know. That's you know what I'm talking about, right? With the North Carolina dude.
Yeah, 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 of course.
Yeah. So that I think he's gonna turn him off. So that's a double negative right there. So I think he turns off that base, and that's why it's in place. So she can flip either one of those two. That keeps her in the safe zone. So he can drop one of those. She can drop one of the blue wall, but the blue wall pretty much follows suit. He doesn't have any other option. He has to win all of them. He has to get North Carolina. He has to get Georgia. He has to get PA, and he has to solidify Arizona and Nevada. And one of those are going to break. So that's the problem. It's the pass that he has. He's
It's
not going
kind
to get. He's not going to get Minnesota. Everybody knows that. He's going to have a problem getting Michigan. I doubt that very sincerely. Wisconsin is. So I'm gonna tell you
Probably the
right about
closest
that.
one to him.
Wisconsin is the closest one. That's the closest one. So you can flip
Yeah.
that. You can flip that. So where are we at with it now? Where we at? See, 277, 261.
261.
You see how that you see how it breaks down, paradox? It's tough, right? She's gonna have to break both. She's gonna have to break two states out of the blue wall, basically.
Okay.
There it is. So if she breaks
272.
Arizona, yeah, then I'm saying if he breaks Arizona, then he gets the office. But that's where I could see that being a possibility. But she has to win both Wisconsin and PA for that pathway to work. If and this is all contingent of her dropping North Carolina and I'm sorry, dropping Georgia and PA from going blue. So she's gonna have to basically break. He's gonna have to break even on the blue wall basically to get it. So those
Okay,
those
so turn
states are
that red.
very extremely important.
Paradox.
Extremely important.
North Carolina, turn that red. Where are we at now? 232.
Did you
Turn
flip
PA
Georgia?
red. PA and Georgia. Make both of them red.
They both red
And
now.
make was
You just
267. Damn.
and then you flip. I'm saying you gotta flip Arizona and then flip Michigan. So if she wins Wisconsin and then Arizona, that's another pathway for her to win. You see what I'm saying? Flip it blue. You see what I mean? Go back.
267.
No, I'm saying,
267.
but Arizona. Click on Arizona blue.
Okay.
271, 267. That's if she holds up the western wall, which is Nevada and Arizona. Yeah.
Damn. For real? 270. Wait, hold on a
Mhm.
second. Let me look at this shit again. Okay. She
Now PA,
wins
you got to remember
Arizona.
PA flip red. That's the pathway, right? We're talking about it. We talk about how many pathways each one of them have to the election. With the battlegrounds, how can we play with it? Because some of these are not going to move. Some of these are more likely than others, of course. You know. But at this moment, clearly Georgia and North Carolina are clear toss-ups, like really, really toss-ups, like really, really solid toss-ups. They're not
And
solidly
they
red or
and
blue
they
right now.
shouldn't be. Like damn, like North Carolina shouldn't even be in play, but that's the
No.
type of shit you got going on.
Well,
All
it's
right,
who they
so
got running right now. So they got they got
yeah.
they got they got two double negatives running in North Carolina right now. So he's hurting. He's hurting Trump basically because Roy Cooper is running so far ahead of him. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem.
All right.
So
All right, Paradox, do this. Do Wisconsin red, PA red, North Carolina red.
mhm.
Let me look at Do fuck. You know what? If she wins either one of GA or Arizona, Trump wins.
Hey, DC, I think you're talking about Josh Stein, not Roy Cooper. Roy Cooper's done.
My bad. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mhm.
Josh Stein. So that's the new person that's running ahead though, right?
Yeah, he's a Democrat.
Right. He's running ahead. He's running ahead of Mark. Yeah.
Yep.
So, gotcha.
All right, let's see
Thanks.
how
Thanks for the
we can
correction.
make
Thanks for the
this.
correction.
Let's see how we can make the Democrats not win and make the Republicans so close, just barely over 270. Let's take Arizona away from Democrats. Mm, mm, mm. And make it red. Arizona. Okay. Boom. 272 to 266. All right. This is how close this shit could get. Okay. Wins Pennsylvania. Wins Wisconsin. Georgia's blue. North Carolina's red. Arizona's red. I think this is Trump's best shot because I know Wisconsin is going to be close, if not go to him. I'm willing to give up Wisconsin.
But you got to remember, he got to break the blue wall, so he has to get PA too. It's all contingent again, PA also. Now
Yeah.
break it back, PA, break PA blue, and then leave Wisconsin red. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. He has to
Yeah.
break the wall. He has
Yeah.
to break them. He has to break the wall. That's why
Okay.
Paradox is like PA is pivotal for him to
Okay.
win. It's not so
Okay.
pivotal
Well, let's just
for
break the wall.
Kamala to win. For
Let's
Kamala to
break the
win,
wall
it's not so
completely.
pivotal.
Okay. Let's break the wall completely. See what happens.
Oh,
Red,
that's a
red.
landslide.
For
Yeah, that's a landslide. Right there.
no. I'm talking about the whole wall goes towards Trump. Let's explore that. God damn, for real? 287?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's you break that, that's it. That's a wrap, bro. Yeah,
Okay,
I
make
that's it.
Arizona blue.
I think Trump got 40. I think Trump got 43% in Minnesota. 2020.
Yeah, yeah,
He was in the 40s. So
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Whew.
All these states was won by 30, 40, 50, 80,000 votes.
Yep. Very small margins. Yeah, true. Except for maybe Minnesota. I think Minnesota had maybe like 100,000. It was a little bit further out.
I think it was like 4 or 5%, wasn't it?
Minnesota was about 300,000.
Yeah, I knew it was
Yeah,
further out.
about 6% or 7%.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody else was less than 5%. Clearly, it's in the margins, 2 to 3%. Just like how they've been polling right now. Anyway. Give or take a few.
Learn more at the pharmacy counter. It's just steps away. Unless you're like a 10 guy. 60 or older, don't let
Yeah, this is Biden's map.
Yeah.
This right here is Biden's map from 2020, I think.
Yeah, and I think she's going to have a different path from Biden. It's not going to be the same.
This is Biden's map.
The wall may be split. That's what I'm saying. So the wall. I don't think she gets the whole complete wall. So either Wisconsin or PA falls, but she
Yeah,
doesn't need them.
Wisconsin. Yeah.
She doesn't need them both to win. She don't need them both to win. She has options outside of that. But he
306
cannot.
to 232.
But he absolutely cannot win.
Oh, yeah. So
Cannot win.
this is Biden. This is 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he got broke. He got broke up. Really, he didn't even have to take PA away from him. He still lose. Take PA away.
No,
from Biden?
he shouldn't be running again. Shit.
Yeah, take it away.
You get beat like this, you don't run a third time. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, see, look at it. He still loses. Think about it.
Biden
Think
had
about that.
306 to 232.
Yeah,
Yeah,
think about that.
this is Biden's map. This is
He
2020 right here.
still, but I'm saying if he loses, even if he broke PA, he still what? Still loses. Donald Trump still loses, right? I'm right or wrong on that,
He can
guys.
lose PA and Georgia, I think. Both.
That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why it's so that's why it's so important for them to hold on. That's why I don't understand why he's not in Georgia. Like he has to focus. See, Georgia is going to come up and sneak. It's going to sneak. It's going to sneak up and get him. Because Stacey on the ground, bro. You know, I think Stacey on the ground, bro.
No,
Stacey on the ground.
Stacey has
Stacey on the ground.
Stacey has a YouTube channel. She already has. She said last week that she is making sure that Kamala Harris gets Georgia. So, um, because they're going to, they're going to need that,
So I'm
and
done.
after the fact that that Kemp decides that he's going to run, Democrats are looking to take the governor's mansion.
Yeah, he doesn't get both. He don't get both North Carolina and Georgia. Now I think more so North Carolina than Georgia. We already called Georgia a long time ago. Remember we already saw that coming. Like it's tough too. It's going to be tough for her because she has so many surrogates in Georgia. It's going to be tough. They got a good ground game, and the HBCUs are activated down there, so they're going to activate the youth folk. So those people or those kids, when they first register, they're going to be like, if you're not registered from your home state, then register here and then vote for Georgia. If you're from a state that's already going to go blue, like if you're from New York City and you just turned 18 in Georgia, you got Spelman, you had Morris Brown, you got Clark Atlanta, they're going to be like, hey, come vote for us, for Georgia. That's the kind of ground game that she got going. It's vicious, bro. It's vicious. I see. I'm like, ooh, she wicked with it. She's wicked, bro. She got a wicked game. She like breaking it too. She loves breaking. She loves breaking Republican strongholds. I see. She should remain a strategist. To be honest with you, she should take over for Brazil. Donna Brazil. She should take over for Donna Brazil when she's done. She should be the new stalwart. She should not even run. She should just be getting people to break states. Like she should go break Texas next. She break Georgia this time. Break Texas next. Because Texas is out there for the taking, bro. It really is. We got enough. We got enough metropolitan areas to cover it. But you got to
I
get the vote
mean,
out.
it could be
You got to get
broken
the
this
vote out.
time if she had spent the money and have like a full campaign
Nah,
season. She
you
probably
don't
could
have a Stacey.
fuck with
You don't have
Texas.
a Stacey Abrams. Oh, you know what? No, they do. I forgot. You got Jasmine Crockett. So no, it's gonna happen. Yeah, you got Jasmine. No, my bad. I
2028.
slept on it.
You think fully
I slept
invested?
on it. I think if they give her the money to kind of do what she needs to do, yeah, and she'll activate the metro areas. You know the state that has the most black people in the United States. You know what state that is? The most
By
black people.
percentage?
No,
Percentage?
by total population. Total
Oh,
population.
that's Houston. That's Houston, Texas.
That's Texas. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
Texas.
yeah.
Very.
Easily Houston. Easily Houston.
So,
By a
yeah.
long shot, Houston. Percentages, I'll probably go with the South Carolina, but yeah, like sheer amount, yeah, Houston.
No, it's going to be difficult, man. For I understand what you're saying, DC. That she's not going to be able to duplicate Biden's map from 2020. But they are saying that Alaska is in play. Alaska was trending blue last time around for Biden. Biden just didn't break it, and so I don't know. There may be some changes to the map, but not that much. Not by that much. Trump stopped investing in New Hampshire and started putting more of his money back into Arizona and Georgia. So
He has to solidify Georgia and Arizona. He has to.
I don't know
So
why he's not
yeah,
campaigning
I
in
think he
Georgia,
might be
man.
out of money
I think so too. And I
because
think he want to keep
he's
some of the money
outsourcing
too.
a lot of the campaign stuff. So
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
oh
yeah.
man, Paradox. He owes a lot of money to these
I know.
states where he's doing the rallies, and so they put a lien on his jet, and so he hasn't been flying his jet around. He's been flying around on Spirit Airlines.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the concern. You know what I mean? So this is when you can really get in deep dive. I love looking at this map. I love the map. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it.
With
See,
Andy
see
Bashir,
what?
with
Go
Andy
ahead, go ahead. I'm
Bashir,
sorry.
yeah, with Andy Bashir being in Kentucky, and Trump's endorsement of the Attorney General failing, um, I wonder if Kentucky is a guaranteed red state at this point.
Uh,
I don't think so. I think it's trending blue.
the,
Um,
the rural areas, if that breaks, man, the rural areas just it dominates in Kentucky. I think it's one of those things, sort of like Oklahoma and Missouri, the same thing. They got metropolitan areas, but their metropolitan areas are not overwhelmingly Democratic. They're Democratic, but they're not overwhelmingly Democratic like some other demographics in the South. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
No, Lithium 19. You're right. In the chat room, you're right that he won't win New Hampshire, but mostly because Democrats have a very strong ground game in New Hampshire.
yeah, yeah,
It's not just Kamala up there.
yeah.
You got the mayor of
He-
Boston up there. You got the governor of Massachusetts going up there. You
right.
got Bernie
Connecticut.
Sanders. You got
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders going up there. You got
Vermont.
Hochul. Yep, they're all up
Mhm.
there. So,
Yeah.
you got Elizabeth Warren campaigning up there for him.
And,
They
and the
just
truth.
couldn't. Yeah, they can't compete. Republicans couldn't compete on the ground. They're too deep, too wide, and too fierce. And I don't.
That's where all the Democratic money is from. Believe it or not, that's where all the Democratic money comes from Massachusetts on up. That's where the money is, the old money. That's where the old real money for the so-called classic liberal class Democratic Party. That's where it resides in that area, in that region specifically. No doubt about it, bro. No doubt about it. So that's pretty much locked in. You know, as long as they don't get neglected, they'll fall asleep. They'll
And
fall
tr-
asleep.
and to your point, DC, Trump's also not sending money down ballot, right? He's not sending any money to other candidates running on the Republican ticket.
Exactly, exactly,
He's hogging up
exactly.
all the money. And Paradox mentioned that he thinks he might be broke. Well, that would explain why Republicans down ballot are not necessarily doing too well because they're not getting any of their money. And who knows what Trump spent it on, man.
She has
He
so
was
much
paying.
money.
He was paying for fuel, and he was paying for his lawyers and stuff, millions of dollars.
Drill,
The
baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill.
the fact that she was able when she basically broke the Democratic Party and told them that she had people that would be willing to spend money for her. You know how big this is? This is something that's never been done. Like, I don't care about what people's theories and stuff like that. Money talks, man. Everything walks when it comes down to the political game. And the political game that she got was both grassroots and the financial shift that she basically gave the windfall for them to basically go into the counties where they would never go into. Like, she's in rural, they got rural strongholds in Georgia now. That's what I'm saying. Like, I looked at the Georgia campaign, bro. I'd be shocked if Georgia don't flip. I'm just, not flip, but just remain slightly or likely to. I'd just be shocked if it didn't happen
Wow.
because of everybody that she has in these Savannah, everybody she has in these areas, these rural areas, Athens. Because most of those counties, they're like 50-50 black and white populations. They have a very robust rural black population in Georgia. Strong, a very, very strong.
Yeah,
They just haven't been motivated to vote.
you
Period.
got Mayor Dickens out there campaigning for her. You got Warnock campaigning for her. You got Ossoff campaigning for her. You got
Yeah,
Stacey Abrams out there campaigning for her. You got
yeah.
Keisha Lance Bottoms campaigning for her. And then you got to count in, Jasmine Crockett is kind of taking up the lead on that as well. So, um,
And Brian Kemp ain't campaigning for Donald the way he did the last 2020, bro. He ain't out there on a stump for him because of they got like a little slight beef going on right now. He is kind of taper it down a little bit, but it's clear that he don't like President Trump,
right,
former President Trump. So
right.
they got
Yeah,
that
he
going.
don't mess with him, man.
Yeah,
Well, Kemp has to keep it a buck with him for right now because he's thinking about 2028, which I don't see him getting if you're talking about a Governor Westmore running in 2028. I just think the momentum is in Democrats' favor right now.
Well, if that's if you're talking about if Kamala loses, or you think they would still run? You think they would still run West if Kamala wins? Let me ask you that. What do you think?
Oof. I don't
You
know,
broke
man.
your mic broke up a lot, DC. I couldn't really understand you.
I was saying, do you think that they would still run West if Kamala wins the presidency?
Yeah, yeah. Now, whether or not she
Yeah.
runs again, I think that's going to be a to be determined because I don't know if she really wants to be there past this first term. I don't see it. I don't see her being there into 2032.
So you
You see
think?
her as a
So you
bridge
think?
to the next Democratic election to Westmore?
Yeah,
That's what
Mike.
you see it as?
I don't know about that, Mike. I don't know, bro.
Well,
If she
what?
wins,
Mhm.
if she wins, I think that she'll be motivated to remain if she can. If she can. If she's real, I can see you make sense if she's real unpopular and she's having a tough time getting things done in office, she may go with the possibility of stepping down and just be tired of the politics. And I can see her stepping down for that, just being mentally tired of it all.
Well, because what I
But
see happening, DC, is that I see impeachments coming. Republicans will find out a way to impeach her.
oh, so you saying really get her up out there? You think so?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to try to get her out of here.
No, I mean, but that won't be a conviction because there's no, they don't have conviction numbers.
Yeah, they don't got enough proof to get her up out the paintbrush.
No, I'm not saying that they will. I'm saying the constant bombardment of threats of impeachment and things of that nature. It's going to be hard for her to, unless they can secure the Senate and the House. It's going to be difficult for them to get anything done.
I say they get the Senate before the House. The House is going to be hard to get, but yeah, they got a couple of seats that I think they're going to flip to the Senate. The House, they may get a couple of more seats, but I don't think they're going to break the House completely. So
Welcome.
things will
If
still
you
have to
have
get
your
passed.
extra fare card, please scan it now.
We'll see.
Hey, pay for them bags, DC. Pay for them bags, man.
You already know. You already know. Oh, really?
All right, man. Let me get up out of here, man. Y'all have a nice one. All right.
All right, man.
You back, DC? Because if not, I'm gonna jump into some politics, some videos or something while waiting on you to get back.
Yeah, go ahead and jump in. Go ahead and jump in. You take care of baby girl real quick. Go ahead and jump in real quick.
I'm trying to think. It's 6:44. I want to see what this Oprah thing look like. Because that could be. I don't know what they're gonna. Is she gonna just speak, or they're gonna have a conversation? Because they're gonna be talking about. Uh, Depending on what they're gonna talk about, though. That's what I don't know. Okay, so they go in an hour, 8 p.m.
Yeah, check out Mark Robinson Paradox.
Trump is Trump is what about him? He's speaking or something? Or they call him to drop out of the race or whatever?
Yeah,
Yeah, he too wow. He unhinged. I don't know who he is and what's
he,
going on in his brain.
yeah, he's maniferish.
Yeah.
If you, I mean, if you've been in the manosphere long enough, you've heard those sort of talking points in the space. So
Oh,
he's
okay.
not all that far off from what I can gather.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems to be unhinged and unstable in my mind. I like normal and regular, basic politicians.
Yeah.
So I can have fun. I can have fun with it, but more serious conversation, I can't. I don't like loud. I don't like loud mouths, and so I don't necessarily like it. I can deal with it, but I don't necessarily like it. You know,
A
you
blowhard.
gotta be able to meter yourself at times. You can turn up if you want to turn up, but I just don't know where it's coming from. Is my whole point. Seems unusual. So I don't really know who he is, where it comes from, his culture, his family. I don't know anything. So, but I know he's loud though. And he'll say anything to get attention.
He he's not that far off from being a niggas for Trump. You know, the guy with the T-shirt.
Yeah, it's interesting psychologically, even though I'm not a psychiatrist or anything, but it's interesting how things interpret. You know, like Trump shows up and people accept him being a loudmouth, and then each individual human being make a decision. Oh, okay, I can do that, and I can be like that too. And then it starts to show itself, and all these people just show up and start behaving similar to Trump, but they do it in their own way, of course. And you say anything, and it gets attention. I mean, the internet loves that shit. You know, it definitely gets attention. It gets clicks. It gets views. People even vote for it. So, I mean,
Do you think that's what happened to Ron DeSantis in Florida? Too much
oh
of an
shit,
acolyte?
oh shit. Yeah, I mean, I said that instantly. I was like, wrong time, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's too much of a tactician. He's too much of a what do you call those guys? I can't think of the name. It's a category of a politician that he sort of falls in, which works at certain times, and at certain times doesn't necessarily go over well. It doesn't it doesn't necessarily connect with a large enough group of people on a national level.
Hmm.
And I just think he's a little bit too serious, a little bit too buttoned up. And this country is not giving you any room to sort of like grow and develop into your presidential character.
Right.
You kind of have to already kind of be ready to roll. And he needs work, and he doesn't think he needs work. So
Right.
that's I mean I can go down. I can talk about him all day. Really. I mean just numbers of improvements that he needs to do, and he just refused to. I mean, it is what it is, right? You know, you take your own political life into your own hands. I can't do anything about it, but it's just some fundamental things that he could have done. But it has to kind of be in you, though, and I just don't think it's in him.
He doesn't come off as authentic. It's almost like he's an acolyte to Trump just to get, you know, Trump's base. But why would they vote for him if they could just go vote for Trump? Like why, you know, why buy the Gordon Gartrell when you can buy the Armani, right?
That's
So,
right.
you know, I
And
think that
that's exactly what Trump's. I can show you so many videos of Trump people coming out. They wrote so many articles about Trumpers and how they said what you said, video and written.
Mhm.
Article after article and video after video of Trumpers and Trump loyalists and supporters saying, "Well, we got the real thing. So what are we doing?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense." And Republicans are too scared. Real Republicans are too scared, and and it's fine. It is what it is. It's been that way. I mean, they've been getting primaries since 2004, so I get it. You want power, you want access, you want to be somebody. You do what you got to do. You bend the knee and you wait it out. You weather the storm. Marco Rubio, Ron DeSantis. What's my man name in Texas?
Oh, you mean Hot Wheels?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm still mad at that. I know you're talking about Ted Cruz. He's still no, you're talking about the governor. No, I'm talking about
Governor.
Ted.
Oh, Ted.
I'm talking about Ted.
Cancun Cruz.
I was thinking Hot Wheels because of that. Yeah, because that's a coward shit, boy.
Yeah,
I was
but
like, bruh, come on, Texas. You gotta get this man up out of here, bro. You can't be doing no weirdo shit like that, bro.
I think he's on the brink right now. From what I can gather, he was trailing behind by a percentage point.
I ain't
Um,
surprised. I'm
yeah,
not
behind
surprised. They're gonna
Colin
probably
Allen.
they might move on. They might move on past. They might move on past Ted. Ted may have won his walk.
Well, Liz Cheney is out there campaigning for Colin Alred against Cruz,
I
right?
read that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
read
so
that. Yeah.
yeah, so she's putting in her work. Dick Cheney's out there putting in work too. I don't know if they're gonna have a town hall for Kamala Harris. I think Democrats said the DNC said Jamie Harrison said that they're not going to invest into Texas this time
Yeah.
around because they
Yeah.
think that it's a waste.
Yeah.
I think Democrats are crazy. Um, Democrats put in 100 million last time around, and Biden was able to get 46% of the vote.
That's crazy.
Okay, I think if well, it's a lot of money to put into Texas. I understand. She has $780 million right now.
Oh no, I
Um,
know. I know.
so I just think that
I've heard one expert say that they believe they rather if she's going to do Texas, don't do Florida. I don't know if I agree with that particular person's opinion about it, but I was like, I don't know about that. I think Florida, but
well, because you got four.
if Texas is there, it's there. So why not go after it? At least push it for 2024 and 26 and 28.
Well, they got four voting districts. They got El Paso, they got
Mm-hmm.
Dallas,
Mm-hmm.
Houston, and I think Austin or San Antonio. And so
San
you got
Antonio.
four major areas that you need to really campaign. But Texas is
And
so broad; it's hard to do a bus tour in Texas in one day. It's not like Pennsylvania where you only need to really focus on one or two counties and whatnot. With Texas, that's going to take you at least a week, to
it's a
really
big
pound
lift,
that
and
thing.
I think if this would have happened maybe in June or
Yeah.
May,
Hmm.
this would be a very different. This would be a very hard election for the
Yeah.
Republicans. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it'd be a much harder election because it would because Trump had to put money in Florida, right? I think they reported that if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But Florida, one of those states would be they would have spent some money, and not saying they would have went blue, but it would have forced Republicans to pay attention
Yep.
and spend a fuckload of money down there and have to go down there and be there.
Yep.
Just the whole position. So, Mark
Spin up,
fucking Robinson.
spin up some videos, Paradox.
That's what I was looking for now. I was trying to see. I'm mad. I'm not messing with no BET right now. Boy. But they all over you. Boy, you had me put that in there. All type of stuff coming up for. Man, this is crazy.
Well,
It's funny.
they think they're bringing down the Republican ticket across the board. So
I don't know how much Republican voters care about a lot of this stuff. A lot of this is just politics, really. High level politics, to be honest with you.
mhm.
A lot of this stuff I don't think it moves a lot of people really when it comes to the average voter. They don't even pay attention to most of this stuff, honestly.
Well, I don't know about
Just
that.
a bunch of
Paradox.
political, things. I think it's mostly political junkies, really. But I could be wrong.
I mean, if it's blasted all over social, over Google right now, you know.
I just never know if regular people, including myself, of course. I just
Mhm.
don't know if it translates to anything. Though you see it and you go on to the next thing, but I don't know if it. I don't know if it. I mean, maybe it could be considered an irritant. I guess you could say.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it really does. But slow drips, right? It's one thing after another, after another, after another. Of course. Um,
Right. People start disassociating themselves from him, and then he
that can
just
happen. I'll
disappears.
give you
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that can definitely happen for sure. If
And
it's
the money,
constantly something.
right? The money spigot starts to turn off, and then he becomes a liability to everybody. So.
Yeah, I want to see I want to see Trump numbers. I want to know, are some wealthy Republicans, are they pulling their money out? I don't know though. Or are they holding their money?
Maybe
'Cause
that's the case,
I
right?
haven't heard any big announcements of anybody dropping 100 million or 50 million or whatever. I haven't heard anything.
Well, that was the
in
point
some,
of
in
like
some weeks now.
that was the point of having JD Vance on the ticket, was that he could bring in the Silicon Valley money, right? The VC capital money, right? And
Nah,
so I'm
that
not
was a
seeing it.
mistake. I
Yeah, I'm
said
not
I
seeing
said
it.
he should have been. I said he should have been fired the moment they got. The moment Kamala showed up, I would
Mhm.
have fired him that day. Would have fired him that day
Yeah.
because he can't carry. He's not gonna be able to carry his own weight, and it's proven itself.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying VPs have a huge just so they have a huge play. People are voting for president, but I think we live in a funnier time right now, and I think with social media and things like that, and people who have followers, I think it has probably a little bit more impact than it had some years ago. And I think if he would have got someone that was a little bit more savvy and interesting and moderate, uh, it would make things a little bit more interesting. I'll put it that way. I think JD just it cancels it out. It just doesn't. It's not moving anything. And it could have, right? It could have been great. I'm Monday morning quarterback at this point. I mean, it could have been great. It's like, oh my God, this man got everybody's following JD Vance. JD Vance is the guy. But I'm like, who vetted this to think that? I mean, I know that he wasn't gonna be that, obviously, right?
Right.
Well, listen to your stupid children, not listen to people who do this for a living. I just don't. My brain just makes my head hurt thinking about it. You listen to
see,
your fucking kids on shit about politics, and you pay people millions of dollars that do this shit. They live and breathe and drink and sleep it, and they're telling you who you need to try to go with, and you decide to go with your fucking sons, and I think Elon or Tucker Carlson's pick. And I heard his son want him 3 or 4 years ago on a video clip, and so they've been pushing for him for a while. But I'm like, I just don't get it. But it's not my campaign. God
see,
damn.
but Paradox, what I was thinking originally was that if Trump bombs out in 2024,
He's
that in
gonna run again.
2020, that in 2028, Don Jr. would run, right? And he would be able to, keep the MAGA movement going, because you need to keep that going for right now, up until it just exhausts itself of all options, right?
Yeah.
Until it runs itself out. But
I
if
think it's
that's
gonna probably. I'll put this out there in the world. I think it's gonna morph into something. I
okay,
just don't know what that something is yet.
but if that's going to be the case, then a JD Vance on the ticket kind of marginalizes, or somewhat marginalizes, Don Jr., because Don Jr. is definitely next up.
But shit, you should have just ran. He should have just ran down with him as VP. Shit, that'd have
I
been
mean,
more interested than JD Vance at this point. Shit.
yeah, all Trump would have really had to do was switch his residency to New York, and let his son stay in Mar-a-Lago, or
Yeah.
in Florida. And so
However you
that
want
would
to
have
do it.
worked. Yeah, that would have worked. Originally, last year, I had said, Paradise, I did a whole video about this. I said that Byron Donalds would have been a better VP pick than, whatever else they had
Oh man,
on the ticket.
they not
And
they not ready yet.
they're not ready for the DEI.
They not ready yet.
All right,
Not
not
yet.
not that I'm
Because when
faulting them. Yeah.
when that breaks, I don't know what's gonna happen. To be honest with you.
He was on the short list though, up until he got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Up until the assassination attempt, Byron Donalds was on the short list. I did a whole video about this in 2023, that Byron Donalds is going to be at the top of that list.
Yeah. And
And
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with poor white people who vote, middle class white people who vote
hmm
in this country. That votes. I don't know psychologically what's going on, because they're saying the right things. So if you did put a Tim Scott or whoever, that's or Vivek or whoever, what does that translate to? I don't know.
I think what it for me,
I don't know what that does to them is my whole point. Like, do they? Because it seems like we have to worry about how they feel with everything. Are they gonna destroy the country, or do whatever they're gonna do, or kill themselves more, or suicide? I don't really know what the hell's going on with that group of people, but they have to be catered to, obviously, and that's what the Republican Party has been assigned to do. And I don't know if bringing in more non-white people, what does that do to them? And that's why he maybe didn't do it. I don't know, though, to be honest with you.
Well, the reason why I had originally said that I thought
He would win that way. Just to put that out there, I think he would win more. He would have moved the vote more, but for some reason they don't want to leave those up. They don't want to leave some. For some reason, they do not want to let them go. The ones on the far right, they can't let it go. Apparently,
right, right, but
old money, old history, whatever whatever you want to call it. But
no, but the only reason I said it is because I thought that Byron Donalds would be able to win in those swing and blue districts, those voting districts, because you did have some firmer on the ground that they were more or less trending away from Biden, which is why Biden even stepped down in the first place. But I was thinking, in Wisconsin, you got John James, who can actually advocate for a Trump Donald's ticket. And then you have Michigan, where you have your uncommitteds. That messes it up for Democrats too. So that kind of gives some lean, a toss up, turns Michigan into a toss up. And then you have Pennsylvania, that kind of could turn it into a toss up as well. Go ahead. I'll mute up.
We wanted to have an open conversation tonight that we don't often have in this country. And first of all, I am overwhelmed. I'm sort of shocked by how many people were coming out tonight. We should have gotten a bigger venue. I apologize. There's apparently there were about 2,000 RSVPs, and we have room for 250 in here plus 100 in the overflow room next door. And what that tells me is people are just starving for conversation in this country. Right? We've been told mostly by the media to shut up, sit down, do as you're told, to sweep it under the rug, or else you're guilty of some sin. And I just think that truth in this country is we don't have to agree on everything. We really don't. We never have in America. But the beauty of this country is we should be able to talk about it in the open. And that's what we're going to do tonight. Have an open conversation, unfiltered. We got 2 ground rules for tonight. I think there's people here who probably agree with some of my views, people who agree with some of my, and respect for your fellow citizens. Be honest. Don't yourself, but be respectful, even to those who disagree with me or you or anybody else. That's how we're going to get our country back. Now, I met earlier today with a group of Haitians here. I met with the city management. I wanted to come see with my own eyes.
Trump's going to Springfield too. He's going next.
Because I don't really.
This is about to be a shit show. Oh, it's about to be a shit show.
Well, the thing here is,
they're just not under. I just don't understand. Do they understand? There's what is it? Is it 500,000 Haitians in Florida, 80,000 in like Massachusetts, 20 or 30,000 in maybe like the DMV area, maybe 40 in I don't know, 30 or 40 maybe in the numbers. Their numbers aren't necessarily huge numbers, but they are numbers. And then when you attach them to, like when you say Texas, you attach them to the immigrants in Texas, like the Nigerians. I think Nigerians are all in Houston. Or mostly, I think in Houston, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know their numbers off the top of my head, but
they in Georgia too. They in Georgia too.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is the right play. This so close to the election, why are they fucking with this shit? You need to pivot away from. I could be wrong. I don't know what political strategists think that making this more of a conversation, because see, they're too busy. You know what it is? They're on the fucking internet too much. The internet's gonna make us lose this race because they're worrying about them clicks in my mind. Because we should be leaving Springfield. Go there. Don't go there. Start talking about we're moving on away from that. It is what it is. I don't even know what to say at this point. I don't understand.
And
when I heard Trump is going to Springfield, like what the fuck are they doing?
And Paradox, he's the wrong guy. He's the wrong messenger.
Who visit?
Yeah, that's the wrong guy. You don't send him. You send a Byron Donalds. You send a Wesley Hunt. You send one of your guys that are almost guaranteed, optics wise and experience wise in dealing with deflection of hot topics like this. You want to send them in there. Byron Donalds is one of those guys. Wesley Hunt, one of those guys. John James, one of those guys. See, you got to send the brothers in. You got to send Michaela in, whoever that chick is from Georgia that seems to be, doing windmills for him, right? You got to send your B team in there, your C team. You got to send them in there. This guy right here, he's not the guy. Ann Coulter came on his own panel, called him out, and said, "I would never vote for you. You're an Indian." That's the wrong guy. That's the wrong guy, man. He's a substitute teacher.
I won't lie though, immigrants, specifically immigrants, they have an extremely high tolerance for this shit though. I will say that much. Very, very high. They definitely aren't sensitive. I will definitely say that. Because that would have made me become a Democrat after sitting with Ann Coulter. I was like, oh yeah, I'm out. I'm at least disappear for a couple of years.
It's crazy.
He took that shit straight up, boy. I'm like, God damn.
Really trust the media anymore. We've been taught not to. Okay. We've been taught not to. We invited him, but that doesn't mean we have to trust him. And if you actually want to trust the people of this country, the best way to do it is to speak directly to them without filters. I'll share with you what my perspectives are coming out of some of those meetings.
I'm going to say this. You know what? I'm not going to do this. He's not running no more. I'm going to leave it alone.
With members of the Haitian community, leaders from that community, city officials. Here's my takeaway. There's about 70,000 people now in Springfield. And by the way, people ask me, why'd you come to Springfield? One of the media networks, MSNBC last night, said, I'm descending on Springfield to do this event. So I guess it's a fair question. Why are you here in Springfield? Hour from here.
Man, fuck these people,
I live
man.
less than an hour now. I actually spent a lot of time in Springfield growing up. Anybody been to Mike and Rosie's? Okay. I've had more subs there, probably most of you here. We used to play in Wittenberg every summer, had a tennis program I would participate in. I've got aunts, uncles that have lived here, still live here. So this is close to home for me. And if an issue of national significance is happening in my backyard, no, I'm not going to turn my back. I want to actually see what we can do that's positive for this community. But one of the things I've learned, here's my view, is that I don't actually blame any of the 70,000 people in Springfield for the mess in Springfield. People like my family members or others of you who have lived here for a long time or for generations, after meeting with a bunch of them today, I don't even blame the 12 to 20,000, most of them certainly, I don't blame most of them, the Haitian migrants who were brought here by unconscionable means. I blame federal policies responsible for what's going on in this city. And that's what we're going to talk
pause it
about
right there,
tonight.
Paradox. Pause it.
Talk.
Now, this is a guy whose family came here as immigrants. He has to explain what his family story was. How did they get here? What? Those migrants are there because they are on worker permits. They're TPS, and they're doing the work that the employers want. What are we talking about here?
Well, he doesn't. He's not the right person to be there. Like you said, he's not the right person because they're speaking. They're talking. This is code talk stuff. This isn't rational talking stuff. So him talking is just for his own personal, in my opinion, his own ego that'll get fed with him having this conversation for some reason, or maybe it'll normalize something for him. But I'm not even going to mess with it. But I'm gonna leave it there. But it's just not going to click. I don't think, or he's just drinking too much. You know what I mean? He's just sucking on that sauce too much or something. Because it's not clicking. He's not getting it. I just leave it there. I don't even want to have the conversation I want to have. I'm not even going to mess with it. But man,
talk about it in an unfiltered way. People are angry. You're not going to fix that. And don't be angry. That doesn't work.
And we'll see. He's definitely not going to tell his real story in Ohio.
Angry. Here's some hard facts, right? This is not narrative. It's not fanning. This is a city with the poverty level of jackings and car thefts go up by 50%. You've had shoplifting go up by 100%. You have seen a rise in communicable diseases. That's real. Those are facts. They're not deniable. The traffic-related incidents, those aren't quantifiable, or maybe they are, but I don't have the fact.
You know what? I'm not. I keep wanting to say something, but I'm trying to control myself.
There's a lot that could be said. There's a lot that could be said.
I'm just going to shut up.
That, but undoubtedly, there have been some wounds. And out of respect to the family, I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I know this community has been through a lot. And so we're not going to sweep that under the rug. But the question is, how do we channel that anger to actually do what's right, both for...
Let me just say this. If I'm going to a town hall to talk to these people, I'm only talking about one thing. I've been saying this for weeks now. Are y'all going to get y'all lazy asses up and go to work? But what else? There's nothing else to talk about. People come into areas. What do they call it? It's not white flight though, right? When you bring in new, what is it called? What do they call that when you come into a new area? Gentrification, I guess, or whatever.
Well, yeah,
so
gentrification.
They're mad that they're being my thing is that just be gentrified and leave, and let the new people take over and keep it moving. You know, it's funny how they're trying to frame it. I get the dynamics of it and the economics of it, but if the migrants are working, that means they're doing. That means what? What does that translate to? I'm doing better than you. I have more money than you. I can get nicer things. I can pay the higher prices. We're working together. We're organized. We're motivated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But
and they don't speak English.
Yeah, I can go so many places with this, boy. I tell you, man, it's interesting.
Right.
And for this country. So I have a bias. I'll put it on the table at the beginning. And I shared this with the Haitian groups I met with earlier today too. We asked the question of what is the right legal immigration policy to this country. I'm dead set against illegal immigration. If your first act of entering this country,
you're not even saying
able to enter this country. Okay, that's not debatable.
Everybody in this audience believes those Haitians are illegal immigrants. Does he know that?
Yeah. I legally the right way through the
country. I don't want to talk about race. I'm trying not to talk about race today like that. But I don't know. Does he grasp the concept that they don't see? Did anyone? I always think about that movie, man. It just sticks in my mind all the time. It was with Denzel Washington and Mark Wahlberg. I can't think of the name. It came out some years ago, and I don't know if they were hustlers or what they were. But they were down in Texas or Mexico doing business, and the car blew up. Whatever happened, the deal went bad, and Denzel ended up had to walk back across the border by himself. And two rednecks drove up on an ATV or whatever, not an ATV, but one of those. I just say 4-wheeler vehicles that you sit in.
Oh, you mean a side by side?
Side by side, and they pull up and they ask, he said, I don't know if he said I'm an American or I belong here, or can I get a ride or directions, or however they said it. I mean, however he said it, and I think they said something like something, and they was like, "Are you sure that you're an American?" However they said it, it was definitely sending a message to him, obviously in that scene, you know, that we don't see you no different than we see anybody else that comes across the border who don't look like us. It was, of course, he beat their asses and took the thing and left them out there in the desert, of course, but that's besides the point, of course. That's the Hollywood part of it, obviously. But in reality, I don't think anybody in this room right here thinks that the person that's talking is a citizen of this country. No different than Obama. So my brain is not, I'm not trying to go down this road, but it's just like, It's not like it's not even like it's a real person talking right now, to be honest with you, at least about this topic in that state, in this situation.
And
It doesn't even seem real.
he's dressed wrong, right? You could just read the room and see the difference in how he's dressed and how they're dressed.
People there, anyway, you're right about that too.
Country cannot break the law. And so if we had the largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, that it stands to reason we should have the largest mass history. Now, I will.
And I don't know if he's going to say it or not, but the first thing you say, if you're really trying to make this better, the first thing you say, I want to be clear, everyone, in Ohio, in Springfield, these are legal immigrants. You may not like how they became legal, why they're protected, etc. You may not like it, but, and then you add the rest to it. But the response you're going to get isn't that they're there to work. That's irrelevant, right? The response, it's almost like I know what he's doing, but I'm just saying in my mind, I'm thinking like, you don't get that. It doesn't really matter if they're legal, if they're there to work. It has nothing to do with that. But nobody really wants to talk about that real issue.
But see, Paradox, you're trying to do the PR spin. The thing here is JD
No.
Vance already said yesterday that it doesn't matter what Kamala Harris says as VP, that these people are here legally. By our standards, they're here illegally. See, now
that's what I'm saying. By our stand, exactly. That's the key word right there. That's the key phrase.
And see, now that puts Vivek in the pickle because, like you say, you want him to clean it up, but he can't clean it up because
he can, but you have to be brave. Again, I'm being a certain way when I say what I'm saying, of course, but you got to be brave. You're an immigrant. You're first generation. I know they dogged the fuck out of you in Ohio, and you was just in Ohio and Iowa, and they were just telling you that we're not voting for you because you're a Hindu and that you're brown, right in your face, and told your wife that in her face, and that which tells me already that as you grew up in these areas, they made sure that you understood who they were, who you were, your place in this civilization, and you adapt to it, you deal with it. But you're smart enough. Well, of course, he's living in fantasy land, but he should be, I should say, smart enough. He's well spoken to be able to learn how to talk in some sort of code where he can really run the audience. But in my opinion, he doesn't even exist right now. It's just like a shell. It's nothing talking. You see these white folks looking at this person, nothing is happening right now. That's why I don't understand. Why does he think he's going to get through to people by saying a few talking points about illegal immigration and we need to close? What are you? They not
because he's taking the heat off of Trump and Vance and putting it on himself.
I get it.
He wants to fall,
I see it.
Yeah, he wants to fall on the butter knife. But
Yeah,
the thing here is that's not going to go very well. Because nobody else on the campaign trail is actually going out there and doing the damage control. Where's Nikki Haley's not even on the campaign trail with him. She's Indian herself.
I don't think nobody's gonna save him in Ohio. Ain't nobody going there.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if Trump goes there, Kamala has to go there. She got to go there, and she needs to send one of her operatives there to match Vivek's being there as well. I think.
Well, the head of DHS.
If somebody hasn't already been there.
Yeah, the head of DHS was already there. Alejandro Mayorkas.
Okay.
Yeah, he's already been working with the governor and working with the mayor of Springfield. So that part is covered from the Democrat side, but when it comes to the Republican side, they don't really have any damage control.
I mean, Trump goes there and it takes care of it. It's stupid and messy and doesn't make any sense and ass backwards. But the base will love it. It won't move anybody. That's why I said it's stupid. We should move past this because this is not going to do anything. In a weird way, you would think it would justify the argument of the quote unquote invasion. The problem is they're working and they're legal. So now what are we really talking about? Let's have that conversation, which nobody clearly wants to have. Let's have the real American conversation that everybody wants to duck.
Well, they want to invalidate them, right? Because the idea here is that
it's real.
Yeah, JD Vance says that we're going to deport these people anyways.
Well, the bigger conversation. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying that JD Vance was saying that they're going to deport these people anyways. He said this yesterday. So if that's going to be the case,
exactly.
if that's going to be the case, then what
right.
is
Hold your nuts and go to work. Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Vivek should be there saying right now, we're sending them on. Don't even worry about it. We got y'all. Just say that. Yeah. Let's get right to it. If we're gonna, if you want to do that, I mean, it's not gonna work. But if you're gonna jump out the window, like you said, I actually forgot all about that, because my thing is, the reality of it is that, and JD Vance is perfect for this moment, because he's being honest enough to say that we have white failure in this society in Ohio. They feel a certain type of way, and I have to deal with that. So their truth is my truth, and I have to live in their reality. And they feel like they're being left behind. I think either he said it or somebody else said it. Well, why can't they have the jobs? But the owner of the company said, I love the Haitians here because they're not drug addicts. Well, I know who he's talking about. And I'm thinking to myself, and they're on time, and they come to work, and they work hard, and they don't complain.
Ohio is one of those states with high opioid addiction and overdoses.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is that the country has to keep moving though, and so we need immigration to keep things rolling. They need to figure out, or Republicans, I would say, maybe both parties need to figure out a better approach to dealing with white failure and low class and middle class whites who have been priced out. Because that's all we're dealing right now. This ain't had to do with the Haitians or nothing. This literally is about white people who are failures in this country. And you're talking about 80 to 90 million of them at least have failed. And they're sitting around wallowing and crying and bitching and whining. And of course, Trump struck that up and got things rolling from an electoral perspective. But they got to be honest with these folks. You can't blame the Haitians for your failure. That's what he should be saying. But that's me talking, obviously not Vivek. I know he's being paid the total line, of course, but it's just kind of a funny. It's just kind of a funny thing. That's all.
He's not a value add to this at all. He's a value.
I don't think he is. I think he thinks he is, because he thinks he's from there. I'm like, no, they see you as a foreigner. Like, I don't even know what you're. I think you make yourself not understand that shit, bro.
That was my original point. That Vivek is the wrong person for the.
I agree with you.
He's the wrong guy for this. I don't know who told him to go there. I don't know why he agreed to it.
He thinks because he's from that area that it matters. And I'm like, but you know the area, and you know you shouldn't be there. You're making it worse.
Right. Right.
Another brown man telling us what to do and what not to do, and trying to be on our side and trying to be our friend. That's all they're hearing.
On top of the fact that he didn't say anything about Lauren Loomer and Kamala Harris smelling up the White House with curry goat.
You're
right,
that,
right. So where's he at in all of this? Like, he seems to be mysterious. He comes here physically, but he's nowhere to be found when it comes to.
My thing is, he's got to get a backbone. He's got to get a backbone. Because the thing is that you have races in your party. Period. Yeah. So you need to figure out as a man how to respond to it and not be a coward. You can still be a Republican, but you need to respond to it at the end of the day, and not be so snaky. I don't, it's only, that's the only thing that I have an issue with him, is that he's snaky. He just wants power. You know what I'm saying? He'll take it. That's why he's really successful in business, I believe, honestly, in this country as an Indian, is that he will do whatever it takes. And it's obvious, right? He's not going to be mad about it. He's going to justify, he's going to contort his brain, however he, and I get it. Hey, you want power and you want success, you do what you do, right? That's how this works. You compromise yourself.
Yeah.
And he's a wonderful example of it, actually. And he's showing it right now, because what do you really stand for at the end of the day? How can I vote for you and support you, and you running as president, and people know that you're lying to them? These white folks know he knows that they know that he's not one of them, but they will let him talk and play out the game. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get their support, though. And he should be smart enough to understand that. And I don't think he still get it. I don't know if he think he can he can connive his way into it, or he's thinking at some point his talking is going to somehow override and glamour them. It just doesn't work like that. Especially, at least if you was a black person like an Obama, I could give you that, right? Because he proved that there's an ability there from a black person's perspective. But Indian, I don't know, because really, Southeast Asians and Asians, at least as far as I understand it in this country right now, are highly competitive. White folks aren't bitching about it because they're compliant. So they're the doctors, right? And Africans as well. They're the doctors. They're this, they're that. They have a lot of high paid jobs. They run the tech world or whatever. And so I do know that I know a lot of white men have to hate Indians. They
Well,
just maybe not gonna, they're not gonna maybe talk about it, but they have to. Indians and Asian men in this country, or maybe even worldwide. To be honest with you.
well, that was the argument in 2017 with what's the white guy who got punched in the face on who ran with Trump. Oh man.
Who ran with Trump?
Yeah, he was a part of the Unite the Right rally.
Mm, mm, mm,
What's his
I
name?
can't remember.
The one who did the How Hitler, How Trump salute. I forget his name now. Anyways, he was the guy who pointed out that Silicon Valley has way too many Indian people in there and needs to create more jobs for white men. So
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so I already know that I don't, and I'm not, like I said again, I don't know if Vivek believes in, I guess, a meritocracy or I don't know what he's thinking. You know, what he thinks his place really is, but I hate to say he's missing it.
his name is Richard
He
Spencer.
definitely, yeah. Oh yeah, Richard Spencer. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just not missing it or he just doesn't have that racial education at this point, unfortunately. But he's just not. He keeps thinking that that we can get past it somehow, and he's missing it. That's why even though because Obama could have ran that play, but Obama's around the right kind of people to explain to him that you can play that, you can play with that. But the moment the word post-racial was loud, the country recoiled itself like a snake, and then struck back because people are not ready to give that up yet. And I think it's not clicking that it's the foundation of the country. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to sort of move past it, obviously. But anyway,
Admit is a little tougher than that, right? Because many of the people who are breaking
where
the
is
law at the
Richard
southern
Spencer
border
anyway?
that they're actually allowed to be here. And I blame the government for that. But that's a separate issue of legal immigration. What type of legal immigrant do we actually want in this country? That's a harder question.
Let me see. I wasn't even going to be on this like this. This is interesting now. What type of legal immigrant do we want?
I'll give you my view. You don't have to agree with me. But here's one principle.
Is he still trying to sell himself? Is that what I'm hearing?
To be here. And I blame the government for that. But that's a separate issue of legal immigration. What type of legal immigrant do we actually want in this country? That's a harder question.
If somebody would have yelled out a white one from Europe,
I'll give you my view. You don't have to agree with me. But here's one principle.
A Ukrainian.
I know. Did you hear what the Polish president? They let in about 200,000 Ukrainians, but they won't let any Muslims or Africans. And he was saying that anyway, that's why they don't have crime and stuff. But anyway, and how hard the Ukrainians work and how dedicated the Ukrainians are to Poland now. What's that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So one more time, I want to make sure.
This was a pleasant surprise here too, by the way. Go ahead.
What's that? Vivek? Or what do you mean?
This was great. I mean, I didn't even see this. This just came out of nowhere, so I'm excited.
Yeah, this is good, man. This is real good here. I think that you guys are doing real good with this. But I wanna make sure that everybody knows that the link has been dropped. Paradox, do you mind dropping it one more time, just so
I dropped it 5
everybody
times. I
knows?
want to come up, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody, like I said, there's not going to be no attack. Nobody's going to attack anybody. You can have your views.
I was bringing the smoke today. Yeah, I mean, all ready to roll. I changed my little figurehead right here. Brought my Sith Lord back.
I see. But I
I'm
don't. I
ready to
don't
cut
think.
head.
I
I'm ready
don't
to cut
think.
heads off.
Yeah, the smoke. The smoke ain't for you. The smoke is really most likely for me. So this is open to anybody that
Remember
have
the key phrase though.
any disagreements.
Never leave your wing man.
True. True.
Right. So if you go into battle, I'm not gonna let it. Come on. I joke around, of course, but I'm gonna cut these motherfuckers' heads off, bro. Fuck them. So they can come up. I mean, I will indulge. Obviously, I'll be their Huckabee.
But like I said, I mean, people got a whole lot to say about the channel and how we do things over here and our analysis and stuff like that. You are welcome to come up and we can have a real discussion about what we really think and what we really say instead of it being conjecture and you just basically having, a false narrative about what we believe in and how we view things. That's the reason why we did this program. That's the reason why I wanted to do it anyway. And I sat up here and basically literally beg my beg my homie to have a panel and then, you guys don't want to come up, man. I know you're listening. What's this all about, man? Come on up, man. Y'all got plenty of disagreements and stuff like that. Come on down, bro. Since we never dropped the link, that's what I be hearing. We never
I
dropped the
was holding.
link. We won't let
Yeah,
people
I
come
was.
up.
Yes, that's me. You're right. Fuck you.
No, I'm saying. No, but I'm saying, come on up, man. Like it's cool, Say your grievance, man. Maybe maybe you're right. Maybe we're the ones that are incorrect. We'll give you that. We're not right about everything. So come on up, man, and share your views. It's okay.
I don't want to be right. I want to learn.
Still learning, as
Still
our
learning.
mentor say. Still
Still
learning.
learning.
Absolutely. But now you can
And
go ahead and
that's
proceed.
just the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. America would do well to agree on is if you're going to depend on government services or the welfare state when you enter this country, then you should not be permitted to enter the country. And I want to tell you something that surprised me. And I'm looking around to see if and I totally said it was respect their decision, it was their choice. But I'll tell you something that surprised me. And this is a positive. The Haitian community leaders who I met with here, I believe in dialogue. I told them may not agree with everything I say. You may or may not. Several of them had very compelling stories. One was a doctor, educated in Haiti, but they don't recognize the medical license here, so he put himself through nursing school, and he's actually making contributions to this community. I told him, here's my view, is that our communicable disease going up, or our social services strained, Medicaid running out of money and run very poorly, schools under strain. Well,
DC, I don't know if you said that. I am trying my best to not talk, man. Like
I know. He's a trigger man. He a trigger man. You know what he
I'm
is.
trying to leave it alone.
He's
I'm trying to.
he's a walking.
I should think I should play another video. Actually, I think
No.
let me start looking for another video.
No. This is gold. I want you to sit on it on this one because see here's the golden opportunity for someone to see where race runs into the narrative of basically um, the good old we can just basically act our way out of this so-called system that we got in this country. See what Vivek don't understand. We talked about it a long time ago. Vivek has a point of view problem.
It's just a
It ain't
blind
about
spot. It's a massive blind spot. It's a massive blind spot.
and it's
Trust me,
arrogance too.
I would love to live in this world. I would love to live in this world. That world does not. He really should be a Democrat, to be honest with you.
I was just about.
At this point.
That's where I was going. You just basically got there before I did. I was basically going there. That's where he belongs. He could be on bulwark. He could be on bulwark or the Midas touch and all those other kind of guys. And then, complain about immigration from that side of it and try to get it more. He can be a moderate Democrat. He don't have to be extra lefty liberal type of dude. He can be in that vein of where he's trying to get policies ran and things of the nature and to believe in all the goodness of America and stuff like that. And they would put enough shine on him to make him feel included. This what he's doing right here, the stuff that he got to bend and twist himself into. Yeah, they're looking at him like he an AI faction. Like he's basically like an AI prop. Like this is not even a real person. You're right. It's like one of those like Minority Report. It's like one of those illusions that you see on screen. And you see a computer picture. He's like one of those. Like he might as well be iRobot for speaking to them. Like he's not a real person. You know what I'm saying?
He thinks he's bringing something new to the table. He forgets
I
that
know.
Bobby Jindal came before him, and
Yep. Nikki Haley.
Yeah, Nikki Haley came before you. Like he's trying to pretend like he's this exclusive person. It's like, bro,
Nah.
there are 2.2 million Indian voters as of November of 2024. 2.2 million.
And Nikki is white passing, and she still can't get out of the classification. And she's white passing.
And she got the accent to go down pack with it.
I know. Yeah, it's tough, man.
But Nikki Haley is much more assimilated in American culture than Vivek is.
And she's accepted some of the things that are hard.
Because
she knows.
Well, she knows what it is. But
right, that's what I'm saying.
But you won't be confused in South Carolina. Ohio, I assume that you wouldn't be confused in Ohio either, obviously. And I'm like, maybe because it's Ohio. It might as well be Alabama. So I don't totally. It's probably one of the most racist states in the country. I don't know how I just don't understand how I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. It's just
I don't think you should be allowed. It was a difficult thing to say. You're in a room. You should be able.
Let's have an honest conversation. Yeah, let's have an honest conversation.
For the welfare state. What do you believe? And I'll give credit to actually people in that room. They thought about it, and to a person, there was at least 4 community leaders that that's fair. Actually, that's a fair way to look at this. And so my hope is that through open conversations, through actually speaking without fear, we actually not only solve the problems of this country, but dare I say, unite this country as well. That's what I hope to do tonight. So my friend Tiffany Justice is here.
It's tough.
I would just say this. We're not uniting anything. I'm on the right, y'all on the left. Fuck out of here. It ain't happening. Wrong times. That ain't right now. We know Kumbaya, not holding hands. We fighting for resources. We fight for access. We fighting for whiteness. We fight for survival. What the fuck is he talking about right now? What is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about?
He's talking about the American. He's talking about the American dream. You know what he's talking about?
We not coming together. There is no friends here. We're not coming together. I don't even know why we're having that conversation. It doesn't make any sense. That's not happening.
Well, he's the Republican. He's the Republican brethren talking, man. So he was sent.
I think he might be going rogue. Trump don't agree with these talking points.
Oh no, Trump don't care. You don't
agree with this stuff. I think he done went rogue on us. He went rogue, man.
I think I'm gonna do some more examination of JD.
Vivek is campaigning for 2028, man. I'm telling you.
I got an analysis that I want to say on JD Vance, but I'm gonna hold it. But I think the JD ain't what people think he is. I think JD posing.
The man's on his third name. I mean, that's
he's posing. Yeah, he's posing.
He don't even know.
Take questions from the audience. I promise not to talk too much.
So he may. I'm saying he may be friends with Vivek to a degree, and he may have sent them. Yeah, he may look at him as You know what I'm saying? He got sent by somebody. I don't think Trump. Yeah, I don't think Donald would have did it.
No. Trump doesn't want to turn the heat down. He wants to turn the heat up because remember something. This solidifies his argument. We're having an invasion. They're destroying our towns, our schools, our hospitals. They're taking our jobs. They're taking our housing. This is literally exactly what he wants to happen.
Call me the impeach. What do you say? What do you call himself?
President?
The border president. Call me the border president.
Yeah.
I'm the border
Yeah.
president.
I keep telling
I
people
take it
we have
gladly.
two things that are gonna happen. You're gonna have it's gonna be Republicans, it's the border, Democrats, it's abortion.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Nothing else. Just that. That's what's gonna win this
Oh,
election.
so we have streamlined. We didn't be looked up. We didn't be looked up the 2024 election. So it's abortion on one
I
side and
keep
it's
telling people,
immigration on the
stop
other.
worrying about all that other shit. It's two things that's happening. It's only gonna be two things here.
Okay.
I'll be glad.
Don't even waste your time worrying about it. If they kill the
If we have wanted to get some stuff, I'll tell you something that surprised me. The issue in this community, I will admit, is a little tougher than that, right? Because many of the people who are breaking the law at the southern border, I mean, they're sneaking back. There's one risk you can take, which is to censor yourself. The other risk you could take is you say too much and you might offend somebody in the process. Not the first. And that's how I think we're going to get our country back. So, my friend, Bill Plummer, good to see you.
Thanks, you guys. Let's hear it for Vivek. Spending time coming over here to help us out in Springfield. He's the man. He is the man.
They need to stop. I'm not gonna. Okay.
Do it.
Vivek, I'm a current lawmaker, so anything I can do for you guys in the state of Ohio, I know this is a big national problem. Feel free to call me. I'm also the former sheriff.
Just so you know, DC. Remember what I told you a few days ago about how we've left the debate. Do you see how Trump pulled us off of that? You notice how he did it, right? You watch it? Did you watch it how it played out?
Yeah,
he found something after that debate within about a day or two. He found something to shift
to hang
off.
on to. Yeah, to hang on to. Yeah.
We're only talking about this. Even though it came out of the debate, it was born out of the debate.
Right.
So I gave you that, but I said that was then. It has transitioned and morphed into its own thing.
Yeah,
We
so
have
it's a
moved
half and
on,
half.
and now this is about to be.
Well, we done moved on that he lost. Hold on, we moved on that he lost the debate, is what you're saying. That he got
works. It's all
that he got clobbered during the debate. Yes, true.
Yeah, so the Democrats obviously keep talking about it when they want to talk about it to use it for motivation, but the country, he's about to turn this into Katrina type stuff, like 9/11. Like he's gonna. I think if I'm thinking what's about to happen, I don't know yet, but if he goes there, this will be the only thing that anybody will be talking about. It will pretty much wash out, and Kamala's going to have to find something to combat this because the Haitians aren't going anywhere. The white folks aren't going anywhere, right? And there's going to be so many things you can pull from this that you can run on social media and in the news media. My question is this. Do you think that you can turn from this in a week or two? Can we move to something different, or will this be the final one? Will we sit here for the next X amount of weeks? Because you can maybe ride this for a little bit, right? Because I think that the initial folks that went there on the Democrat and Republican side, if J.D. Vance goes here, if Trump goes here, if other people come here, that would at some point maybe even force them to actually show up in Ohio, the Democrat, Kamala and Tim. And they might be put in a situation where they may not want to be in a situation, or politically speaking, do you ignore it and say, you know what, let them do what they do? We'll send our head people from different departments there, and we'll kind of keep a little bit of a distance. Or should they risk and go right into the belly and talk to these people? What do you think? Before I finish hitting play, because this could be a big pivot. I'm just taking some guesses right now. This might be a big pivot. It might be nothing. We might move on in a couple of days. But if Trump goes here, it's going to be something, and we're not going.
Well, no, I think this is the way he can segue into energizing that bottom half of his base that may not be motivated to vote.
They're
I
making
think
this a
that's what
fake
he's trying
crisis.
to do.
This is becoming a
I
quote unquote
I
crisis,
know,
bro.
but I think this goes back. I'm curious to hear what you have to say about this, Mike. But I'm curious. I think I'm going back to what you said yesterday. I think where you said that they can't run on the economy. That didn't get enough legs. That it just doesn't stand. It doesn't stand up,
The
and they
economy
can't
is
run.
roaring, bro. The economy is roaring.
I'm just saying they tried. I'm saying they tried it,
And the
but it
Fed
just
chair just closed it up. He just sealed all that up. That's over. That's
yeah,
over.
that hurt. That hurt tremendously. Yeah, but when he came out and did that. Yeah, we
Maybe
played that the other
April,
day
maybe
too.
April or June of 20. I
Yeah,
mean, maybe in 2025 June, second quarter, third
yeah.
quarter.
Because if I'm not mistaken, then the inflation and the you know what's that the what we call that? Not the inflation
Well,
rate, but the
inflation, inflation rates,
interest
interest
rates.
rates.
Interest
Right.
rates, all of it went down. So yeah, it's just
But it's
that's bad
steadily
news
going. It's
for
steadily going down, and prices are stabilizing. So
right. That's just bad
in
news.
real life, you can't argue it because we've adapted to the pricing. So we know the prices are high. So
Right,
we've adapted to the
right,
pricing. So you need prices to actually go up to make an
right.
argument, obviously, right? But they're going down.
So
So
like you said, they
nothing.
have
You
to
can't touch the economy right now. That's why JD Vance got
they
off of it when he mentioned it on Fox News.
right,
By the way, he kind of just
right.
said a little bit and then kind of moved on because
Yeah,
you
because
don't because when you
he don't have enough facts to run off of it.
well,
He
when
don't
you
have
cover
enough,
50, when you do 50 basis points cut like that, you don't know what more positive is going to happen in the next, say, I don't know,
right.
month and a half or whatever. Anything.
Exactly. Because they still was holding
The
on to the
market could
interest rates.
rally. You could see bumps in this or bumps in that. That's why I think some of the more right leaning news people were trying to really focus on. Well, are we going to see unemployment uptick? Because that might be the
Right.
only thing that might be a problem potentially. But anyway.
Now go ahead, Mike. What you think, man? Or what they have to run on? If you're still there.
No, they only have to run on the grievances of whiteness. That's all. They don't really have anything of legitimate to run on. Y'all played Jerome Powell's presser yesterday, and so
Right.
um, they really don't have. I mean, you got the Chips and Science Act. You got the infrastructure bill. You got bridges and roads being fixed in these red states that
I
badly
know.
needed it.
Sheesh.
It's hard to argue against this because when you want to pull up the record, you're going to see that Republican states, Republican controlled states, and Republican members of Congress and the Senate benefit greatly from the work that Biden has done. It's going to be impossible for these folks to do it, to try to run anything against it. And then you start talking about agriculture, you start talking about the farmers, you start talking about wind turbines and solar panels being put on these farmland, bringing in lots of revenue for these farmers. These farmers don't want to go back to
Yeah.
Republican
Alternative energy.
yeah, they don't want to go back to 2020 2016 to 2020. They don't want that sort of administration. They like what they're getting right now. They're getting a lot of subsidies. They're getting a lot of broadband rolled out to their areas. They're getting Starlink
Hmm.
from Elon Musk. They like all the niceties that Democrats have to offer, and so they're not really interested in that.
Paradox. Can you imagine the contracts that these people are getting right now, bro? Like the money that's going. I mean, woof. I mean, it's probably crazy right now, bro.
Ohio got like $2 billion out of the Chips and Science Act alone.
And nobody want that faucet to be cut off from the federal government. Nobody. It's
No.
just not realistic. So that's really what it comes down to. So the only thing that you can really attack the Biden administration on, and rightfully so, it's cool, is the immigration stuff. And being that they found this little bit of a gold mine, I think they're blowing their
Yeah,
load. Really, no paradox.
because they were going to pass the bill. Trump had the bill killed in the system.
He did. I know it's so vicious too, because you can tell when Kamala looked at him, this
It would have
mother,
been over.
she,
It would have been over. That shit is
it would
over.
have been off.
It would have been over.
She was like, this mother didn't get the bill passed. Like I would not even be talking to this dude right now. Like this would be it'd be this would not be a deal. But yeah, it's anyway, but we are where we at. But it's cool. I think this gets to push them to actually get a bill done immediately. Like that should be the first thing that they take care of when they get in office. I'm talking about the Harris and Walls administration. When they get in, that should be the first course of business for me because they already got things working. And then handle the Gaza and Israeli situation. But I don't know what paradox. I'm really at loss from words. Why are people trying to look for particulars on the national security apparatus when it comes down to well, like why are you thinking that somebody's going to give you a complete breakdown of what they're going to do for foreign affairs? We just be laughing like these people be like, well, what are you gonna do when you get to Obama? Like she's not gonna talk about what they talk about when they meet with these people to just somebody interviewing her. She's going to say what she just said. We're trying to get the deal done. Period. Don't worry about it.
I've been listening to
I'm not
undecided
gonna go
voters
into
and swing
detail about what we talk about with Putin and all these other people.
No, that's classified. That's classified.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I've been listening to swing voters and to undecided voters for the
Oh
last
man.
several weeks. And I'm gonna tell you something. Like you said, the things they be asking and the reason why they're not voting. I mean, they're gonna vote or not vote, and some of the things they're saying, and they're not. They're not gonna push back. They're just letting them talk, basically, right? Just getting feedback.
Yeah, just
And
let them
some of
talk.
the
Yeah,
reasons,
go ahead.
some of the reasons. I mean, they have to. They're doing whatever you call it. They're doing
Focus groups,
the
like you
poll.
said
They're
earlier.
doing the polling and the polling system. When you listen to the interviews, and
Yeah,
they're doing them every day, basically. So when you listen to all the interviews, you just thinking
yeah.
like,
This is what the people care about. So just let them talk. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, so this is what you're supposed to do because that's what you said. You don't want to just start assuming anything, right? When you find out what
Right,
each individual person, even though they're parroting heavy, by the way,
right,
because you
right.
can go on the internet and look at people's policies. You can just go Google this shit. I mean, like it's not even a, you know what I'm saying? It's like remember when Obama posted every single thing that they passed on the website, and everybody kept saying, "Well, he's not passing anything." It's like, well, you know, you just go to the website. It's like he passed like 700 bills. It was a
We have
crazy
done.
number. It was a
Mike,
crazy number of bills, bro.
Mike has done it. We have done it. We have done. I mean, like I said, like we you can go back in the archives and just look at the evidence that we have provided. Like we're not sitting up here trying to gaslight anybody. Like it's simple. Like look it up for yourself. Now, if you think that there should be more that's done, then you're talking extra progressive. You're not talking about trying to cut federal spending. If you think that the government should do more, which is what I hear people talk about, and I'm like, well, what country do you
Yeah,
think
but
you
you
live
got,
in? No, but
like I
I'm
said,
just saying though, because you got to
all
remember,
people, bro.
you got to remember though, paradox. Who we're talking to are not really people that understand what conservatism is. They don't understand what the basis of that means, which means that try to get out of our pockets as
I ain't
much as
gonna give it
possible.
up though. I ain't gonna give
I'm just trying to tell you.
it
See, you take it for granted. You think these people understand civics, and they don't. They don't, bro.
up. I ain't that
They
bright
remix
myself.
it. I'm saying, but they remix it.
Yeah,
They
there's no
remix it,
literacy
and
there,
they
or
try to
there's a form of literacy.
yeah. So they remix what they believe, and then they try to cultivate it into a talking point, and it ends up falling on his head because the reality comes out, and then you can't really run against the reality of the situation. Hence
Right,
the reason why they can't. Hence the reason why they can't run on those false narratives too long because at the end of the day it becomes where you got to admit, well, yeah, I'll just say anything to kind of I would do anything to kind of get these people grievances out because we're forgotten about. We're not. You just said it. He's basically admitting, yeah, these white people are basically forgotten about. We're not
right.
really motivated. We don't feel a part of the American experiment anymore because y'all bringing in these colored people to replace us.
Yep.
It doesn't look, you know
Game.
what I'm saying? Like that's really
Just that.
so that
Boom.
let's
Just
just
that
let's
simple.
come on now.
Boom.
And then
Boom.
you're gonna have Vivek sit up here and talk to us and tell us about what
My thing is
immigration is and what
this.
hold on, what our country should be doing. Can you imagine that? Our
He
country?
said it like he's one of them, our country. I be saying y'all country if I was him. In y'all country.
Nigga, you ain't no Democrat. Do you know what you
Unbelievable.
look like? Have you looked in the mirror, bro? That's why it's funny to us. That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
You
hey,
guys,
That's
you
hilarious.
guys keep talking like this, and it doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Claire. I'm sorry.
oh no, Paradox. I was just gonna say that I put 2 links in the back chat when you get a chance.
Okay. Right. And the other thing too is that, and like you said, I'm not doing a civics lesson or trying to explain. I'm really just not. I mean, do whatever you want to do, but under the two-party system, not to get into if it's anyway, I don't want to go down the road about the Constitution right now. But I would say this: under the two-party systems, individual people vote in. You could say they vote in different blocks, right? It's different groups of people, right? They vote in different blocks and they vote for different reasons. I that's the world that I live in when it comes to politics. I'm not trying to. I'm not. Some people worry too much, I guess, about, well, why are you voting this way or why are you voting that way? People vote the way they vote. And if you say, for example, right, if you are a white evangelical, right, odds are you going to vote for Republicans. Are you voting for them because of the economy? Are you voting for them because of, give me a list of things that you vote for them for, or you voting for a very particular reason? And the same if you are, like I said before, if you're a Catholic or if you are most Jews vote Democrat, right? Now Trump has been
That's right.
courting Jews for the last few months, if not longer than that, maybe for the last year, maybe. And he's telling them, what do y'all have to lose? Why are y'all voting for Democrats at 80 or 90%? I don't even know what the numbers are. It's such a high clip when they don't support you. And so, but Jewish people or that group of people, obviously they see benefits in supporting Democrats versus Republicans, even though they may have higher education, they may be more, which tend to obviously link to the left anyway, but they have higher education, they're entrepreneurs, they're business owners, they obviously want maybe more taxes, maybe they may want whatever they want, but obviously, or why? Let me ask you this question: why do you think so many Jews are Democrats? Let me ask that question to y'all too. Let me ask that. Let me ask a question instead of just talking.
It's the states that they live in.
Do you think it's just because of the states?
Yeah,
Okay.
most Jewish people in this country are highly educated, right? They're mostly
Highly
lawyers.
educated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mostly
East Coast,
lawyers.
West Coast.
Yep. And so they tend to live in they tend to go to school and live in states where Democrats make up the majority in the voting bloc. And so that's where they tend to be at. If you look at Netanyahu, he's a Brooklyn guy.
Uh-huh.
By way of what is it? What college is out there? Brandeis University, right? And so
Yep.
he's been through Massachusetts and whatnot. And he also has dual citizenship. And so there's that affinity. Same thing with Bernie Sanders. A lot of those other guys, they're Democrats. That's where they live, and
Yep.
that's how it's traditionally always been for them. So
Right, but
Who are the
also,
best?
go ahead.
What I was going to say, and I really want to ask this question: who are the best capitalists in this country?
I'm not even touching that.
There, your answer right there, bro. I don't care
I,
what I don't care what they
so,
say. They can stay in
I mean,
Maryland. They,
statistically they outperform. The numbers say they outperform,
right, right.
but
They know where the policies go, and they know how to get to the money, and they know what makes sense when it comes down to it. They're not gonna be trying to conserve anything when it comes down to
right.
spending, getting subsidies.
Well, not and not only. Well, I could say a lot of things, but I'm gonna kind of leave that out there for now. But about their culture, but it's interesting to say the least. I'll put it that way. But you have, like you said before, you have different groups who vote, and history plays a role in it, and things that happened obviously in the past or more recent history, and it has moved people to vote in large numbers, large groups for the left and for the right. And so let people do. People gonna do what they're doing. So I'm not trying to sway anybody, obviously. So, but typically speaking, if you have certain beliefs, then you may tend to vote right versus left. And if you have certain fundamental principles, you may tend to vote right versus left. And it just depends on what you're looking for right at the end of the day. And a lot of people on the left, large groups have very real reasons why they would always maybe most likely vote Democratic because of lifestyles and etc. So anyway, let me get back to this thing. I kind of got off subject there.
Montgomery County, so I understand the problems here. But Vivek's hit on a lot of it. I mean, we let the media grab the story about the ducks and the geese and the dogs and the cats. That's not the story. The story is what this is costing you guys, right?
Do you think they just want to be heard? Because I keep telling people, these people, no, Vivek is not going to give you no money. This dude right here, I think he said he's a former politician or something. They're not going to help you though. But it's like they want so much fucking attention. But when you look at the number, they're not offered. They're a drain on the system. But they're still whining and want attention. Why is nobody calling that shit out, man? It's crazy to me.
What this is costing the American citizen when your hospitals are full, we get new diseases here. You know, there's a lot going on that you guys should not have to pay for.
You know, they keep throwing that disease word around a lot too. I don't know if anybody's picked up on that though, but I've been hearing that a little bit more often. What are they talking about?
And I feel sorry for you guys. I'm right across in Dayton, Ohio.
Mpox.
That's where I'm at. And I see this migrating in my community. Okay. So we're with you guys in spirit. But Vivek,
I see this migrating in my community. This is oh boy. The language boys are serious.
A way to close these borders. You know, when I was a sheriff, we had 3 drug cartels in Dayton. Now I've got 9 cartels in Dayton. They're killing our kids with fentanyl. But thank you for being.
DC, wouldn't it have been nice for black folks in the 80s and 90s to blame the Latinos and whoever else was bringing in crack coke over the borders to blame them and not take personal responsibility in our dysfunction, quote unquote?
Would have been nice.
Because he said that shit like it was nothing. They're destroying our kids. It's not the kids. It's not the kids and the adults' fault. It's their fault.
Not the decision. Not how you raise them. Accept some accountability for once. God damn it, man. Jeez, that's what I hear all the time.
What do you mean, a whole life? As a matter of fact, you know what's so funny though? I've been using stuff like this against people that I know in my little world. I've been using this against, and these are people who are in their 60s and 70s, who used to talk crazy, by the way, in the 80s and 90s. I just been sending them these videos, stuff like this, snipping this up, and talk to them about stuff like this. I said, well, where is this? Where was this compassion at for us? Because they had y'all out here like monkeys talking crazy about us. Where was the compassion at?
For this community. These guys need leadership. They need love. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that, my man. Thank you for everything you're doing as a state rep. Appreciate that.
Anyway.
It's a good man serving this state.
Disgusting.
It's not a thankful job at all the time, but I appreciate that. We need more people to make.
What they should be talking about is we need to clean up these streets. We got too many drug addicts out here. We need to lock them up. I won't go on a rant though.
Make that sacrifice.
Boy, man. This is so funny.
I just wanted to come up and I know we're talking a lot about the immigrant population and stuff here, but I want to talk about like the veterans and the people of the actual Springfield. Like I was born and raised.
What we need to do in this country is to fix the VA once and for all. At University of Cincinnati, outside of University of Cincinnati, the VA there taking care of patients with PTSD who had served this.
You know something, DC, I'm gonna give you something. I don't know if I told you about this before. I think I may have mentioned it. I don't talk about it too much. But but when troops started to come home under the Obama administration, Obama was putting some things together to help veterans out. And do you know that a lot of veteran organizations said no to him? Do you remember any of that back then? Because no one really kind of brings that up though. But I thought that was a very interesting thing because I knew after during the war, obviously you're going to have a lot of people coming home and needing help. And historically, of course, we'll start setting up jobs for them, et cetera, right? Different benefits, different programs, just a whole gamut of things that get funded by the government, mostly for whites, because a lot of times blacks have to create their own organizations, of course. But anyway, to try to get something. But anyway, a lot of them said no. I always thought that was interesting when it comes to some of the veteran stuff.
This country's combat veterans as well. My wife's worked with the VA system. Here's the reality: is I think Wasn't planning to mention this in my introduction, but you brought this up and it relates directly to it, right? So I posted on social media about this event, and I wanted to be constructive in the community to set a tone where, and we didn't get to Ohio, so community here. So this is a story about this trip, just tells you about the power of bureaucracy in America. So we say, okay, maybe it's the hospital that's strained. So I call around city leaders, say, no, it's not really the hospital, it's primary care that's actually been strained the most. And there's some nonprofits working on primary care here. And so we offered a $100,000 gift to support those charitable efforts. And guess what got in the way? They turned down the gift, bureaucracy along the way. And I think that it has something to do with my, I can only speculate, it has something to do with my political perspective or otherwise. But I think that the reality is we need to put that to one side and say, if we have ways to solve problems, whether it's in the VA, whether it's in the private sector, whether it's in philanthropy, just get the bureaucracy out of the way. Private sector too, the people who actually are running the show are people who actually care about solving the problem rather than looking after their own optics or appearances. And if we do that, I think we're going to save the country. So thank you. Why don't you come on up, sir? Thank you. You can do whatever you'd like. You can go to the microphone, though. Helmet, though. That's good.
AGV, best helmet brand. Something just fired me up and told me that I needed to be here. I don't know if it was God or what. I was motivated by being scammed by a shady business. Drip season. So I've been in these streets working my butt off while working a normal job that I feel like I'm just struggling there. And just with all this stuff that's been going on in the community, it just makes it even harder, to where I've been so motivated to pull 60-hour days, 23-hour days out filming, giving back to the community. Chicken and waffles. Do you have a question? I thought you said I can talk about local.
But we've got a lot of questions.
I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick.
Yeah, super quick, and then we'll give some other people
so
a
the
chance.
the commissioner of the city said something that I thought was very inappropriate. To be honest, I don't know if it was businesses, and it's been going all around. Like, sorry.
No, you're fine. So you like to make the answer that.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was.
Yeah, he tried to troll him.
Hear people who we elect to actually represent the official you're talking about, but the reality is people loud. So in her case, for saying it out loud, at least I'll give her small partial credit for that. And as a small business owner yourself, if you are, that'd be good. I want to give a chance to this gentleman, and then we'll come back at the end. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you too. No, I appreciate you bringing it up, sir. Go right here, and then we'll come right here. Thank you.
Okay. Springfield's got a lot of great history. I believe it was this very building where Orville and Wilbur Wright came to see their attorney for a patent for the airplane. We have my trucks loaded, the last of my things.
So I told you, DC. Remember what I told you about that?
Outside. When I was a little kid growing up,
I get to catch up with that. Mess it up.
Nobody in this room knows about just a little piece of the great history of city of Springfield. I'm related to all of the well drilling companies in the 1970s. The well.
DC, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you?
Drilling companies in Springfield.
What did you tell him, Paradox?
Yep.
Huh?
No, go ahead. He asked you, what did you tell me?
Oh, that the way, just the minds of this culture, of these people's cultures, and how the failure. These are the failed people. So what they do is they tend to reminisce about what their parents or grandparents or great grandparents used to be, but they don't do anything. They're failures basically, but they live in those spaces. And I was telling DC a lot of that is the problem actually.
Yeah, they still living off the greatest generation and the so-called middle class that brought them out of poverty back in, after post the Depression era. They still living off the New Deal basically. Yeah.
Paradox, Renaissance is in the back.
He's up. And I was telling DC, I said, I'm telling you, man, trust me on this. That is literally one of the biggest problems. And no one will be honest with these people. They just won't be honest with them. And they're still not doing it.
Well, that's how you win. That's how you win with the slogan, "Make America what?"
Great again.
There you go.
The man is telling us stories about stuff that means absolutely nothing. It means nothing at the end of the day.
Those people, pretty much. I think all of those companies. And they, on their own dime, went to Haiti on their own dime and drilled the water wells that gave them fresh water to drink. And that came from Springfield, Ohio. And I don't think anybody knows it. It was just a little piece of history I'm proud of. Nobody would know that. We got a whole movie of it, but nobody's ever talked about it. But my family's dealing with some things. My sister got hit left of center. Somebody went left of center with no license and no insurance on my birthday a year ago. And so now the taxpayers are in it now for about $400,000, and she's had multiple surgeries and still can't walk. She didn't get to be there and hold her babies, her grandbabies that were all being born and things like that. And I have my issues with my health issues that's preventing me from working. And so you try to get into a hospital that's 100% capacity. And I hear that it's half, that a third, that one whole wing of it's HIV patients. Don't know, but you try to get your testing done, your MRIs, your X-rays. You try to get your EMGs. I scheduled an EMG on June 11th. I was still employed at that time. You know, they was very patient with me, but I just got my EMG just the other day. And so we're dealing with that's my own family and some of the things that we're dealing with. You know, it's something that's near and dear to my heart is the motherless kittens in the alleys of Springfield. Where's the mothers? Okay, there's the animal thing. If we can't care for the least of these and kittens, I don't think it's something for the Kamala should be laughing about.
I agree with you. Thank you, my man. What's your name? Kevin. Thank you. Thank you. Give this man a round of applause.
DC, we got to get on something else, bro. I can't do this no more. I can't, man.
Wait, Paradox, have you gone over the Mark Robinson article?
No. I think Mike sent it over. I think he sent some stuff in the back.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting for a social conservative, MAGA social conservative.
I know he said what he said.
From Win with Black Women is what inspired all the other groups. So White Dudes for Harris raised a bunch of money. Be the badass Black women.
Airball 2024, let's go!
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose.
Tonight, we're calling on people from across our great country who are fired up for Vice President Kamala Harris. After an electrifying Democratic National Convention, Kamala Harris raised record-breaking campaign donations, became a viral sensation, and then the world watched her step into her power and dominate that debate.
You're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
In an unprecedented surge, grassroots coalitions have organized in lightning speed, creating a tidal wave of support.
Black women, were you last night?
It all started the night Kamala Harris announced her candidacy. Advocacy group Win with Black Women, a collective of thousands of Black women leaders from around the country, founded by Joteka Edie, hosted a Zoom call to support the campaign. Within hours, they raised $1.6 million and had so many people on the line, they almost broke Zoom, y'all.
I was on Zoom with 44,000 other Black women who were all focused on getting this woman to the White House.
Win with Black Women was the original spark that inspired over 100 other groups to organize their own Zooms for Kamala, like Win with Black Men, White Women Answer the Call, White Dudes for Harris, Jewish Women for Kamala.
Be the badass Jewesses that I know you all are.
Comics for Kamala.
She is the president America needs.
Swifties for Kamala.
First of all, I am a Swiftie.
Even cat ladies for Kamala.
Come on, cat ladies.
Tonight, for the first time, we are uniting all the groups together in one place with a single purpose: elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States.
Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Good evening. Boy. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Everybody on screen, thank you. Thanks for joining us for this very special event, Unite for America! And that's exactly what we're doing live tonight, uniting from Farmington Hills in Oakland County, Michigan. We have 400 people in our audience and thousands more. Hello, all of you on screen. Hello, everybody on screen. Thousands more joining us on screen. And I am here because I care deeply about the future of our country. And I know that all of you do too. You care about the future of our country. And we just saw on this tape this grassroots, people-powered movement behind Kamala Harris has unleashed a unifying force unlike anything we've seen in politics in a very long time. And I know lots of people are feeling it because it actually is hope and joy rising. And there's been a, can you feel it? You can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. We can feel it. We can feel it. You can feel it. You can feel it. There's been so much talk. There's been so much talk about that word joy. And I think it's such a good thing because it means that there is a real feeling of optimism and hope, making that comeback, as Michelle Obama said, for this new day that's no longer on the horizon. The new day is actually here. We're in it. We're living it. So let me tell you how this event began. I was on the phone with Joteka Edie, founder of Women with Black Women. We're going to be talking to her a little later on. And we were talking about all the groups inspired by Win with Black Women who had 47,000 women on one call 3 hours after Kamala Harris announced that she was going to be running. 3 hours afterwards, 47,000 women were on the phone. And Joteka and I were talking, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together, because that phone call inspired all the other groups. And so we said, wouldn't it be great if we brought all the groups together at one time? And that's why we're here. So we have the Cat Ladies for Kamala here. Rural Americans for Harris. Caregivers for Kamala. Train lovers for Harris Waltz. I didn't know there were train lovers. Train lovers, chefs for Kamala, love that group. Republicans for Harris, love that group even more. We've got Swifties, where are you? Swifties for Kamala! And in addition to thousands of you all who I am just meeting here tonight on screen, I see some faces I recognize. There's Brian Cranston. Hey, Brian.
Hey. Hello, hello, hello.
Where are you? Brian Cranston. I hear Chris Rock is in the house. Chris, where are you? Chris Rock is in the house. Ben Stiller, Jennifer Lopez, Tracy Ellis Ross. Jennifer Lopez. Where are you, Jennifer? Yes! Tracy Ellis Ross, where are you? Tracy Ellis, where are you on the screen? Tracy Ellis. Julia Roberts, where are you? And Miss Meryl Streep is in the house. So glad to have all of you familiar faces and those of you who are not yet familiar to all of us. Okay, Brian, so happy to have you here tonight. Brian Cranston, what do you want to say? Why did you want to join us here tonight?
I'm just smiling from ear to ear, Oprah. I have never felt this much joy and optimism in a campaign in a long time. So I'm just so appreciative of Kamala to be able to bring back that sense of optimism and to squash the cynicism and the vitriol and the rancor that just seems to be floating all around Washington. And I hope that we're going to ride this wave into Washington. I'm here to support. I can't be happier than this candidate. I think she's going to be a terrific president.
Thank you, Brian Cranston. So, thanks, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from London. Chris Rock, so it's the middle of the night there. You're the one who told me, remember, Chris and I ran into each other this summer, and Chris, no matter where you meet him, he's funny. He goes, there's going to be weeping in the streets. Are we ready for the weeping in the streets? When Kamala Harris becomes president of the United States of America. Weeping in the streets. What do you want to say, sir?
I've always been a fan of Kamala, even back when she was running for, I remember writing her a check when she was like the district attorney for something. Maybe it was to get out of a parking ticket or something. But I've been writing her checks for a long time. And I just want to bring my daughters to the White House to meet this Black woman president.
That's a reason. That's a reason.
That's the reason. I think she would make a great president. And I'm ready to turn the page, man.
Yeah.
All the hate, the negativity, it's got to stop.
Yeah, we're so sick of the negativity. Thank you so much, Chris, for being up this early in the morning in London. Thank you. Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, I heard you were on the Comics for Kamala, and so I want to know where all the comics Kamala?
They were, and I didn't outdo anyone. I was probably the least fun of all the comics. But it was really, I mean, it was great though, because everybody was so energized. And I mean, I got to go to the convention and see her speech, which was just incredible, and feeling that energy, feeling kind of going from a stop Trump mode into a go Kamala mode, the people starting to.
DC, I'm gonna give you a pass on this one. Keep my mouth shut, okay?
Go ahead. What were you about to say? Go ahead, speak. What you got to say?
Now I'm just take my notes. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing.
I don't.
I'm just gonna let it ride. Okay, like that. No,
I don't.
No. I'm good. I'm just. All right, Democrats. All right on there.
But you know, there's two sides to this thing now. You got to remember that there is
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna mess with it.
There's the celebrity side. Now, like I said, man, that's part. That's part of that. Hold on, no. Well, I'm telling you, I ain't like you. I ain't all for whatever we do is what I support. I'm not like that. So I ain't, I'm gonna speak ill on some of that I do not like. And some of this right here, I'm not a big proponent of at all.
I love the show, baby. I love the show. This is how you move minds, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this though. I know someone that's on the red side that used to love being in these same kind of events too. Because if he still had the D on his side, guess what he would be? He'll be one of those. Donald, are you that? Oh, he'll love it. Oh man, ham it up, bro. I think he misses it, to be honest with you.
I mean, for For better or for worse,
as he should miss it. It's fine.
I mean, for better or for worse, this does move the needle with people. They've studied it. Influence.
Oh yeah. This is going. Paradox knows that. Yeah, this is to me, man. With
This is what
I mean,
this is what
with
we've been waiting
Oprah.
for.
Yeah, with Oprah doing this is yeah. This is gonna probably this is that stuff that she did for Biden. I mean, not Biden. I'm sorry, for Obama.
Yeah,
when he
this is
ran.
what 08, right? That's the only time I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah. So they'll
And,
roll her out.
you know, I have a 20
No, go ahead, play it.
19-year-old daughter, 19-year-old son is going to be voting in his first election. My daughter's, you know, her reproductive rights are incredibly important. Standing up for.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. And I think
standing up for.
Yeah, I think what Chris said, we're ready to turn the page. Thank you, Ben Stiller. So we are all together, united for one cause, and that is to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. Joteka Edie is here, and you describe Win with Black Women as a collective love letter to ourselves. I know you all been doing this a long time. I was on a lot of calls with y'all in 2020, but we ain't never seen nothing like this before, right? Stand up, tell us what is happening. Explain the power. Explain the.
I know this is a hard watch for y'all, so I do apologize in advance.
Power of what happened 3 hours after Kamala, we knew that she was going to step into this candidacy.
First of all, Oprah, this is amazing to just be united. And that night, Black women everywhere, we knew one thing. We wanted to gather in our joy, and we knew that we needed to get to work. And on that night, Black women, the 44,000 on that Zoom, and the additional 50,000 Black women and our friends that joined to watch that Zoom, what we knew was that it was a moment in our country to show what Black women have always done. That love letter that I often speak of. That love letter is a letter that started years before any of us in this room, you, myself, were even born. And it started by Black women years ago who knew this moment would be here, but they worked and they knew they wouldn't see it, but one day we would. And I just think that it is an honor for all of us to be able to usher in this moment, knowing that those who watered this mighty field are now allowing us to eat of the fruit. Of the trees that is there.
Thank you so much. And so, as I said, that call from Win with Black Women is what inspired all the other groups. So White Dudes for Harris raised a bunch of money. Lead organizer Ross Morales Roquetto is here, right? Ross? And I hear that my producer told me you've been working in politics a long time, and that really for more than 20 years, and that you said you hadn't seen anything like this.
I haven't seen anything like this since 2008.
Yep.
When
So this passes for white now in America, DC? You quiet over there?
Wait, he's not considered white? Who is this?
That's what I'm checking with DC. Just so I'm checking.
No,
His
I mean
name
he's
is
not.
Ross Morales Roquetto. Maybe Italian. I don't know. Looks Spanish to me though.
I mean, you have
Morales.
You have those white Hispanics. So
well, DC does the classifying. That's why I was checking with him. I guess he must be busy.
President Obama was elected, and when he got elected, it was about a newness and a hope. This time, it's about an exuberance and an excitement that you only get from hard-fought wins and hard-fought losses and knowing what's at stake. And that's why we're not going back.
That's why we're not going back. We're not going back. Thank you, Mr. White Dude. Thank you so much. Khalil Thompson is the founder of Win with Black Men. Khalil, what do you want Black men to know about this election?
Well, thank you, Oprah and Ms. Winfrey, for allowing us to be here and share in this.
I need DC. Where is DC at, Ron? You need to get on the line. Did you drop off? Because I need a reaction. Where is he at? Get your ass back on his line.
Oh, he looks like he dropped down. No, he's back. He's back.
I know you're gonna be quiet now. I told you I'm gonna give y'all a pass today. That's why I couldn't wait for this. DC,
Wait.
I mean,
A pass for what?
it's an inside thing with
Oh, okay.
I just need him to, I guess he must be busy or something, but
I will say this paradox with all the hype that has come around with this, all the celebrities, all the smoke, you can't Kamala's putting a lot of pressure on her to perform. Like if you talk to most people, I think like they would say they were disappointed with the Obama years as far as like what he ran on and what they actually got. I think most people would say they're
I'm so sick of hearing people talking about what they got. I ain't gonna hold you,
no. I'm not talking about like the cynical, we want tangibles, things like that. You know, like I said, when you generate, it's a marketing thing. When you generate this much excitement for something, you cannot overpromise and underdeliver. That's the worst thing you can do. And I feel like with Biden, he just kind of ran on, it's going to be normal again, and then he over-delivered. So it's kind of like you can kind of look past, even though I think his foreign policy has been horrible, and I think he's kind of gotten a pass for that because he's done so well on domestic issues.
So you're talking about people who do politics, right? Not just anybody.
Yeah, I'm talking about
because when you say things about, when somebody says that, I joke about the Obama years, of course, but when people say that nothing has got, nothing that, I didn't get anything or whatever.
Yeah. No.
I would really have to dig into who the person is and where they're coming from with that individually.
Yeah.
Because if the country's moving forward, if you're making corrections and fixes and solving problems, it's the federal government. So I don't really know what anybody's individually, but they're actually asking for. If roads are getting built, if the train's on time, if the planes are flying, if you're not being hit by terrorist attack, if your economy is going through something and that gets resolved, you can critique how it got resolved, but it got resolved if things stabilize. If protections are in place, if people are able to get to do business, to do contracts, if certain policies are moving to make sure that people can get to work on time, right? I mean, we can just keep. It's just an endless amount of things. Making sure you turn your water on, your water's running, right? Electricity is coming on all over the country. We can just keep going on and on and on. A lot of countries around the world are protected, not at war. They're safe. We're funding a lot of people to make sure that they don't misbehave, and the diplomacy that has to happen on scale. So individual people with very small brains are maybe not able to grasp the concept of having to manage an entire planet. I don't really know where people are coming from individually when you put the weight on yourself and say, well, let me put myself in that position and say, well, what am I in control of? What am I managing? And I'm trying to manage something through a certain time period, right? I get 4 or 8 years to maintain something.
Well,
I'm just one piece in a puzzle to continue the country going in a certain direction. Hard stop. Anything more than that, you're asking for too much. Take a look at yourself, figure your own life out. I can't do it, bro. I can't.
But the problem with that is that's still a messaging and a managing of expectations, because when you put all this excitement out there and run on hope and change and bring all these celebrities out and raise all you can't do all that and then have people be like, okay, things return to normal. That's going to be
considered your own ignorance. That is your own ignorance. You don't do politics. I can't help you. I'm just saying, it doesn't really matter. But he got his 8 years. He got his legacy. He did his job. Hard stop.
But here's
the rest of it's irrelevant anyway. Nothing else really matters anyway.
But here's the thing.
At the end of the day,
most don't you agree? Most people don't do politics. We're like the 5%.
Don't worry about. That's what I keep telling DC. I can't worry about though. I'm in the political world. I don't care about that other shit. Whatever it is what it is. Don't care. It is what it is.
But here's the problem.
If you don't understand it, I can't do anything about that. There's plenty of people that you can listen to on the internet or go live your life however you want. I don't care. If you're not in politics, it's the wrong channel. Do something else. I don't have time.
No. I'm not saying it's even the channel. I'm talking about like the overall like how you were going to, because at the end of the day, like I said, we're kind of the.
It's not my fault if you individually thought you was going to get whatever you thought you was going to get and you didn't. I don't know what to do with that information. That's a personal problem. The job of a politician is to sell an idea to get you to vote for them. That's the end of it. If you played yourself, then you played yourself. That's on you. Take accountability and responsibility. I'm not talking to them. I'm not trying to solve and make them understand anything. If they got played, they got played. That's on them. What are we wasting our time talking about that for?
Because that's the majority of people you got to go get to vote for you.
Well, what do you want politics? But Obama won. What are we talking about? He won.
Correct. He won.
Now I would talk with you about Obama in the sense that if he lost, right? Yeah. If he lost, it's
Correct.
like, oh, well, then he should have been. He did too much.
Correct.
He should have maybe said some things that where people got. He didn't. He won.
But
back to back.
Correct. No, he won. I'm talking about the greater politics, body politic of Black America, of the Democratic Party, even Republican Party. See, that's why I think Republicans have the edge on. They can play on your cynicism because you're 100% correct. Even if someone got that wrong and they had the wrong expectations, you're giving fire, you're giving ammo to your enemy if you, who are running on hope and change, do not find a way to manage that expectations. Because, like I said, that's how so many people operate.
But like you said, that you cannot help people who don't do politics, who have a hangover, which is going to be a massive hangover when Trump can't run them. You understand that, right?
Oh, I don't think
it's going to be a massive hangover. It's going to be a massive hangover. And the Republican Party is going to go through a metamorphosis. What Trump can't keep running. He has to die. He has to quit. So my point is that it's going to be a hangover, meaning that they're going to be leaderless. What do we do now? Who do we go to? What are we going to do? Our leader is now gone. There is going to be a hangover. There's going to be a loss there. And then they're going to have to adjust, adapt, figure it out, be upset, angry, depressed. Not my problem though, but that's what they're going to go through, of course.
But now you don't.
The same thing with Obama, the same thing with whoever. And then when Reagan ran, whoever it might be, when people fall in love with people, especially leaders, like they're kings and they're really not kings, of course, they're just doing the job. Human beings have that flaw and it plays itself out. And you can also take advantage of it. But that's just the reality of it though. I don't have time to it's just, I don't just think it's nothing to talk about. I'll be honest with you. I just don't. I mean, grow up, figure it out. I don't know what to say, to be honest with you.
No, go ahead.
Amazing moment tonight.
But I wanted DC to answer for this video, but he done went solid on me though.
Brothers, men who are watching this and enjoying this moment, you have a choice. I choose experience and fortitude over.
This is that 15% that they're going to take, DC, and put the black male vote at 90, just to put that out there. These are the people that's going to take that number that should be Trump's, and I think it's going to go to Kamala.
Something else. I come from a litany of amazing Black women, Kathy, Jahan, Megan Janelle, and I have an amazing 7-year-old CEO who runs my life. Hopefully she at home finished her homework. But we have a chance to do a performance review and give a promotion to the best qualified candidate to be president of the United States.
Okay, so let me just ask you this. Sorry. On the way here, when I was coming through the airport, black man stopped me and he said I guess he knew I was coming here for something like this. And he goes, well, I'm just tell you, I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump because he gave me that check. And so I've heard that from several people that I got the check, he gave us the check. And so therefore, forget about everything else. It's about the checks.
Well, what he doesn't know is that Congress actually paid for the check and the American people paid for it. 45 just signed it, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, there's a.
So what do you want to say to that kind of thinking? Because a lot of people feel that way.
We're not a monolith. You can have your viewpoint and views for where you believe, but I think choosing, if I have the choice to go into someone to make the best decision for my family, I don't want someone who has 34 convictions. I don't want someone who is going to choose hate over choosing the best possible way to unite us as a country. And so I see Vice President Harris as being the best person to do that.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Shannon Watts. is the organizer of White Women Answer the Call. Shannon, what do you want to say? What do you want to say specifically to white women in Oakland County, white women throughout the United States about this moment?
DC, the monster is about to speak. Are you there? Or are you still off the line?
Answering the call.
Even if you are a white woman who is voting for Kamala Harris, that's not enough. You have to get off the sidelines and do the work like Black women and Black men have been doing for decades, and follow the lead of people like Jotega Edie, whose lead we followed on our call. We have to be waking up every day and phone banking and knocking doors and sending texts, but most important, we have to be persuading the white women in our lives. We may be part of the 47%, but we know the 53%. They're our mothers and our sisters and our friends, and we have to tell them to vote not just in their own self-interests, but in all women's best interests.
Right, and so that's what tonight is all about. Tonight is all about leaving this moment here and figuring out what it is you can do in your own home, in your own community, in your own district to spread the word and spread the vote. So Bianca Shaw is the youth director for South Asians for Harris. What are you hearing from the South Asian community?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I want to start off and say, when I answered that call that I would be here, I said me. Are you sure? Because I cannot believe it, but thank you so much. South Asians for Harris, we are an official, AANHPI campaign affiliate with the group. And I just want to say that the aunties, the uncles, the students, we're coming out in numbers we've never seen before, out to mobilize for Kamala Devi Harris in this campaign, because not only does she represent, our South Asian heritage, our love for Italy, but she also represents the values that, our parents, our grandparents immigrated to this country to keep and maintain. And she does that so well, and we need to maintain that.
Thank you. It's about the values. I'm with you. Thank you. Okay, before the vice president joins us, I want to bring out a local Michigander. I love saying Michigander around here. She's known as Big Gretch. Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Fresh in a new tray, and that's Big Gretch. Something buff on her face, that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stretch.
Gretchen Whitmer. We're so happy to be in your state.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Yes, and we want everybody who can vote, obviously, to vote, but it's very important for women. So what do you want to say to women?
Well, this is going to be a big, close race. Michigan is always tight. We know we're feeling good, but we got to translate that feeling into action. We deserve a leader who is strong and kind. It's not mutually exclusive. And that's why I think this moment is so important for all of us today, but for our kids and future generations too. There's so much at stake here, from our individual reproductive freedom to the ability to get ahead and make a good living and take care of your family. That's all on the line this election.
Yes, strong and kind.
Yes.
Isn't that a notion? And what can Michigan do to help get Kamala Harris to the White House?
I think we've got to do the hard work. In 2016, we were short 11,000 votes. That's 2 votes per precinct, which tells you that a conversation you have with a loved one or a neighbor or a fellow parishioner, whomever in your life you can talk to, we've got to do it. Do something, as Michelle Obama said at the convention.
Well, this is what we're doing tonight. We're doing something. Thank you for allowing us in your
Thank you.
state. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a seat there. Thank you. Right there. I want to bring in right now the chair of the Harris Waltz campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon. Jen, hello. Hi. Have you seen anything like this? Isn't this great fun?
It's amazing.
Tell us what needs to happen from this day until November 5th.
So first of all, this campaign is so inspired by the grassroots organizations that have come together like this, and it is making us stronger as a campaign to work together. We wouldn't be here without them today. We have 47 days left, and you all know the stakes or you wouldn't be here. And while we have this extraordinary growing enthusiasm that the Vice President and Governor Walz are seeing everywhere, we are still in a margin of error race. It's tied. It's tied right here in Michigan. It's tied in all the battleground states. So it's going to take all of us to build a pathway, many pathways to 270 electoral votes. That's what we're focused on in the campaign. In every state, we have to register more people. We have to mobilize our voters to turn out to vote. And then we have got to go persuade those people that still don't know enough about the vice president and her vision for the future. And if we do that together, all of us, we're going to get over the top, but it's really going to take all of us. And to make sure that you're working in your own lives, have those hard conversations in big and small ways. We're going to inch our way over the finish line because we're going to be able to do it together.
And don't you need money?
Well, we do. We do. And these groups need money too. All of us do, because the work is happening on the ground and in the communities. So if you want to help in any way at all in the campaign, go to go.kamalaharris.com. But if you want to help and not be formally engaged with us and join any of these groups here, that's what we need too. It's going to take all of us.
Yes, and I think that everybody on the screens, everybody in this room, everybody who's listening, you become your own grassroots organization when we leave this moment that we're sharing here tonight, and you do what you can in your community. It's not enough just to join us all. We love having you here, but the rah-rah moment is going to end, and then we need to get to work. We need to get busy. Okay, thank you, Jim. I have to just say this, that the social media team for the Harris campaign has been killing it. They have been killing it. I think that team helped spark this people-led movement. And here's a short look at the rallying cry across social media.
I'm watching the Kamala Harris rally right now, and wow, I'm like crying.
So Tony and I just got done knocking 48 doors in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Majority, if not all, independent Republican libertarian doors.
Republicans for Harris is growing explosively too. We just need to get back to a place in this country where we can have disagreements and have them still be respectful.
I'm here with Richard, a 77-year-old registered Republican who's going to be voting for Kamala Harris.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Obviously, a narcissist just doesn't stand for anything that I stand for.
What issues are most important to you personally?
First of all, not electing a felon to the White House.
I'm voting Harris Walls and a blue ticket all the way.
In 2020, only 50% of young eligible voters actually showed up, and that was record-breaking. So if you really want to be Brat, you better be showing up in droves in November.
We are with her. And she slipped up.
I voted for Nikki Haley in the primary. I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. That's the right choice for America in 2024.
Let me tell you, it is about character, and it's about decency and respect and all the things that we were raised to believe about what it means to be an American citizen and pursue the American dream. And if that is important to you, I hope whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or...
I was raised by my...
Welcome, Kamala Harris!
The cats, they're eating...
You can in your community. It's not enough just to join us all. We love having you here, but the rah-rah moment is going to end, and then we need to get to work. We need to get busy. Okay, thank you, Jim. I have to just say this, that the social media team for the Harris campaign has been killing it. They have been killing it. I think that team helped spark this people-led movement. And here's a short look at the rallying cry across social media.
Indoors.
And a blue ticket.
Respect and all the things that we were raised to believe about what it means to be an American citizen and pursue the American dream. And if that is important to you, I hope whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in the middle, you will choose to vote your values, because values are on the line in this election. And in no other country on this earth could her story unfold the way it has. From a child of immigrants to big sister to McDonald's worker, there is hope for y'all. District attorney, a wife, and mamala, to senator, to vice president, Please welcome Kamala Harris. So welcome to hello, Madam Vice President. Hello, welcome to Michigan.
It's so good to be back. And Governor, thank you for everything you are and everything you do for this state. Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Can you see this? We have 1,000 screens here representing people from all over the country.
Hi, everyone.
Can you feel? Can you feel? Can you feel it? Can you feel the joy rising in here?
I can, and I have to tell you, there's so much that I love about our campaign because it really is about the people. And I look around at these screens, Oprah, I look at who's in the room, and this is America.
This is
America. You know, I was saying with a group of friends earlier, I think in this moment where we've dealt with so much that I think is quite exhausting around powerful forces that would try and divide us and try us to have us as Americans pointing fingers at each other.
Yes.
That this movement that is about reminding each other that we have so much more in common than what separates us is so critically important. And this is about the strength of who we are as Americans. And this movement that we're in about, as I like to say, seeing in the face of a stranger, a neighbor.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes, yes.
An extension of love thy neighbor, that you literally in the face of a stranger see a neighbor.
Yes.
And approach each other with that level of dignity and grace and kindness.
Well, that's exactly what happened with the Win with Black Women. I know you've known Joe Taker for many years.
Thank you, my
That's
dear.
exactly what happened.
He started it.
Is that they had this big call. They had the big
It's
call.
your fault.
They had the big call and then said, let's open the door.
Yeah.
Let's open the door and invite everybody else in, and everybody actually came.
Organically,
Yes.
organically. Like this is the beauty of our country. You know, there's so much at stake in this election. And ultimately the question before us is, what kind of country do we want to live in? And the beauty of a democracy, as long as we can hold on to it, the beauty of a democracy is each of us has the power. Each of us has the power to answer that question.
That's right. Everybody on this call and beyond has the power. But can I just start with this?
Yes, please.
I have to say this because in all of my private conversations, Gail, and I've said this 100 times, and everybody is saying it, you all have said it, I know you have. It seems to us that something happened to you the moment Joe Biden, President Biden, stepped aside and withdrew his candidacy, that a veil or something dropped and you just stepped into your power. I mean, literally, looking at you at a speech like the week before, which was a great speech, very nice. And then the next week, I saw you walking in the thing. And I said, what happened to you?
You know, we each have those moments in our lives where it's time to step up.
Time to step up.
Time to step up, you know?
Well, the moment you heard, I mean, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did that actually, did you feel like that?
I felt a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose. But I mean, we're all here and you all are taking time out of your busy lives, everyone here, everyone on the screen, because there really is so much at stake. You know, I have spent the majority of my career being concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
As I've said, in my career as a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard that.
You know?
Touch me.
And traveling this country and knowing what is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms, what's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And the incredible power of the people, right? Who, you know, I'm not the only leader in this. We're all leaders in this. This is so much bigger than me.
Mm-hmm.
It's about who we are as Americans. And it's about making clear what we stand for. And what we stand for is, it is about the ideals upon which we were founded, including the importance of freedom and the importance of independence and the importance of dignity and purpose. But it is also about what we stand for in terms of our values. I think of it this way.
I think a lot boils down to values. I just said values are on the line here. Yes.
It does. I mean, think about it, Oprah. The idea that some would suggest, and that my opponent suggests, which is that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. Come on. The real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. And it's important for us,
absolutely,
to articulate that.
You know, ever since the debate, we feel for our fellow citizens in Springfield. Do you not think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian families, the non-Haitian families, everybody having to deal with this lie that has endangered the lives of Haitian people and anybody who looks Haitian? Everybody in America feels for that. And everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration.
Yeah.
And I'm told that Justin, where are you in the audience? Justin.
Hello.
In our audience.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
You live in Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't love saying hello, Madam Vice President.
I do.
What's your question? It's an immigration question.
Question for you is, when you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be
prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on.
Okay.
I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people. Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. Let me tell you, those border agents are working around the clock. It would have just been about giving them some support and relief, which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl. And I'm looking at people from all over the country here. So I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country and addressing that extraordinary and tragic issue in terms of its effect. The bill would have allowed us to have more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. And it would have been part of the solution. And Donald Trump called up those folks and said, don't put that bill on the floor for a vote. He blocked the bill, and you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And he has put his personal political security before border security. Because understand, even in the intervening months, what that bill would have done to give support to folks who care about this issue. And this again gets to the point about what does leadership really look like? And is it about you or is it about the people?
Right.
Is it about running on problems or fixing problems? My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely. And when I am elected president of the United States, I will make sure that bill gets to my desk and I will sign it into law.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Listen to this. A majority of young Americans, 18 to 34, say that the cost of living is their top issue ahead of the election. Let's take a look.
Groceries are extremely expensive right now.
I don't understand how people are affording life right now.
For so many Americans, the high cost of living is their top concern this election.
Wage rate $435 to last until the end of the month. Okay?
What?
In Philadelphia, Rachel and Garrett say they have to watch every penny.
When I think of middle class, I think about people who are able to just get up and go and do things within their means and like not extravagant things, but be able to get up and go to dinner whenever they want, or maybe take that trip, that long weekend trip. We don't have that luxury.
By a long shot, her tax plan is phenomenal. No glaze.
DC, are you there? Are you still busy?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to. Yeah, you know how to get to police together, so you already know. I'm here. I'm listening, though.
You still? Oh, okay.
No. I can talk for a minute. I just don't want to talk too loud. But trying to get to sleep. But go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying these are the kind of parts of this stuff I be talking about. Shit like this is this country has to make a decision. That's what I mean. I don't care about the Democrat Republican shit necessarily when it comes to a lot of this shit, because do you think this country can do a UBI? Because these people living in fucking fantasies, bro.
They're gonna have to be.
This chick is here and said, "Well, I thought in the middle class that you could just go or have." Bitch, you ain't in the middle class. You ain't in the middle class. Who's telling you you're in the middle class?
People been lied to about that. I don't know what they thought that was, but yeah, I mean,
maybe your parents are in the middle class. Shit.
Literally, that middle class, basically, maybe from the 50s to the 70s.
Grand, yo. You gotta make it $100,000, bro. You gotta.
I would say even more. I would say even more than that. I would lean towards maybe, because you got, if you're in the middle class, basically
maybe
you are in between.
In a smaller town.
You're in between the wealthy, the large middle. See, when you say the middle class, they make it seem like you're in the large middle, but really you're just in the large floor. You're just the large above the floor. That's really where we at.
Well, nobody's saying nobody's. Well, let's be honest here, in my opinion. Now, we're not talking about politicians. People in finance, people in the real world, they're not saying anything. Everybody know what it is.
Right.
My point
is
they know
most people. They know most people in this country and around the world are living basically wherever they at, check to check. They know this.
There's nobody. It's not that.
They know.
It's nobody's job to tell you. People need to take accountability. I'm not speaking about broad. People got to take. No one told you was in the middle class. Is my whole point. Is what I'm trying to say. Is that you're just assuming something individually.
You're assuming.
Well, I thought because of this, and this, I should be able to do this, and this. Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm in this class and I can't do those things," and that's it. Because I'm gonna tell you something: politicians is not solving that, bro. Democrats and Republicans ain't solving that, and the only answer would be literally UBI checks to offset, which will run a much bigger deficit, which would be an insane amount of deficit.
You know what they decided? No, listen, Paradox. What they decided ever since the 80s, I know in this particular country, is that they was going to subsidize the rest of the population. They made the decision.
How do they do it though? How are they going to do it?
But I'm saying,
you said the Russians. Oh, you said Americans or the Russians? Who are you talking about? I missed something right there.
I'm talking about America. That they made a decision. That they made a decision to say mostly everybody here in this country is going to be poor. They're not going to be upwardly mobile and have a house and all that kind of stuff. Most of the people that's going to be here are going to be the working poor.
Yeah, 90%.
That's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we've been.
The middle class, as what we describe, is a very small population in this country.
The middle
Very
class
small.
left in the 70s, 80s maybe.
Yeah,
It was
that's
gone
what I'm saying. And they
by the
and they ain't
80s.
coming
It was
back.
gone.
And they're not. And they're
There's
not
no such
coming
thing as the middle class. Really. Be honest with you. I'm just saying it is. I don't really think it's the middle class at all.
Nah, that's never. Yeah, you have to be so. When you talk about that, you're talking about people that have like two houses, a stable income, one job being missed doesn't actually crater you. Somebody being sick in the family, you are stable. You are solid
No, what you're talking about is a
financially.
union job or a federal job that you don't get laid off or fired for the most part, and you're
That's
going to be there
that's what
for
I'm
20,
saying.
30 years.
So
That
that's
shit's died in the 80s, bro.
right.
It's over.
That exactly.
And the federal
Exactly.
government, Democrats and Republicans, have lied for the last 40 years, basically.
That is
And we're
the
still
biggest
playing
lie
that
that ever
game.
told.
They're still playing that game, and I'm mad because
The
it's
biggest
really
lie
being
that was ever told.
it's really being highlighted. These programs that Democrats are trying to push, that's not gonna solve your problems. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you
It
listen.
ain't happening, Captain.
What it does, it gets you mentally prepared for what you just said earlier. What did you
No,
say?
they
You think
motherfuckers
what?
lying, bro.
Okay,
This
but
bitch said, I thought in the middle
what
class
choice do
I
you
can go to
have
dinner
to
whenever I
leave?
want to go to dinner. Well, bitch, you ain't in the middle
Man,
class then. The fuck do you think? You think the Democrats is gonna get you to where? What are you talking about?
listen, people in the middle class don't fuss about prices at the grocery store, bruh. You already know that. We already know what's going on, bro. Like eggs and Big Macs at McDonald's
Instead
and
of saying,
stuff like that.
but
You
instead of
already know.
saying you need to work harder, you need to do more. Like you just said, the psychology is let's go socialist. That's really
Bro,
what I mean. That's all I'm really hearing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're getting that
Republicans are in
mentality
Springfield.
lazy.
Republicans are in the Springfield talking about socialism, and the Democrats on the Oprah show talking about socialism.
Exactly right.
Nobody wants to tell the truth. Like, yo, this is
Nobody want to call
the
it that.
reality.
They want to act like everybody can be a capitalist, and that
But
doesn't exist because
not only
capitalism
it's not
at
about
its
being
core.
it's not
Listen,
about being a capitalist. It's about working more.
listen.
This system
No,
says,
I
look,
get
if you
what you're
want
saying.
something,
No.
you need to work more. The rest of it don't matter. The rest of it doesn't fucking matter. If you want something in this type of system, if you want something, you have to work. Maybe 2 jobs, 3 jobs. You got to do things, and then you got to do those things over time. Anything outside of that conversation, it's not even about capitalism at the end of the day.
What did we see? What did we see with those people? What did we see with those people that was in Ohio talking about the situation there in Springfield? That's where we at, bro. That's where the white population is.
I'm not arguing that point.
I know.
But
what I'm saying,
I'm not gonna
they're not willing.
demonize
He
one of the
complained. He
greatest systems
complained
ever, which
about
is
it. He complained
capitalism,
about working.
because motherfuckers
But I'm
don't want to
saying,
go to work.
the white guy was, I gotta work. He
Hold on for a second. We can keep it simple. Since people want to demonize and hate capitalism, we can remove capitalism and we can go back to a monarch, and you can have your peasants and you can have your aristocrats and your governors and enjoy yourself. Or you can work in a system where you can work and actually exploit yourself to actually
create your value. It creates your own value.
Now, people who are anti-capitalist, they don't want that. They want what they want, and they want it to be structured in a way to where dictatorships, communism, whatever you want to call it, and the government hands out feeds. You basically kill competition, you kill diversity, you kill entrepreneurship, you kill strivers, you kill the entire process, and you go pure communist at the end of the day. Let the government own everything, control everything, and give. That's your system. That's what you prefer to have, obviously, right? Because you hate this system. But the thing is that you have fallout that you got to deal with. Instead of telling the truth and saying, "Hey guys, I got to be honest with you. You got to work harder. You got to do more. You got to go get another degree. You got to go get another certification. You got to get out of this industry and go into this industry. This ain't fucking rocket science here. But they up here lying to these people, bro.
You ain't wrong, but the thing that they do not want to do is what? They don't want to compete. They don't even want to compete with immigrants coming from another country that speak a different language. You mean make that make sense, bro? Make that make sense. Like they wouldn't be the first ones to get hired.
This federal government, if this federal government could kill capitalism, it would. And what they know is if I keep catering to these people, get these votes, I can change the laws that I want, and I can make us more federal government dependent.
Yeah, it's a
So
slow process.
from a democratic perspective, it's a good thing from your
It's a slow
perspective,
process.
which is people don't want to work, they want to get their handouts, they want to be taken care of because they're washed out. And I'm not going to motivate them. They deserve to have something. Good luck with that theory. Good luck with your theory, though. I've seen how it worked out around the world. I have the evidence. It's fucking crazy.
I think they want to have their cake and eat it too. We're gonna see though, because it's gonna have to come to a head either way. They're gonna decide.
What's gonna happen is
They're gonna have to decide. They're gonna have to decide. But we agreed that they're going to decide. But I'm saying paradox. But what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, there's going to be a decision made by the federal government on how to proceed with the economy. Some people say that the way the capitalist machine works in this country, it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't motivate the people, the inhabitants here. I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about. What are we talking about then? Because if it worked for people here that are basically part of this particular country that's been here for like hundreds of years.
I'm not going to speak in absolutes. I'm not going to tell you the greatest of capitalism. I'm not even going to do it. It's a waste of time. If you don't know, you don't know. Enjoy yourself. I can't do it. It doesn't even fucking make sense at this point. Go. I don't even know what to say. I'm not going to have a capitalist conversation.
I'm not being anti.
If you don't know, you don't know.
I'm not being anti. I'm just saying by the numbers, they're having a problem motivating people to basically participate in it.
They're taking it's not that's this.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. I agree. No. I agree with that too.
Taking control and power, and the federal government, if it can get more power, it's gonna take more power. Doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. If I can get more control, I'm gonna get more control. It's its own animal, it's its own monster. Everybody knows that. That's why you want smaller government. That's why you want handcuffs on the government. That's why you want to have your politicians in check. That's the whole point. Because it will suffocate capitalism, and it will actually make people like you turn on capitalism and blame it and not blame the federal government. But I'm not trying to get on my high horse today with capitalism. I mean, it's just insane. It's insane.
Listen, man. If it did what you said it would do, then when we came out of
the greatest empire that the world has ever seen.
Hold on.
Are you talking about?
But we still It created the greatest empire. But you do understand. Hold on, no.
What are we talking about?
You do understand that there were social components that had to be undergirded to support our style of capitalism here in this country.
Restructured the entire planet from
I know
thousands of years of
I
suffering.
know that. But what I'm telling you is that there was actually socialism that was undergirded here in this country that basically carried it.
You want to go back to the jungle, though?
No. Ain't nobody trying to go back to no jungle rules. But don't act like this was like eat dog, and that they basically let the people suffer after the Great Depression and what came out of the so-called auto industry when they went to Detroit and they basically worked in the factories and the Industrial Revolution. Don't act like that wasn't no gimmies and hand-me-outs at that particular time. They gave away land. You know that. Come on, man. That wasn't like work for deserve. Deserve didn't have nothing to do with it. You get the buy-in. I'm saying, no, hold on. I'm telling you that it was a mixture of capitalism and socialism that built this country.
Right,
it wasn't no either or.
It doesn't come out of nature. It's a system that gets set up. So to set something
paradox,
up,
you making it seem like the sole motivation. You making it seem like the sole motivation of this country was built on bootstrapism, and that's false, bro. That's not true.
Okay, I'm not. I didn't say that. I don't understand. I'm not.
Well, I'm saying the assertion. You said that. I'm saying, look, undergirded by socialism.
The system is set up.
Your
job as an individual is to take advantage of it. You're talking about some other shit.
We don't. No. Hold on. We don't disagree with that.
System in place.
We don't disagree with that.
This is how you take advantage of that system. I'm
Well,
just talking
why
about
these people? Okay, so why are people not motivated? Paradox. Why people in the Midwest not motivated then? Paradox. Why people in the Midwest can't fix their own communities then? Why they got to get immigrants to come in and work?
because they're getting coddled.
By who?
They're not suffering enough. They're getting coddled by the
But
Republicans and Democratic parties.
okay, there you go. Then we're on the same page.
Because they want more power, more control, and they're giving it up
We're on the,
like dumbasses.
okay, we're on the same page then. Like I said, we may have different ways of trying to get there, man. But like I said, if you want to go full capitalism, if you want to go, you don't eat, right?
You don't.
But we don't have that.
What we talking about right now?
But we don't have that here. But we don't have that here, and you know it, though, Paradise. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I've been working since I was 14.
I've been working, dude. I've been working since I was 14 too. What are you talking about? I'm talking about. Well, I sat there and waited at their good March YMCA for a damn job for the summer jobs. That's how I got my first job. Shit, filling out a damn application in a damn gymnasium. I know what it is, bro. But I'm saying when you get these white people that come from these communities and they sit up there and complain about, oh, you know, my daddy got this, my grandpa had this, they fought in the war, they did like it sounds like you know, they want some kind of handout or something that they deserve. They think they deserve more from the country.
Just say it. Just say it.
Look, man, listen, bro, that's not. I am totally okay if they're willing to admit the way you need to manage people is to put them above the floor. That's what I call it.
Man. The floor
That's
has
what I
been
call
put
it.
there 100 years ago. We're past that conversation. It's already there. The floor is there. But your job is that you got to work. You got to figure it out. You got to bust your ass. You got to get to it. You got to get to it. You got to get to it. But what's funny is that they're being coddled for some reason, some weird reason that somehow in 2024, really starting in 2016 with Trump, everybody's getting a pass. I don't even understand. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. Like the way people are talking about it, I'm like, what? How did this happen? How do we get to how do we get to this point? It's not going to work. I'm telling you, it's not going to work.
You are in a full-blown Twilight Zone. We'll see, man. I have a whole idea.
Work.
So let's wait after November 5th to get into what's going to work and what's not going to work. We'll have a whole economic discussion about that. But I want to let me talk about this Oprah delusion real quick because I want to get this out before you go further. You know, I'm gonna tell you, this is one of the things that I do not like about the glamourism. This what's happening here, what they're doing, the glazing part.
This is Hunger Game shit, bro.
Hold on, but I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak about my critique of it, and then I'm going to speak about who this is for, and then who this is for. You just got to take the L on it, and this goes to everybody that has a problem with it, the Nina Turners of the world, even AOC probably has an issue with this. The Dr. We just talked about it earlier. That's over the Green Party. That's going to basically critique this and all this, like Hollywood and big wigs and stuff like this. You got to understand, outside of your bubble exists a bigger bubble. And see, this is what I'm saying. Like, people got to come to the realization of this. People are in thought patterns, or it's like, think of it like a radio station. You may have a radio station for your kind of thought, and you may have a lot of people that's on your radio station, but you're not one of the larger radio stations that's on the air. Like, you're not nationally syndicated. Oprah Winfrey is a large radio station. I mean, she's the loudest, she's the biggest, so she's syndicated to where even people that don't want to hear her. Hence the reason why people kind of go at her. But there is way more what she has learned. There's way more.
Remember that.
That's what I'm saying.
She delivers. Very different than 99% of people we talk on.
I was just let me finish what I'm saying, man, because you interrupted my thought, because I'm getting to that. What she does better than everybody else. Think of it like this. I'm glad that you did bring it up. She throws the best alley in presidential politics. She got the best alley oops that you ever seen in your life. When you get people together like what she has done and the energy behind it, that I don't like it. I don't think it's necessary per se. It makes me feel it doesn't do anything for me as a black man. You know what I mean? So I mean this, I'm just gonna keep it real. but the people that this works for is who's the electorate that we basically know that's going to decide this race. Who's the electorate that we always talk about? What demographic? There you go. This is who this is for. This is what this is for. This is like Oprah Winfrey is the magical white woman. I mean, if you want to have Obama on steroids as far as talk show, you remember when she first, man, we came up, we was in elementary school when she basically came up out of Baltimore, like when she was first, when Oprah became Oprah, bro, we grew into seeing this whole phenomenon. Like where, black people was happy to see her on TV, but then she got so big, it was like, God damn, like Oprah is something else. You know what I'm saying? You remember she was like black women, like your auntie or whatever, were happy to see her on TV. And then all of a sudden she became so big that she was just like, damn, Oprah for everybody. Like, she out of here. You know what I mean? She's something. What I'm trying to say is back to what you were saying. She's dealing with a different dynamic. When you get somebody to buy in the way she is and the way she's basically pumping her up, I don't even know if Kamala is comfortable with this kind of positioning. You know what I mean? She may want it to be a little bit more grassroots.
She has to grow into it.
Right, but
she prefer grassroots. This is a lot of juice.
Right,
It's a lot. It's
dude, a lot of juice. You can just tell it's
As a black man on this side of the world, I absolutely love seeing successful black women doing their thing. So that's from my perspective. It works for me. I love it. I think it's great, wonderful.
Well, there are a lot of black people think that you don't believe that, but I just that's partly your fault.
I don't give a flying motherfucker about that.
Nah, there you go. But anyway, that's why you call it paradox. But anyway, back to it. What I'm saying is that people got to understand what Oprah is doing is tuning into a radio station. She do not care about the 1,000 dislikes or whatever that she's going to get. Hypothetically, just think of it like that. She cares about the 1,000,000 likes that she's going to get. That's just going to override. It's just going to override you at the end of the day. And she's one of the black people that what we call, I guess we can call it the Obama effect. But she was basically before the Obama effect because she preceded President Obama. So it's that weird thing.
It's called the Oprah effect.
Right, exactly. It's that weird thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's that weird thing where you can glamour white people to a degree.
But with Obama and Oprah together, it's unstoppable, bro. Them two together is unstoppable.
Man, if she brought Michelle out and Michelle was there, man, this be out of here, bro. You
couldn't do it, though. You can overshadow it. You can't do it. They know not to go. They know not to show up.
Yeah,
you want to make sure that she's highlighted.
She's still the candidate. Exactly. You're right. You don't want
to ever steal the light, and you don't want to ever distract.
In fact, I think
Oprah's
she's
a distraction enough. By the way, she's distracting.
Yeah, she's energy enough.
She looks like the one, and she looks like the president, not Kamala.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oprah has a very commanding presence.
Hold on.
And Kamala should adopt some of this from Oprah, by the way.
Yeah, and she's telling her, "I seen in you what you didn't see in yourself." Remember we talked about it? How basically she said, "Well, something happened to you. Like it was different. We saw the difference in you, like the support that she garnered. By the way, which is basically part of what she had to step into. This is just politics, man. But at the end of the day, when she gives all of this,
she needs when you compare the two, though.
Yeah, the audience that she's basically hitting or going for is white women. This is the white women. This is a white women's show.
Well,
not for black women.
Going to vote at
98, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Not for black women. Not for black women. Not for black men. Right. But this is strictly for white women. What are they thinking? What do they think about her? You know what I'm saying? That's why you bring Big Gretchen out. Oh, yeah. I told you that invisible vote. People that ain't never really voted before, bro. You understand? And you see how they'll take a seat back and be like, okay.
People don't know. She's California. She's gonna get the Latin vote. She's California. She's from California.
Right.
So I don't. People are missing that part. I think for some reason.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
Now maybe not the Latino male vote, but she's gonna probably
Right.
get a larger Latino
She's gonna
female
break
vote.
the Latino female. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Females are gonna
Upwards
get
to
her
like
elected though.
60, upwards to
As a
60.
whole,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
females are gonna get
Upwards
her
to 60
elected.
to 65%, which it would have been totally
Yeah.
different if Biden ran. You know that. It would have been like
Because
maybe 50, maybe 40
right.
something. You know what I'm saying? But
If
that's a
Kamala
heavy split. That's a
if
heavy split,
Kamala could
bro.
if Kamala can get religious and conservative and business women to break left and say, you know what, I know you have progressive policies, but I'm doing this for my child, my daughters. I'm doing this for X, Y, and Z, for abortion. That's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying
Right.
to tap into. If they get that, like you said, it's a wash. It's why she's gonna be at 306. It's a wash. But the numbers are there. You just got to make them vote. Period. And Trump isn't moving enough, in my opinion,
Right. And the thing
to
is,
get to 50%. He's not even
the
trying
thing
to
is,
get
the
to
thing
50%.
is,
His dumb ass is trying to go
what
to
I'm
fucking
saying is,
Springfield, Ohio right now and burn his campaign.
exactly. Why would you go to Ohio when Ohio is already in the bag? Why are you there? Why you breaking money there, bro? You already sent your acolyte there. You sent Vivek there. That's enough, man. Don't go behind him and
If
then,
he goes there, bro,
dude, you can
if
still
he
change your
goes there,
mind, bro.
bro,
We got 40
he going
seconds. It's up to
who
go. Just saying. I'm saying you can change your mind on not on who you vote for. I'm just saying like how you see the election because you got to
if he
understand, man.
doesn't
What
go to
we're seeing,
Ohio, I will be happy. If he goes to Ohio, he tries to
yeah,
ratchet this up some more. I think it's a massive mistake.
it's a
Massive.
big
I think
mistake.
it's massive. Now,
It's
and he
huge.
may, and I might be wrong on my own calculation, but my own personal calculation, I think it's not smart. He needs to
Yeah, it's
focus
a
on
big.
expanding the electorate, growing the numbers, and getting more. Outside of that, you just spending what is
Not
that
just
47%, bro?
but paradox, not
47,
just
48%.
expanding. He doesn't need to even just focus on just expanding. He needs to protect home turf. He needs to protect the turf that's basically he needs to protect North Carolina, and he needs to basically try to see if he can actually still protect Georgia because Georgia is in trouble, bro. And the fact that they haven't really been around there trying to go in the rural areas, and you let
They gave it
Stacey
up.
Abrams, you let State man, if that's not good, bro. You know that, that's not good, dog. That's not good. We looked at the map just a few minutes ago. Did Biden need PA to still win the presidency?
Nope. Don't need it.
Don't make a mistake and think that you can't get had, man. That's
Right. Because
hubris
you'll
at
end
the
up winning
mother.
PA and losing every other state, though. It's tricky.
It's exactly
Tricky.
because you're gonna be trying to make up ground. You're gonna be trying to make up ground, hanging out in PA for the whole week and shit. And they down in Georgia, they down in North Carolina because you got money to spend. Supporting, and they got enough money. Hold on, they got enough money to even support the candidates in those areas. So you know they're gonna run hard for them. That's
She's
what I'm
raised almost $1
saying,
million,
bro.
bro. She at 750. After this shit, you not watching. I'm watching on other television. I'm watching this and another screen. So I'm like, after what this about to happen,
Oh,
they about to raise
yeah,
another 200 million, bro. It's bad. It's
yeah.
not good, bro. I hate to say it.
You know, hey man, you know we
They
talked
look.
about it,
I'm about to
man.
show you what you about to. I don't. But you, like you said, we don't know how it's going to play. I can't tell you how it's going to form. I know it's going to get rolled out. I was waiting for this moment, and the moment is here. Now watching the rollout process is you about to see. What I'm about to,
Paradox.
you about to see what they're about to do. And I
Now
think
check
that
this
they
out,
found.
bro.
I think that they found something with that white girl. That's why they put her on that page. I
Yes,
think they may. I think they
yes.
may have found something that's going to hold for 40 days. I think because I feel it. I'm like, I don't like this.
Listen, man. No, what I was going to say is just really, really quick, just to finish up the glamour effect of what Oprah is doing. This is where the coverage part. If you allow somebody, this is why I keep saying to people, don't create the candidate that's going to beat you. Hubris is going to defeat you. Victory is defeating Trump at the end of the day. When we go back, let's go back to when we talked about the Republican convention. Remember we talked about that? And how they blew their load and stuff like that. And it even felt kind of icky then because, we knew they're like, oh man, this is okay. So this is how they're gonna play it. Not taking it really serious, Biden was just like a walking zombie. It was easy work. You know what I mean? But at the whole time, he got Kamala in the background working. Now, nobody saw this coming. Nobody thought that Kamala can kind of gather, and we talk about it, bro. Either you got it or you don't at the end of the day. And this doesn't have anything to do with people liking or disliking. People are going to dislike her. It is what it is. But can you still garner enough energy?
People dislike all politicians, bro. That ain't really
Right,
saying much.
right.
It's always like
But
that.
but can you garner enough energy to get your base in line and to get them to support you and to get them to raise money for you? And can you get volunteers on the ground? She got all three.
They call Bush
She
the
got all
fucking Antichrist, bro.
three.
So you talking about hate? They tried to kill Trump twice in the last 6 weeks. So her hate ain't even at the level yet.
So go ahead and play it.
Economic plan, and boy, oh boy, is it good for small business owners.
So what I was trying to tell you, which I don't think you were listening, you may not have been on the call. I was trying to get you to get on. When she did the black men for Kamala, I said that's that 7 or 8% that I'm talking about is going to put it at 90% with a higher turnout as well, by the way, for black men.
So you think it's going to be 90% black men? I want you to remember this now. I say it every week. I know you don't believe it. I think it's going to be like 87. I'm at 85 now. I'm
doing politics, so I'm seeing the numbers.
I know.
I'm seeing what they're doing internally. I'm not on the internet just talking to be talking.
I could be stuck in the internet because I participate with these guys.
My point is that this is my point though. They're doing something. The reason why Biden lost a lot of that vote, the reason why they even lost some of that vote even in 16, is because they was being talked. They want to be heard, right? They want to be talked to, right? So they're working that. It's my whole point.
Right.
So there's some meat out there that's up on the bone. Is my whole point. From I guess you would call them disaffected men or whatever, or boys.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you guys. Kamala Harris is going to announce tomorrow a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers.
When I am elected president, I will make it a top priority.
Oh, I think that's what gets confused, by the way, is I think what people don't understand from an internet perspective is that a lot of times, if you're following people on the internet, a lot of times they're extremely dogmatic, right? And their crowds are very, very loyal and very, very fierce and dedicated, kind of like Trump supporters. The problem is that number don't grow. That number sits at a certain number and they don't move, and they're locked in. They're not worried about those people, right? You're not going to peel any of them off the numbers. It's that other group that's out there that they're going after. That's all I'm trying to say.
Priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans.
Well, Rachel and Garrett are joining us on Zoom from Pennsylvania, and I understand your sister and brother-in-law moved in, and you're hoping to save money to have a second child?
That's right. Hi, Oprah. Hi, Madam Vice President. It's nice to be with you all.
Yes.
Hi.
And so what did you want to say to the Vice President?
So, Madam Vice President, we are, like many, many young Americans, just experiencing a very high cost of living. We ended up...
DC, I hate to say it, but she ain't loyal.
Giving up our apartment, moving in with our parents who were so gracious to take us in for over a year so that we could save money and ultimately buy a home, because that's what we thought the American dream was, to get married and buy a home and have a baby. And now here we are, and our mortgage is incredibly higher than what we thought it would be. And my sister and our brother-in-law are living with us right now so that they can hopefully one day do the same. And while it's beneficial for us because they help us pay off some of our mortgage, it's also beneficial for them because they can save on cheaper rent. But we really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging, which is when, you know, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and there needs to be accountability and consequence for that. So I'm going to be taking on price gouging. But it's also about dealing with what we need to do around home ownership, right? So as someone mentioned during this film, look, I grew up a child of a mother who worked very hard. She raised me and my sister, and she saved up, and by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy a home. And we grew up actually for a long time in an apartment on top of a childcare center that was owned by the woman we called our second mother, because she helped my mother raise us. And she was a small business owner, Miss Shelton. So I'll bring all this together to tell you the way I think about it is, one, when people work hard and have a dream of buying a home, we should give you the opportunity to be able to do that, which is why part of my plan is for first-time homeowners, buyers, to have a $25,000 down payment assistance to buy your first home. Because people just need to be able to get their foot in the door, and then you'll do the hard work. Part of my plan is what we need to do to support small businesses, because my second mother was a small business owner, and I love our small businesses and our small business owners. They are not only business leaders, they are community leaders. They mentor, they hire locally, and we have so many entrepreneurs in our country who have great ideas, incredible work ethic, but not necessarily access to capital, because not everybody, like my opponent, was handed $400 million on a silver plate that he filed bankruptcy 6 times on. And so part of my plan is to give startup small business.
DC, I'm just gonna say this, bro, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep being nice about it. But she getting a lot of help from Oprah. I'm gonna just let that be. And you know what? I'm gonna leave it alone, because when you're getting juiced, you know, things will just roll over you, baby. It'll roll you over no matter what, right? Like a freight train. And Oprah's basically a freight train.
You're missing the point. Hold on, you're missing the point. This ain't this. Who is this for? Who is this for? Remember who this is for.
I understand that part, but I'm looking at some other things outside.
No,
that'll take care of itself. Oprah's here. That's a check. It's done.
Exactly.
That's done.
But hold on.
I'm getting a little bit more into.
They're gonna attack this from the right side, and they already know that.
It's Teflon.
Yeah. So that. No, come on.
Oprah is covering all of this up. This is gonna be clean. This is gonna be viral, and you're not gonna do too much critiquing. My thing is
you could go into her answer and say she sounds unsure. She didn't sound sure herself. She didn't know what she was really talking about.
No, she's
blah blah blah.
Fine. I'm just saying that she just needs to. I'm just curious about why does she want to keep introducing her campaign speech?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
She may do a little bit less of that in a minute, because some stats.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming. But I'm just wondering that does she realize that she's trying to figure out, like, she's answering a question and using her campaign. No one's going to care about what I'm talking about, just so you know, by the way. No one's going to care. I'm just saying is that it's interesting that she's trying to take her speech talking points and interject it into the answer of the question. And I'm like, you could just answer the question instead of trying to find your political talking points to plug in. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, but it's like, I'd rather for you just to talk plain at this point. You don't really have to press in your, but you're not gonna be able to critique it in the real world, because most folks don't care, by the way, in my mind, right? It's not gonna hurt her either way. I think they're just happy to be on TV. They're happy that there's on the Oprah show, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's gonna cover it all up. But if you really dug into it and put her on her own, I'm like, man, can you just give a regular answer or like a straight answer? Does it have to be forcing in all your campaign talking points? But it's just a critique, DC. It's no big deal, right?
I have done that since the very beginning. I don't like when you answer the questions with our
Just answer the
campaign
question.
speech talking point.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be a regular person. Just be you.
Right, just be you.
Just be you. But like I said,
it'll hit a lot harder. But she doesn't have to do it. She doesn't have to do it. The numbers are the numbers.
you
It is what it
don't have
is.
to do it. And I think they have drilled into her these automatic answers on keeping it
Yes.
safe and in the pocket,
Yes. Keep it
that
safe. Keep it in the pocket.
she's almost becoming robotic with the answers. So she's like you say, she's searching for, okay, input the answer here. We got the answers to all the questions on the test, basically.
Yeah.
When he asks you this, say this. When he asks you that, say this. Instead of just saying, no, I want to offer this, and I think this will be better than what the other person is. You can even juxtapose the two former President Donald Trump and do it in real time. You don't have to make it the same thing every single time. You can pretty much remix it. So no, that's a legit critique. That's the
I'm gonna
same
just
one I
say
had.
this: look at how Oprah's talking, and look at how her talking. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
It's
but see
literally
that's
you're literally
hold
watching
on,
what I'm talking about in
hold on.
Oprah real time.
But paradox. Who you think is going to coach her after she get done talking?
Oprah Winfrey.
You can't make this up, bro. She's
Make it
going
up.
to work. She's going to give her. She's going to give her the final level. Like she's going to be like, okay, what they have told you. She's like, who's over your campaign? Like like she's going to probably ask her questions about all of this because she knows it too. She's been in media. She's basically been the king, not the queen, the king of media for what? Our whole life now, 30, 40 years, 40 years now, bro. At least 40 since 84, 85. Can you hear me?
40 years. 40 years.
Yeah. Okay.
And my thing is this: if you look at Oprah's confidence, her style, her energy, how she projects, you can see the contrast of professional and like you said, Kamala just haven't had, like you said, putting her next to Oprah will show her even what she can do more, because I think she's being a little timid because one, obviously you're starstruck. This is a massive stage. You're running for president. It just happened, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. So it's best to be robotic. That's what I was saying. I'm okay with it. It's best to be robotic, and then you want to, but you do want to grow into. You want to kind of grow into your presidential body, basically.
And this is the thing. This is the thing that Obama did so well. The moment never got too big for Obama.
He was a
master. He was a master at that shit. You would have sworn he was like he was in the U.S. Senate for like 12 years. You know what I'm saying? Like he been around D.C. the whole time. No, I think he just got there. Like it's just a master class, really, on how to project confidence in leadership. Even though you may not have the necessary
Oprah looks like the president. Oprah looks like the president. Bro. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, you got Oprah. I'm saying you got Oprah. You got Michelle. They're gonna do what they got to do to coach her up. They're gonna do what they got to do to coach her up. They know. I'm saying. Hold on. But see, the thing is, they know it's in there. That's the most important part, though, Paradox. That's what they got. That's what they see.
Raw talent.
That's what they see. They know it's in there. They just got. They know it's untapped, so they got to refine it. So there it is. There it is.
You know what I'm saying? 2 months. Imagine they would have had 2 years with her, promoting her and pushing her. Imagine how much better she would be if it was 2 years and then up until now. How much more polished that she would be. But I won't lie, it is a contrast. It is a stark contrast. I didn't expect that, by the way. I didn't expect it to be that much of a drop off, to be honest. But Oprah is a master, so I do understand it though.
A $50,000 tax deduction to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business, right?
Yes.
You know where I'm going.
Pause it. You see the lob? You see the assist? You see the assist?
Yep. I see it. It's gonna be for the next 40 minutes. It's about to get heavy in a minute.
And it's still on paper with the $5,000.
It just hasn't happened, right? Part of to speak to you guys and your family and your dreams is what we need to do around giving middle-class families tax breaks. And so part of my plan is also to extend and expand the child tax credit to $6,000 so that you can, in the first year of your child's life, have the resources to be able to buy a crib and a car seat and clothes for your baby, knowing that's such an extraordinarily important time in their development, and you shouldn't have to worry about how you're going to take care of their basic needs. All of this and more is part of what I plan to build, and I call it an opportunity economy. And it's basically about creating opportunities, knowing so many people have the ambition, have the aspirations, are working hard, but just need opportunity to reach their goals and their dreams.
I saw you smiling with that $25,000 credit for the home. I saw that smile on your face and the $6,000. Thank you all so much. I want to just introduce to Shelby, who's also in our virtual audience. Thank you guys. Shelby from Virginia, who's also struggling with the cost of living. Tell us your story, Shelby. Why?
Hi, Madam Vice President. Hi, Oprah. I'm 24 years old. I'm a graduate student living with my parents, and I want to move out next year and potentially buy a home. And I'm concerned about the affordability of one with the extra costs and bills that I'm paying now, along with the bills and costs I will pay in the future too. And so everything just has a cost and everything is so expensive. And so I'm worried about my capacity and how I'm able to fully support myself once I do live independently.
You sound like one of my daughter girls from South Africa graduated. She was like, I hate adulting. I hate adulting. This adulting isn't going so well. Yes.
Well, so first of all, congratulations on all the success you've already achieved. And it is your story and the story of our friends before you is really, that's the American story, right? You are working hard, you have goals, you have ambitions. And so part of it is, again, the $25,000 down payment assistance. Part of it is what we need to do to also push back against a very different vision for our country. Because look, in this election, there are two very different visions for our country. One, for me, that is focused on the future, including you, and another that is focused on the past. What Donald Trump, what my opponent plans on doing for the economy is doing what he did the last time he was president and giving another tax break for billionaires and the biggest corporations that would add $5 trillion to our deficit. And get this, he plans on doing what I call a Trump sales tax, which is basically he's going to put a 20% tax on everyday necessities that economists have estimated will cost the average American $4,000 more a year, which is why Goldman Sachs, which is why Moody's, which is why Wharton School of Business, which is why 16 Nobel laureates have collectively determined, after analyzing our plans, one, mine would strengthen the economy, his would weaken it. Two, that on his plan, he would actually blow up inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. So when you think about the cost of living, my approach is about lifting you up. His would be about actually weakening our economy. And I feel very strongly when an individual, when a small business, when a family, when the middle class is strong, America is strong.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Thank you, Shelby. Thank you, Rachel and Garrett. So the Harris campaign kicked off the Fighting for Reproductive Freedom bus tour to support the fundamental right for women to make decisions about our own bodies. And here is a short tape on that.
I did something that nobody thought was possible. I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
After Roe v. Wade was overturned, Tennessee put forth a ban immediately that banned all abortion with no exceptions.
Abortion bans are not pro-life. They are pro-poverty and pro-inequality.
It's been over 2 years since a 5-4 ruling by the Supreme Court ended Roe versus Wade, the landmark case that provided nearly 50 years of abortion rights across the United States.
Our body,
Since then, abortions have been banned in over a dozen states. Many women and doctors say the limits on reproductive rights have forced them into unimaginable situations.
These policies do not reflect evidence-based medical practice. They do not keep my patients safe.
According to the gender equity policy, women who live in states where abortion is banned are up to 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy, during childbirth, or soon after giving birth.
I nearly died, all because of Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices overturning Roe v. Wade.
So for the millions of you who watched the Democratic National Convention, you will remember Hadley Duvall telling her incredibly powerful story. In case you didn't see it, here's just a brief look.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
Hadley is here. Stand up, Hadley.
Let me just say this: what they are laying this shit on them thick. They laying it on them thick right now. Damn.
I can tell you, we are all standing up because we are so impressed by your courage to stand up and share your story.
Pause it real quick.
The strength to.
You remember that log cabin syrup, the old log cabin syrup, how thick it was? Just like it tastes like you eating syrup straight out of a tree or some shit. Like, it wasn't even sweet. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, oh my god, like it just that shit just straight out the tree, babe. You know what I'm saying? That thing was sweet. I mean, good lord, man. Extra thick, poured slow, all that shit, man. This is crazy right here, bro.
Coming after this too, bro. It keeps coming.
Yeah, and remember
women love this shit, by the way.
Remember what we said. That's what I'm saying. And remember what we said earlier. This is politics, man. And the people and who is this is ruthless. This is ruthless work. This is nasty work right here.
That's
and
right.
who
exploitation.
And what's the demographic that's the most important part of this election right now?
You're looking right at them.
There you go. There you go,
Because I'm sure you thought long and hard before deciding to go public with your.
Let me ask you this real quick. I'm gonna let it. I'm trying not to do no triggers. I'm trying my best not to.
Don't get triggered, man. This is politics, man.
No. Let me ask you this though. Could they put a black girl on here?
Wouldn't work.
For this right here.
Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. Just like Vivek, it wouldn't work. They know that. Oprah knows.
Wouldn't work.
That takes your magicalness away. You gotta be totally abstract. You gotta be the abstract magical Negro. You gotta lift everybody up at the same time. That's what Oprah is running.
Oh, I was the all-American girl. I was the prom queen. I was the
Don't matter. It would not matter. I do not care if you went to the best school. It would not matter. All they would see is urban blight. Period.
Right. She's the American dream, and she's out.
Suburban moms do not care. Trust me. They do not care about black little girls. I'm not gonna hold you.
Black women have the highest abortion rate. We kill more babies than anybody, but somehow we're not the face of abortion. It's interesting. I will say that.
Your story.
When Roe v. Wade was overturned,
thanks everybody.
I woke up with a harsh reality of my abuse was over, but my story is not. And I just could not fathom thinking about the other
I'm gonna tell you what's kind of, would you call this ironic by definition? That the white women in this audience, at least half of them, voted for Donald Trump, who's a rapist and a molester. Make it make sense, bro. Suppose it's not, I mean, you know, allegedly. 21 cases. Sued. I think she won the case for what, 50 million or whatever.
There had these out there.
I'm trying to let this go, but you know what's so funny though? In their culture, this is common. You know that, right? Because really, if it wasn't common, if it was really so offensive that uncle and dad likes to play with the little kids, if it was so offensive on the scale that they say it is, the Catholic Church would be dismantled, and Donald Trump loses every state based off his behavior.
That don't have that choice, that don't have somebody to go to. So being able to find courage and be the light for them, that's really what I do it for.
And so what do you want to say to other people who are voting in this election regarding what happened to you and what that means?
You can't wait until it's too late to care about reproductive health care, because then it's too late. And when it affects you, it hits, and you can't deny it. You can't look at someone with a story like mine and say it didn't happen. And there are more people like me out there, and there are gonna be so many more who deserve their options. They deserve their choices. Let's get involved. We have someone who's willing to hear us at a level like never before. We have someone who wants to know what we want in this country. We have someone who wants to lift up our voice, and we need to show out and show up for her just like she's showing out and showing up for us.
All right. Is there something you wanted to say to Madam Vice President?
Madam Vice President, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for seeing us, for hearing us when the Supreme Court won't. Thank you for fighting and, you know, really showing us that life is not about the hard things that you go through. You don't bow down, even when you're the underdog, especially when you're the underdog. Right. You stand up and you stand tall, and you give me so much hope and so much strength, and thank you.
Honestly. Thank you, Hadley, for coming all this way. I hope you continue to use your voice. I hope you continue that. This week, the case of a young woman who lost her life after the abortion ban took place in Georgia made national headlines. Amber's case came to light through the reporting of journalist Kavitha Sarana with ProPublica. And so listen to her story.
2 years ago, 28-year-old Amber Nicole Thurman, a medical assistant and a single mother to a 6-year-old boy, found out she was pregnant. Amber had just secured her own apartment and was thinking about going to nursing school. She made the decision to terminate her pregnancy. A strict abortion ban had recently taken place in her home state of Georgia, which caused Amber to travel to North Carolina for the procedure. Traffic made her miss the appointment, so the clinic gave her medication, what are known as abortion pills. Once back home, Amber experienced profuse bleeding, vomiting, severe pain. She eventually passed out. Her boyfriend called for an ambulance. At the Georgia hospital, Amber's condition deteriorated quickly. In a rare occurrence, it was discovered her body had not expelled all the fetal tissue and an infection was spreading. Official Georgia State medical expert analysis of her case says Amber should have received a life-saving D&C, but doctors waited 20 hours before deciding to take her to surgery. Amber's blood pressure had taken a dive. Her organs had started failing. In the operating room, her heart stopped. On the way to surgery, Amber's last words to her mother were, "Promise me you'll take care of my son."
Amber's mother, Shanette, and older sisters, CJ and Andrika, are here, and they wanted to be here tonight to speak out for the first time. Ms. Shanette, what do you want us to know about Amber's story?
Initially, I did not want the public to know my pain. I wanted to go through in silence, but I realized that it was selfish. I want y'all to know Amber was not a statistic. She was loved by a family, a strong family. And we would have done whatever to get my baby, our baby, the help that she needed. When ProPublica came to my home, I pushed them away. No, but Kavithia, she was persistent. She said, it was something that you needed to know. You have to hear me. Women around the world, people around the world need to know that this was preventable. 2 years later, after speaking with my daughters, because I lost strength, I lost hope, you're looking at a mother that is broken. Mm-hmm. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel. Her father and myself and the family, you're looking at it.
Well, we appreciate so deeply you being here. And we're all watching you hear that tape and those words. We know how re-traumatizing that is and the strength it takes for you to be here to tell your story. And we deeply appreciate it. And I have to ask you, as her sisters, how are you coping? And what does knowing that this could have been prevented, how does that sit with you? How do you cope with that on a daily basis?
I mean, it's heartbreaking. You know, that was my baby sister. I love my baby sister, you know. I'm beyond hurt, disappointed. I feel guilty. I wish I could have helped her, you know, because she was suffering. Mm-hmm. And we had no idea. We trusted them to take care of her, you know. Mm-hmm. And they just let her die because of some stupid abortion ban. They treated her like she was just another number. Mm-hmm. They didn't care for her as if, you know, she was their daughter or their, you know, granddaughter. Yeah. You know, and she's not here. She'll never come back.
Yeah. Andrika, what do you want to say?
I want to say that it's very disheartening that my sister was allowed to suffer for 20 hours. She suffered. It was nothing that we could do to help her. We trusted the healthcare professionals to do their job and save her, but they failed her.
Well, I think the most powerful thing that you've said here, Ms. Jeanette, is that your daughter is not a statistic. She had a life. She was loved by her sisters, loved by her family, loved by those who knew her, and she's not just a statistic. And we are happy to speak her name tonight in this room, talking about what this country needs in terms of reproductive rights and freedom. What do you want to say, Madam Vice President?
I'm just so sorry. And the courage that you all have shown is extraordinary, because also you just learned about how it is that she died. And
they just recently learned, yes.
How?
Yeah.
And Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable.
Yeah.
Preventable. That word keeps coming to her. Mm-hmm. And this story is a story that is sadly not the only story of what has been happening since these bans have taken place. And, you know, so just to step back in terms of how we got here, the former president chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overdo the protections of Roe v. Wade. Mm-hmm. And they did as he intended, and in state after state, including yours, these abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers in a couple of states, prison for life, Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or a nurse who provides health care. And so it seems very apparent.
Even when the mother's life is in danger.
But see, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. So is she on death's door before you actually decide to give her help?
Mm-hmm. That's the problem.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. That you've got to prove you're on death's door.
Like literally a doctor or a nurse has to say, she might die any minute, better give her now care. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise I might go to prison for life in some cases. Mm. Think about what we're doing in terms of saying that certain people who are in these state houses, and then starting with the former president of the United States, think they're in a better position than a doctor or a nurse to determine when their patient needs medical care. This literally, and Amber's story highlights the fact that among everything that is wrong with these bans and what has happened in terms of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it's a healthcare crisis. It's a healthcare crisis that affects the patient and the profession. And going back to Hadley's story, and Hadley, you've been so remarkable in telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories really, I mean, the courage for it out of pain, for you to tell these stories to help other people is just extraordinary. And Hadley, you've been so remarkable. You know, Oprah, I don't know if you know this, but when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather.
Yes, we heard that story on the DNC.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
you had the courage then to go to her and say, you've got to come to our house.
And she came to stay with us. I called my mother, she came to stay with us. And the idea that these same legislators who would be saying, you know, criminalize healthcare providers are also saying that after a person's body has been violated, that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next? That's immoral.
Yeah. I think it's not just immoral. But here's what I want to say. I just don't believe that those legislators, that the government has a right to be in your womb. They have no right to be in your womb with decisions about your womb.
And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Right.
Or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
Absolutely.
Right? If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her what's in her best interest.
Mm. Well, this is a long healing process for this family. And we thank you, and we hope that by being amongst people who heard you and heard your daughter's story will be meaningful to you in this journey to healing. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I want to also, thank you. I want to hear from Star Walker, who is a campaign engagement organizer in Milwaukee, one of my hometowns, Milwaukee. Hi, Star, what's going on in Wisconsin?
Hi, Oprah. Hi, Madam Vice President. We are fired up here in Wisconsin. I'm an engagement organizer, so I focus on within their personal networks as friends, family, teammates. Yeah, and by empowering people to leverage their relationships, we amplify their voices and deliver progress. We're fired up, but we also know it's a razor-thin race. So just like in 2020, this is going to be won by a field margin. It's on us to roll up our sleeves and do the work. Let's make phone calls and knock on doors. Go to go.kamalaharris.com to join.
To have this back and forth is so unique in this campaign to beautiful, wonderful Kamala Harris, who I've had the good fortune of knowing for many years. And I am a mother of 2 kids. This is their first chance to vote in an election. And I couldn't be more excited for them to have the legacy to say that their first vote they ever cast for president was for you. I have just chills saying that out loud.
Are you all going to the polls together? Are you organizing a party? Are the Motors having a poll party? What's happening?
I wish we were all going together. In fact, you know, they are in college, so we will be separated on the great day, but in spirit united always for what we believe in and what we, you know, I feel like it's interesting. We talk so much about being Americans united for something, but this has become such a global representation of our country and what we stand for. And I get to travel internationally a lot. And I want people to say, oh, you're American? And not, oh, how's it going over there? You know?
Yes.
So I want to get back to that space.
Exactly. Thank you, Julia. Exactly. Thank you. And hey, there's Tracy Ellis Ross coming up there. Tracy, we should, now listen, if anybody should have a voting party, I think it should be at your house because you have great parties, girl.
I just want to say hi, hello, Madam Vice President. It's just an honor. I actually have never met you, which is crazy. And hi, Oprah. Wait, what did I miss?
We just saw each other the other day. Okay. Oh, hi, Tracy. Hi.
Hi, Oprah. How you doing?
Hi, good. Yeah. This is exciting, though, isn't it? Isn't it exciting?
It's exciting. It's exciting because I believe in democracy. I believe in the future of our country, in reproductive freedom, bodily autonomy, women leading. I
want to get all you Democrats, the male Democrats. I just want to make sure y'all sure y'all want to vote left?
believe in decency. The idea of leading with joy and kindness has always been in my DNA. And I'm here both for the seriousness of this election, but the joy with which it is being handled. It is stunning. And then I also really want to remind everybody, it hasn't been mentioned, but voting up and down the ballot is incredibly important. Your freedom and your daily life are all the way up and down that ballot. People are policies, and we need the right people in all areas, all positions. And then I would like to say to you two women, thank you for what you represent, because as a 52-year-old childless woman, I want to say to the people who think that a woman's worth is measured in her baby count, I mean, shout out to all the amazing mothers, but the childless women have been mothering the world and elevating culture as aunties, godmothers, teachers, mentors, sisters, and friends, and the list goes on. And you do not need to push out a baby to help push humanity forward.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Tracy Ellis Ross. Thank you so much. So another important issue this election is, of course, our safety. And just 2 weeks ago, our country experienced yet another horrific school shooting. Watch this.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers.
In the last 25 years, there have been 417 school shootings in the United States, and more than 383,000 students have experienced gun violence while at school.
Bro, this is basically like a second DNC rollout. Jeez. And I heard the internet's going crazy with these clips right now. You still there?
More children and adolescents are killed by guns each year than anything else nationwide.
Just 2 weeks ago, Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia, became the latest area to face every parent's worst nightmare.
Tonight, breaking news as we come on the air, the deadly high school shooting, 2 students and 2 teachers killed. Police and parents racing to the scene outside Atlanta.
Oh my goodness. There is a shooting at my granddaughter's school.
We had to drag our teacher's body into the classroom. We heard him take his last breath.
We live in a country where 383,000 children have been exposed to gun violence. Now just sit with that number for a second. It's a number until it's your child.
Mm-hmm.
This is not normal, y'all.
Yep.
This is not normal, and this is not right. Other people in other countries do not have this issue. We Americans, we have to do.
DC, is Oprah running for president? Is Kamala running for president? You tell me. Man, boy, you talking about getting juice, boy. This is a rollout right here, boy.
Better. We have to do better. We cannot continue to just settle for our thoughts and prayers. Lives are being destroyed. 15-year-old Natalie Griffith and her parents, Doug and Marilda, are here. And Natalie, we are so sorry to know that you too have been added to that number because you were in algebra class when you were shot twice by a 14-year-old fellow student. We're so glad that you lived to tell your story. And so how are you tonight?
Well,
All right, can you pause it real quick, man? This is
I was very happy. I still am very happy.
paradox. We gotta pause it. Look, man.
God damn. I knew it was gonna be good, but I think it's gonna be this good.
Lord have
Jesus
mercy.
Christ, boy.
Oprah got a bug. I don't know if somebody questioned. Did somebody question her or something? Like, did somebody come out? Did they cover her? Cause she's on one tonight. Like, good Lord, Oprah. Like, she has made it. It's obvious that she is invested, to say the least. And yeah. She wants the president's ear, obviously. And I guess this is a way for her to do it. And like I said, I don't like this kind of politics. Let me say this. I'm just gonna be. I gotta call balls and
know,
strikes.
as a black
Listen,
man, how do you feel about all these women? Because the
I
last
don't
time
like it, man.
I feel like all y'all should be coming over to the Republican side. All of y'all.
I don't.
Come on over, man. Come on over to the Nazi party. Come on over.
See, fuck. You see what I'm saying? You see,
you got a choice to make here. You got to make your choices.
Now hold on. Now you know, things can get real ugly. You know that it will be a big old fight if 1,000 of us come to the national convention talking about, hey man, like let us come on over here with y'all and just.
No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that.
So let's
separate but equal, buddy. Know your place.
So no, this is just about
you accept your position in life, though. I don't. It's a
well.
I'm not trying to make it something that is not. I'm trying not to pretend.
Right. This is what it is. No. This is the thing. Black men just haven't been organized. Regardless, it's clear that black women and others have, and other non-white women that coalesce with black women if you're uncomfortable with the way that
you got a two-term black president. What are you talking about? You got a two-term black male president.
That's what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
You got yours.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Listen to it. Yeah, and you too. You about to get yours too. I mean, it ain't just us. Yeah, she
I'm
gonna be
voting
a
for
president.
Republicans. I know
But she's
my
going,
role in
yeah,
this.
but she's going to be the president of the United States, though. It's beyond just
We'll see.
voting for, you know. So yeah, I mean, you know,
Okay.
like I said, your 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 candidate that's representing your party doesn't have the discipline to stay in the pocket to get himself to the finish line. Like, why would you untie your shoes and then still try to run the race? Who does that? Like, why would you do that?
This might crush that Springfield stuff. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
You
No,
know what I'm telling you. You know what I'm telling you. You know what I'm telling you is the truth. But then you put a booster pack on the person that's running next to you, and then you still are so hell bent on just the adulation of it all because the thing is he wants this. By the way, Paradox, you know this drives him crazy. You know this. Your candidate, by the way. You think he ain't paying attention to this? You think he's not paying attention to
Well,
this, dude? You think
he watched TV all day, so he watched everything. So of course he's watching it. But I will say this though,
right?
he's probably done maybe, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 town halls. He just did one with Sean Hannity, I think, or Huckabee. She did one with Sean Hannity 2 weeks ago. Did Huckabee a couple of days ago? It ain't this. It ain't this town hall. And I was curious when they said that Oprah was going to do this thing. I was like, is she going to speak at the convention and introduce Kamala, or she about to do a one-on-one? And then I was like, oh, she doing a one-on-one? Oh my
You remember the
God.
movie? Not only a one-on-one that turned into a slash town hall.
It's a town hall, not even a one-on. Sometimes not even a one-on-one. It's a town hall.
So now it began as one, but now it's like slash town hall type of straight up campaign pep rally.
Viral clips in here, bro.
This is crazy, bro.
There's at least 20 clips in here that's gonna go.
So out of all the negativity that you can kind of garner, think about it. When you get negative against this, guess what that's going to do so-called to the white women vote this? Because if you talk bad about that white girl that just got, but we already know. I mean, victim. Who's the victim here in this country?
I mean, you know, somebody gonna say something though, but you know, it ain't gonna go over well. I know what they're gonna say. I can say it too, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
No, let them say it. Let somebody like Jesse Waters and all them. Let them jump out. Let them jump out there and do. He gonna jump out there and do.
They're gonna jump out there. They have no choice. You get paid to do it. You gotta do it.
You gotta do it.
Yeah.
You got to attack. You gotta attack ancient mama.
But not only that, the thing is that what regular people have to understand is people are paid to give to spend, and so it's not personal. It's politics. Yeah. So and they're paid to say what they gotta say, and I know what they're gonna say, and they're not gonna have a choice. You have to attack this. You have no choice. You have to find anything in here to go at. That's the only way this works. It's a yin and a yang. It's a negative and a positive. So you have to do it. So I don't know who they're going to attack, how they're going to attack. I don't know what the attack vector is here, but it's going to be something.
They're going to have to figure out a great strategy, man, on how to actually
fix this. This is going to go viral.
Because the thing is that if they can attack this, they can't stop the tide completely. But you can kind of cover it a little bit.
She's going to cover all the interviews that she has.
I know. I told you. I know.
That's over.
Because think about it.
Sit-down shit is over with.
Oprah will be like, "I got you."
And no. I told you that she needs to do an interview with who, one big one, and she don't got to do no more. Now I didn't know it was going to be anything like this though, but I'm like, if she do one or two. She don't got to go to like Trump did and do a whole circuit and go to 50 different places. You can just do one or two bangers and get back to the big stage.
And this is covering all the bases.
This covers all that. She's done. No podcast. Don't worry about the Shannon Sharp stuff. Don't worry about Breakfast Club. You good. No shows. You good now. With 40
Lord
days.
Have mercy, bro.
Yeah, you're good.
Damn.
You're good. Yeah, one hit.
Yes.
To be here and to tell my story and what happened, because it was a terrible thing. and it should not have. What's it called?
Where were you shot? Where were you
I was
physically shot?
Right here on my shoulder, and then around here, right
wrist. I was saying that 383,000 students in our country, the United States of America, have been exposed to violence. That same scene that you experienced in your school. Had you all been having, drills or preparation for what should happen? Should there be a shooting?
I've had intruder drills and fire drills and stuff. In my old schools, we've had a fire drill at Appalachia, but it was the first 2 months of the school year. We hadn't had an intruder drill yet, so we weren't even completely sure where to go in the classroom. We all just, I remember being like huddled.
So I was watching your mother, even just when that tape was coming on. It's still very much PTSD, very much traumatic. You're still reliving it. And how has it been for you? How were you notified that there was a shooting at the school?
I was notified by a friend. She called me, I was at work. And she called me and she said, do you know about the shooting? With the school that she goes to, the Appalachia. I said, no, I don't. And then she said there was a shooting at the Appalachia High School. My heart just dropped and my heart just got so heavy and I could not stop. I had to leave. I told my coworkers, I gotta go, I have to leave. And the first thing I did is drop my knee on the floor and just start praying. I prayed for about 30 minutes for my work all the way to the school. I didn't get to the school on my car. I had to leave my car at a gas station about 2.5, 3 miles. And I walked on foot and I ran because my heart was so heavy. I couldn't get to touch with my daughter.
And I hear you have a message for people in power regarding guns now.
I do. I want to finish that story because no parent should go through this. I want to just finish what, the experience. You do not know what feels until it's you.
Yes.
All those numbers that you show on the TV, a lot of people there here are mothers. What are we doing about this? What are we doing? Let's make sure that everybody listens. Let's make sure that everybody hears it. The whole world needs to hear that we women that have our children, we have a job. That job is to protect our children. That job is to protect our nation. That job is to protect our country. We cannot leave. We cannot let that go on. We have to stop it. Where I was asking earlier, where are those people? All the shooting, where are they? They needed to make a noise. I'm ready to make a noise about this, and I'm ready to stop it because no one knows what feels when you can't find your child, when you call her, just not answering. When I went through it, it's just me that knows it. And I'm so sorry for those that lost the children that actually died. I can actually hug my child. My child is here, and I gave all this praise to the Lord. Our Father in heaven saved my child. But the other two mothers, they lost their kids, and the other teachers that died. Those people are suffering like I'm suffering. I'm very sorry for them. I'm very sorry that they lost their loved ones.
And you have a message for the people in power.
Yes, the people in power. Let's make it a change. Let's make it happen. Let's just not hear about this. Who wants to just hear about this? We gotta change it. We gotta make it happen.
And Doug, I hear you're not a registered Democrat, but you now say it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on when it comes to this issue. What change do you want to see now that it has affected your family?
Common sense, I think the first step would just be metal detectors in schools, make a budget, make a plan. And the people that say, well, we've never really done stuff like that before, I don't care. They didn't have metal detectors at airports at one time. They didn't have metal detectors at courthouses. I think that if a child knew that he would get caught, the likelihood of him trying would be, there may be another target, but it wouldn't be us having to worry about schools being hardened, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think that Doug has said it so eloquently, which is we just need to apply common sense. And look, I think for far too long on the issue of gun violence, some people have been pushing a really false choice to suggest you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, and I'm in favor of assault weapons bans, universal background checks, red flag laws. And these are just common sense. These are just common sense.
I thought it was so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate,
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
Are you still there, DC?
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting
I'm
shot.
here. Sure.
Yes, yes. I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Man, she lucky, bro. I ain't gonna. Boy, she lucky, boy. It's a lot of holes, boy. And I hate to see.
Yeah, look, man. I don't
She
know.
is getting a lot of the lay. It got to be a better word than a layup. I don't know what you call this.
Like a lot,
build-up and the setups and the structure. It's not that. It's like you said. It's the intentional structure of it. The bit, like the timing, the build-up, the editing.
Think about it. You think they're not trying to lean into the emotional heft of it all and who the actual audience is? This is not for men. This is not for us.
This is Oprah. This is the Oprah effect shit. This is the 90s. This is at her apex. Shit, she's transported me back to 1998.
You get a call. You get a call. You get a call. Oh, that's it.
Donahue, Montel, Williams, like I'm back
I
in the 90s.
mean,
They doing all the heart throb, all the heart stuff and the sad stuff.
Remember when she took on the cattle industry and all that, and they thought that she wasn't gonna win. I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like I guess, look, bro, like, hey, man.
No. What I'm trying to show you the critique of Kamala, right? She got a lot of work to do, bro, and they're covering up masterfully, because this is the first time I've seen her in this scenario here, and even though Oprah is giving her lobs after lobs, she's really laying them up. She's not really dunking. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Oprah basically took over the show, right? Had the girl tell her story. I'm sorry, before that, she went on a whole soliloquy, which really was Kamala's section, but she took it from her, if you noticed it. And Kamala had to not say anything, because Kamala was trying to break in with the other conversation. Oprah didn't let her do it. Oprah said, I got it. You just sit there and look pretty and let me do the work. So Oprah did a whole big ass presentation about the 300,000 kids and this and that. I'm like, well, shouldn't Kamala be saying what you're saying right now? And then she goes right to the girl. She cuts right to the girl. The girl responds. Then she responds again. Mother responds. Then she responds again. And then she gives it to Kamala. It's been 20 minutes of fucking setup. And then instead of Kamala trying to instead of her trying to relate, I'm gonna tell you something. But bro, I'm gonna tell you something. There are certain politicians that would have blew this thing up. They would have hugged the girl. They would have went over there and talked to the sister and her family. Would have got out of their chair. I mean, there's so many big things you could do here. And for her to sit here and say what she just said, which is fucking stupid to me, it's so fucking stupid. But they're gonna give her a pass on it. That's why she said. That's why she caught herself, by the way, and said my staff has to deal with that, because she just said, "I'm gonna shoot them." You just got through talking to victims who've been shot. What are you talking about? She should be so focused on them and relate and connect to the girl and to the family and have a real conversation She's gonna get a pass. But I'm gonna tell you something. It's not good, to be honest with you. I'm gonna let it go though. But I wish she would try to connect. I thought
I think,
this was designed for her to connect, and she's doing fucking campaign speech shit.
yeah, I think to really illustrate the point that you're trying to make here, I think it was a mistake to put this so much sauce on this. Like, how long has
That's
this been
a
going
lot of
on?
sauce.
How
A
much?
fucking hour.
Yeah, this is too long.
We got 20 minutes to go. I want to go to bed.
Yeah, this is too long, and
Shit.
yeah, I don't, like I
God
said,
damn.
I think that this is kind of like showing her weaknesses more so than her strengths. I think her strengths
It's
lie.
gonna be covered up though.
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah,
And
I think
should,
it's gonna be covered up.
and it shouldn't be. Like, she deserves to get critiqued for this. Like, the answers that she's giving are
When
not
Oprah turned to her,
strong enough.
instead of her saying, "Well, I relate," I agree with what he just said. You should be ready to connect to the
Yeah.
daughter first. Then you go
Yes.
to the mother. I understand. Then you go to the father. Then
Great.
you go into your talking points as far as saying, "This is what we're gonna do."
You have,
Boom, boom, boom.
you have to acknowledge the victim first when it's a situation like that. And if you're close enough to
It's just
touch
a
him,
lot of it's a lot of
if you're
pressure.
close enough to touch him, then you got to touch him.
You got to do it.
You
Don't wait till after
got
the show.
to
Don't wait till
get him.
afterwards.
Right, and that's probably what she's going to do, because
No, that's exactly what
want
she's gonna do.
she don't want to be like trying to be too much, but you got to get
Got
out.
to
This
use
is
it. This is the business.
politics.
Politics. You got to use it.
The business,
You don't
man.
think Joe or
Not
Obama would have
only
got
that,
about their
but
seat and went over there?
that's what I'm saying. But not only that, that's what Oprah is doing this for. She's doing this so you can have those moments. She's trying to create. She's trying to create a
It's a
moment for her.
masterpiece.
So I'm saying she's
to create a
trying to
moment.
create a moment for her. But what's
Facts.
going to end up happening is that you're going to be able to attack her on how awkward she looks with this particular group. You can attack it. Yeah, you can attack it.
I don't know if it's gonna work on. I honestly think that
The
Oprah is a
only
I'm
reason
doing it
why
because this is what I do.
no Paradox. The only reason why you're going to be, people are going to do it, but the only reason why it's going to come off as picking on people is because of who's the targeted audience and who wants to be more victim than Karen. Who's the biggest victims here? Even when you ain't doing nothing, they think you're doing something. Even when you ain't doing nothing. So you could try it. You could try it, and they'll just make it up in their mind. And
No,
I mean,
the Republicans will attack it. I'm gonna tell you why I say that.
the same effect happens at the end of the day, even though she's not taking full advantage of it.
Megyn Kelly tried to go exactly what I told you was going to happen. She tried to snip the clip of her sit down with the NABJ, right?
Yep.
But no one gives a fuck. That's my whole point. If you follow the day to day, right? The thing is that the NABJ was enough. I watched it. No one cared. They snipped it. They tried to run it and say, "Oh, look at her talking so long and talking too much." No one gives a fuck. And I think in this situation, this would be I'm gonna give you this though, DC. This will be the test. This will be the official one, right? As far as the way she's responding to this, is she getting enough cover where it's gonna pass? And I'm gonna give you the example again. George W. Bush. Same thing, right? Awkward, terrible speaker, and he kept getting pass after pass after pass for 8 years, right? And it's looking like that's what this is gonna. If she wins, at least, I think it's gonna be similar. I'm gonna tell you why I said I'm gonna give you one too. I'm gonna give you something. Women are vicious, right? Vicious towards one another. Very nitpicky. If you notice something, since she became the nominee, I haven't heard one woman on scale attack her for her hair, for her clothes, for her outfit, for her shoes, how she talks, how she walks, how she looks, this doing, that doing. You see what I'm saying? They're on code because they critique heavy, and they're letting her pass on things that really
Well,
they would be
there are some
killing her for.
There are some black women that are attacking it now.
I'm gonna say
There
it
you
again to you. You're talking. I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm talking about scale. You're talking about other shit. I'm talking about scale. People that matter. It ain't. It
I
ain't.
know.
It ain't there, bro. It ain't there. These little irrelevant. That shit. That shit don't mean shit.
Yeah. But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
But here's my point, Oprah, is that I'm not trying to take everyone. If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks, just common sense. These are just common sense.
I thought it was so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate,
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz.
You know what's so funny? She needs to let Oprah talk. She has to relax. You know what I'm saying?
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
The most,
yes.
listen, the most relaxed that I ever seen it was at the NABJ, bro.
Yeah.
Where she can kind of like speak.
She's nervous. I understand. That's why I'm saying I'm not really trying to critique it because I understand the gravity of it. But she just has to elevate and work on it. She'll be able to see herself after this and do much better the next time around. This is a big fucking stage right now, bro.
Paradox. This proves the point. She doesn't know half of these people, so people think that she's an elite. She doesn't know like that. You know, Tracy Ellis Ross don't really know Oprah all that well. Like she don't know these people, bro.
Sure don't.
So,
It's a lot.
I mean,
It's a lot.
You know, yeah, people think that she's part of that elite club. She's not, obviously. So,
have you seen her bank account? Shit, have you seen the clothes that she's wearing? She ain't got no money.
Yeah.
She ain't got no money like that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah. But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
But.
Oh, you know what? You make another good point too. That's what I was saying about how I think she's going to be covered because it shows that she's not. What you're saying is what I think is going to get processed, meaning that she's getting to a point, she's elevating to a point, she's developing to a point, and so she's kind of in a develop. I mean, the right wing could attack it, of course, and say, "Well, is she really ready?" But that's not the issue. The issue is when you have raw talent, we just got to develop the talent. But you have the skills, the experience, etc. We just got to develop it. That's the disconnect from the right, saying, "Well, I heard some think tank people talking about something. Well, she ain't qualified for what." Qualify? What the fuck are y'all? What are you? Doesn't make any? What you said doesn't make any sense. It's like
you gotta understand. You gotta understand the paradox. With paradox, you gotta be open to bubble thinking. Like people are in their own echo chamber in their own reality, and they're saying it from their point of view, and they think that point of view basically covers all of this. But really, what really covers most of this is what Oprah is doing. And that's what frustrates people. By the
this
way,
is reality.
That's what I'm saying. This is what frustrates. But this is exactly what frustrates people. By the way, and I get it. I understand. But at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do because people are going to critique this. Well, she can't show presidency. She's not showing presidential, heft. Though she's not being in control. She's not showing leadership. Hell, Oprah looked like more of a presidential candidate than did she has. Yeah, and I would agree with all of that. But you know what Oprah is going to do? Oprah's going to go ahead. She's going to coach her up. She's going to give her advice. She's going to do whatever she can to do what? To get her in office so she can do what? Curry favor with the most powerful person in the world. That's what Oprah's going to do.
Kingmaker.
That's what Oprah's going to do. It's the next best thing.
Here's my point, Oprah, is that I'm not trying to take everyone's guns away. I believe in the Second Amendment, but we have to agree that, look, I did last fall a college tour with college-age young people, so I also did trade schools, and packed audience every time in their auditorium, and I would ask, please raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade, you had to endure an active shooter drill. Almost every hand went up. It was bone chilling.
Yeah, this is the way our kids are living. Yeah.
And think about it. I grew up, we had fire drills only. Well, I grew up in California. We also had earthquake drills, but The fact that our children are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential and exploring the wonders.
But I will give her this though. She is freaking disciplined. I will at least give you. I can't take that away. I will tell you that much. She is disciplined.
Of the world, and
That's
some
that's
part of
the
their
and I'm gonna tell
That
you
is a
though,
hard
any
thing
and,
to
and
do,
anything,
bro.
anytime she gets in trouble, if you notice, anytime she gets in trouble, she goes back to the safe pitch.
It's
She goes
smart.
back to the safe pitch. She
It's
goes back
smart.
to the safe pitch. She goes back to the safe pitch. Now, the one thing about it, even though it's an old hit, or it's basically it's repeating points. She's doing that to receive comfort, I think, in the conversation. So I think she's
Of
still trying to
course.
find moments. But like I said, this is on the job training. It's really to be
That's
honest
right.
with you,
On the
man.
job training.
To be perfectly frank with people, I get the reasons why people don't like um Kamala. I get the reasons why. I understand
I
it.
don't.
Here's what I would tell them though. You have to juxtapose it to the person she's running against, and then put that into context in the American cycle. You gotta rinse and wash. You gotta be able to look at all of these things at the same time and look at the country. You gotta see that she maxes out higher than him. She does with the electorate. Now, all the flaws, even though with all the flaws, when people are given these two choices, she maxed out higher than him. The problem becomes is who's going to be duplicitous. Now that's the issue. So this particular group that they're speaking to today, this doesn't matter. Like what she's doing, they like all this. In fact, I think they like this kind of unsure, not really
Of
knowing. You know what I'm saying?
course.
Like see, because that in our
She's
eyes,
moldable. She's moldable.
exactly, bruh. If she came in there knocking down, boom, boom, being like Hillary Clinton and
She's a
blackface,
threat. Can't
in fact,
control her.
exactly. We talked about it. We was even talking
Of
about
course.
the debate on how bad. Because the debate was something else. When she got into her bag and she got comfortable, and then she started running them over and just really went at them. We talked about it. The next day, maybe she was, they go into defense mode. Like
That's right.
at the end of the day, you're dealing with people. Got to understand whiteness before party. You got to understand that part. I think people miss the point when we go back and forth. We kid each other with the party thing, but above that, and at all costs, is American whiteness has to be protected before everything else, bro. Like at the end of the day, and if you pose a threat to that, you're posing the threat to an American civilized, cultural ethic that is the foundation of this country. So anytime that Vivek is a perfect example of that. No matter how he tries to, capitulate to the ideals of the conservative bent, his body, he's in the wrong body to do that. He's literally in the wrong body to present that to people in the form that they can understand it. Literally, and he doesn't understand it. So he just talks in the way he just, like
Just
you say,
read the history
he get,
books.
he just get blind, and he
Read
just
the
like,
history
yeah,
books.
this is about us, and what we gonna do, and they like, well, bro, like, where's this us coming from? Like,
Yeah. Don't get lynched.
we're trying. Hold on, we're trying to stop having you guys come here to actually
Right.
make.
That
Because
you're the problem.
yeah, because the thing is that more of you, it ain't your thinking. It's the fact that the more of you that's here, we're not here anymore. So we're replaced. You're replacing us. It's the replacement theory. You don't understand. That's paramount. That's the fear. You know. Anyway, man, we can go ahead and continue. Like
brain.
I think we're chopping it up, but we're being realistic about it. Like I said, the cover. Oprah's doing what she got to do to clean stuff up. She knows she's in trouble, but she's doing what she got to do to kind of clean it up a little bit. So
No, she's this is great for her. I'm just critiquing. You know what I'm saying? This is great though. This is exactly what I was waiting to happen because these are the pushes that you need to run to get those numbers up, to go viral, to stay relevant, to take over the news cycle. It's gonna consume so much. You know what I'm saying? But me and you are here. Well, I mean, I don't know about you. I'm here to critique this politics. I'm here to critique any mistakes, any good or any bad, or something I don't like, or something I need to see that you can do better on. That's just, it's not personal. It's just business.
Realizes somebody could bust through that classroom door with a weapon, with an assault weapon. And let's all agree that the trauma, so many children, even those who have not directly experienced the tragedy.
Just being in the environment, being in the
I
environment.
cannot tell you the number of young people who, I mean, our kids had active shooter drills. They're concerned that there might be somebody who would kill them while they are at school. This is not the sign of a civil society, and it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. But we need to have the courage to act. I mean, look, my opponent, when he was told and knew about a shooting of a young girl, you know what he said? Get over it. Get over it. No, we're not getting over it. No, and to the point, everyone should have a sense of collective responsibility for the children of our community.
Yes.
And understand their right to live and be safe. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I know, I've seen autopsies. I've seen what these weapons do to the human body. And we've got to agree that, in particular, when we're talking about something like an assault weapon, it's literally designed to be a tool of war. It has no place on the streets of a civil society. It's designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. And there are things we can do. I mean, thankfully, over the last 3 years, we've done some, but it is common sense.
You gotta let Oprah get in there. I like this. I like the she's doing. See how it's getting a little bit better. It's been about an hour, and it's been a long time though. But I like them trying to now figure out who's going to go next, who's going to talk. I like that she's kind of fighting Oprah a little bit to get her talking points. That's good. It's pretty good.
It seems like common sense. We would see this.
I think
and
so.
I think that the majority of Americans agree with you that we do not want assault weapons in the hands of children and other people who have no business with those types of weapons.
Right.
We know this is true. So we thank you, Natalie, and your family for being here. And good luck in that marching band this year. I hear you're going to go out for the marching band still.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's a sad moment for us, but I wanted to make sure that, we came because we needed to be heard, and we needed to, change has to be made, and we're ready to fight for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you want to hear what's going on in another battleground state. Tracy is a regional organizing director in Nevada. Tracy, tell us how things are going for you. Hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Lee, a regional organizing director in Nevada. I am the silver state this year because there's so much on the line. From healthcare to lowering costs, these issues impact all of us. My team and I have been building relationships with voters across this state because here in Nevada, we know that enthusiasm alone
Man, I need to go back to Nevada. Spend more time out in Vegas.
Does not win campaigns, organizing does. So all of you watching tonight can become organizers, whether you talk to your sister, a roommate, or a grandparent about why you're so excited to vote.
May I talk about this moment?
Hi.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the momentum?
Oh man, this has been overwhelming to have the privilege to sit in and listen to the testimony of the people here. Hello, President Harris.
Yeah. 47 days.
47 days, yes.
From my mouth to God's ear. And hello, Oprah. I think the word of the day has been preventable. Preventable. All of this, the surround of hatred and venom and toxicity and encouraging some segment of Americans to hate other segment of Americans. It's just crazy, and nobody wants it. We're done.
That's
We're
right.
done with it. I wanted to ask you, I can't believe I have this opportunity. I probably never will again. If I have a little Debbie Downer moment, because actually, I think you're going to win. I'm sure you're going to win. I think, yeah. But what happens when you win and he doesn't accept it? And you know that there's going to be this long slog of shenanigans. And I'm wondering how we get to that moment, how we preserve certification on January 6th. Because if it doesn't happen, it'll be maybe thrown back to the legislatures of the states. And I've been working with state government citizens campaign, which is sgcamerica.com. So they're great. They're doing the unglamorous down ballot work of promoting those candidates, because I'm worried about it, and I wonder if we're ready for January 7th, 8th, 9th, and what happens? What happens?
So we will be ready, but just taking a step back, and thank you, Marilyn, for just the gift that you give, your talent, your creativity. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I have realized in the course of our campaign is that more Americans than we may realize who voted for Trump before have decided January 6th was just a bridge too far. When we reflect and think about what January 6th was, where the President of the United States, sitting in the Oval Office, incited a mob, a violent mob, to attack the United States Capitol, such that 140 law enforcement officers were injured, some were killed. To try and upend a free and fair election where the American people voted, that was a bridge too far for a lot of people. And we have sadly now seen how far he could go. And I think there is absolutely no tolerance whatsoever for the vast majority of Americans for that. And they've seen the lies. They understand, for example, almost every court case, I think every court case where he's challenged an election, he lost. I said on the debate stage, look, because he's having a very difficult time, obviously, processing the fact that 81 million people fired him, right? But, so there is that it really was a bridge too far for so many people that they are not willing to repeat. But the other piece of it is the lawyers are working. It's very important that we all speak to our friends and our neighbors about misinformation and help them now see how it occurs, where it is occurring. It is important that we stand up for the integrity of poll workers and people who are working on election day. And that we also, and this is critically important, that we ask people to be alert about mis and disinformation, and we ask them, do not be afraid to vote. Because I think there is also something quite insidious about these attacks on the electorate in these various forms that are intended to convince people that their vote won't matter. And in that way, there's a little bit of reverse psychology going on here, and let's just make sure nobody falls for it. Your vote does matter, and we cannot let anyone ever take our power from us. We can never let anybody silence us. And when we get those votes out, starting soon, early voting is already going to start this week, I think. through November 5th, and let's make sure everyone votes. And we are going to have a good election day. We're going to fight for the integrity of the people's voice and for our democracy. And, you know, I'll just mention earlier, a couple of folks talked about what this means in terms of the world. You know, as vice president, I've met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And the thing about representing the United States of America is when we walk in those rooms around the world, we have historically and traditionally been able to walk in those rooms, chin up, shoulders back, with the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracies. People around the world are watching right now. Because you see, the thing about walking into a room and being a role model is people watch what you do to see if it lines up with what you say. And in that way, the consequences of this election are directly going to impact the American people and people around the world. That's what we're fighting for, and those are the stakes. And that's why we're going to win, because we know what we're fighting for, because we know what we stand for.
Thank you, Meryl. So, thank you, Meryl. What is on your heart to say to the American people as we have 47 days until November 5th? What's on your heart? To say to particularly those people who are still undecided, or maybe indifferent, or on the fence still?
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are, which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being, because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are, which includes freedom to make decisions about your own body, freedom to be safe from gun violence, freedom to have access to the ballot box, freedom to be who you are and just be, to love who you love openly and with pride, freedom to just be. And that's who we are. We believe in all that. And so this is a moment where we stand knowing what we are fighting for. We're not fighting against. It's what we're fighting for.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you. And I want to say, thank you, Madam Vice President. I also want to say, thank you, Joe Taker. Thank you, Joe Taker, who started the gatherings on Zoom and all of the grassroots. Now, each of you listening tonight, you become your own grassroots organization to go forward and do something, coming together for the largest Zoom call we've all ever had. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, for all of you watching who are still on the fence, you're in the middle, you're independent as I am, or whether you're just still don't know what you're going to do. This is the moment for all decent people, all caring people who want the best for yourself and you want the best for other people. This is the moment for people who are tired of all of the bickering and all of the name calling, people who are exhausted by the craziness and the made up stories and the conspiracies. This is the moment. You want to get on with your life because you know that we can do better and that we deserve better. You know this. I know you know this. I know you feel this. I know this is what you're saying amongst yourselves. It's in all the conversations that we're having, that you're having. And we're better than this. We're better. We're better. And we want to create a world where our children will be safe in school again. And as my friend and mentor, Maya Angelou, always said, when you know better, you got to do better. Thank you. So let's do better and vote for Kamala Harris. Thank you to all of our special guests. Thank you for sharing your stories, for being here, Ms. Shanat. Vice President Harris, we thank you. We hope you keep fighting for us and the country we deserve to have. Thank you so much. Thank you. To find out more about how you can register or where you can vote, go to iwillvote.com. Good night, everybody. Thank you on Zoom. Thank you. Thank you.
Chains about myself, won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Hey, was this on like cable, or was this just like directly through the internet?
I don't know. That's what I've been asking myself the whole time. I'm assuming it's on Oprah's
Yeah,
network.
was this on OWN? She
I
probably
think
did
it's
put it.
on. I'm assuming it's on OWN. It's streaming all over the place, and it's on Zoom
Yeah.
somewhere.
Um,
Bro, that ending right there, bro. You see what I was talking about? You
yeah,
saw the ending shit.
it was rough ending, bro. Yeah,
Now you see
she
now. Do you see what Oprah's doing? Right. That's what. See, I'm
That's
not
what Oprah
critiquing
clean.
to be negative.
Oprah clean. No. Oprah
You see what I'm
did what she
saying,
had to
though,
do,
right?
and
See what I'm saying,
how
though,
it
right?
flowed. She just like, because she wanted her to. If she said that, if she even came close to
I keep
saying
telling
that,
you, layups, dunk,
Oprah would have
lob,
left it
dunk.
and just said, "Kamala Harris," all that kind of shit, and got the hell out of Dodge. But she
Nah,
like,
she gave it to him.
I can't leave it like that. So I'm gonna have to,
Think
I'm
about
gonna have
that.
to go ahead and cover for you. Look, man, look, it
No,
is
it's
what it
not.
is.
Remember something. It's not a negative.
No.
It's just showing you sort of like this is how you get. This is like you said
I
before about
agree.
the assist. This is how it works. Normally, though, this happens like a year, like a year back. Like, to be nominated for president 30 days ago or 45 days ago. You see what I'm saying? Like the time, you know what I'm saying? She needs a little bit more time, but it does show you the difference in levels. It definitely does. It definitely does show you when she's just doing her campaign speeches or doing her own thing. She looks amazing, but juxtaposing her to Oprah, woof, boy,
Yeah, man.
I saw way more flaws than I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
I've
I
never seen
agree.
it. I've never seen this much of it.
Yeah,
Because Oprah is
this
such
is
a large
because
fucking character, bro.
I think that's what I'm saying. So I think it just overwhelmed her. I think she just got overwhelmed at the end of the
I'm
day.
overwhelmed. I wouldn't even mad.
That's my opinion. I don't know
Shit.
for sure
God damn.
because I seen her do better when it comes down to answering questions, being able to kind of be a little bit more natural. I never seen her get this detached from her from her talking points. Basically, she got
What do you
detached
think
for a while. She
what
was
do you,
she was searching, like it was almost like she was searching, like it was like damn, like it's like you know how we used to go through like before we do a presentation. You remember we do presentations, and it's like
yeah.
you know we practice, right? So this is like you should be used to this, like so. I mean,
No,
yeah,
no, 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 no.
it's listen.
She can't be. It's been 60, it's been 45, 50
This,
days.
but listen, what I'm saying though. But what I'm saying though,
She ain't
paradox
ran
is
for
that
president since
she.
2019.
I'm speaking as if I don't like her. Is
Oh,
what I'm
well,
saying.
yeah, it's not that. We just critiquing.
So
It's not
no, no,
about
no,
that.
no, no. But I understand it though. Is what I'm saying. I
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
where
yeah.
people are coming from,
I think
and when they're going to
Oprah
say,
is so powerful. I would be surprised if anybody who don't like her, I'm talking about real people, not internet people, but actual people who
but
run the media
I,
world. I don't know if they're going to be able to separate her from Oprah in 47 days and dissect it and make it something. I think it's impossible. That's the whole point of the pressure cooker process is that
I want
it's
people to
moving
really
so fast that you won't have the time. Like, trust
right,
me, if you had 2 years
right.
to work this, that's a
Listen,
whole nother situation, bro.
listen. What I'm
It's not
saying though.
enough time. This is going to be
This is
so popular and so talked about. And by the way, those people that you just saw, MSNBC, CNN, News
yeah,
Nation,
yeah,
ABC, NBC, CBS, they're going to interview those people and say,
yep,
you know, they're going to say, I love Kamala. She did great.
yep,
It was so great being there with Oprah. Like, it's just going to keep
yep.
going. And before you know it,
Now,
the actual interview that we just watched, no one's going to talk about that. They're going to talk about the clips for the next week and a half or whatever.
so we talking about the demographic, right? Let's get into the politics. Let's separate what our view is on it from we're not white women, of course, but we see how white women react to threats or pose threats, right? Somebody that's perceived to be smarter, prettier, whatever the case may be. It's almost like the reason why they got to get rid of a Tamron Hall from network news. Like
Yeah.
they can't stand it.
Too
You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like
too pretty, too smart, too polished.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clear. It's clear, bro. It has to
Trust me,
be.
if Joy Taylor was a blonde, she would be on all the big shows. By the way.
Right, because she knows enough about football to be. Yeah, no doubt. That's what exactly.
And basketball
Exactly
and
right.
soccer and volleyball
Right,
and
right.
baseball.
She knows enough about it, like way more than what some of these other like Michelle Tafoya and all these
Oh
other.
yeah, way,
Anyway,
way more.
but just to stay in the pocket, you're speaking about the demographic that is the most crucial to her getting the presidency. And I'm telling people, yes, we're critiquing her, but we know that this works in her favor at the end of the day because it's Oprah. It's because Oprah giving it assist. She's not perfect. They're gonna lean into her womanhood. They're gonna lean into the things where they can say, well, you know, this, and this. But the critique is gonna only be for the women or the white women that are strong on the right. That's gonna be able to attack her. And even when they do it, they're going to still come off as looking like mean girls because you're going to have that Oprah God stepmother thing going on. So that's the problem with the whole deal. So
Rape
it's going to
victim,
be,
abortion
oh
death,
my God. That's what I'm saying.
female
Like, it's
shot with a
just
gun, bro.
the
It's not
shooting
gonna
bill.
matter. The
That's what
critique
I'm
shit ain't
saying.
gonna work. Is my whole point. I'm just doing more of the how to improve yourself thing. It's not even about.
It will work. Now,
Let me tell
paradox,
you
it
something,
will
bro.
work, but you gotta be around the corners on this thing. It can work, but you have to have it you have to separate her from those personalities. You got to separate her and
It's
say,
an
you
impossibility.
consider her
Meryl
paradise. That's what
Streep,
I'm saying.
Julia Roberts,
Let me say this.
Oprah
These are the words.
Winfrey, a
I
shooting
know.
victim, a
Damn, I
rape
know.
victim, and an
Ooh,
abortion
that's
victim
crazy.
that's dead.
That list,
It's
that
not
list that
going
you
to
just,
work,
that
bro.
list you
It's
just
all
said.
covered up. It's all covered
That's
up.
crazy.
And
Ooh, I
Oprah,
can't even. I
basically,
can't even talk
Oprah,
after that. Damn, I can't
basically,
even. I ain't know.
right.
That's crazy.
Basically, if you look at how they orchestrated the show, I will tell you this though. I'm gonna say it again. If you had a year, you could do what you could distill it, separate her out, and then say, look at her. You can't do it. It's impossible in 46 days, in about 45 minutes. It's impossible to separate. I'm telling you, they're going to try and watch what, and I'm gonna prove to you. Watch what's gonna happen. They're going to try to do what you're saying, right? They're going to try it. Watch. I guarantee you 100%
we can run
that
clips of
shit
it. We
won't
can run
move.
clips
It's
of it
not going to move. I
tomorrow. We can run clips
guarantee
of
it's
it
not going to move.
tomorrow.
It's not going to
We
move.
can run clips of it
Not going to
tomorrow.
move.
Oh, you know better than me.
Trust me.
You know better than me. You know better than me.
They're
I'm
going to
saying
try.
if
They're going to try. I'm not
they're
going
gonna
to argue with that
try,
at
they're
all. They're
gonna
going to
have to
try.
try. They're gonna
It's
have
not
to.
going to run. It can't run. You know why?
They're gonna
Because for
have
the
to
next 5 to 7 days, you're going to see clip after clip after clip. It's like 20 fucking clips in that damn thing. It's going to be clips
and
all over the damn world, bro.
and I'm saying and this because of how much the Hollywood, because believe it or not, former President Trump loves Hollywood. He loves the spectacle. He loves this type of stuff, like the popularity, the adulation. He loves to be in that mix, right? I think it can spiral him out of control. If he doesn't keep discipline and he just get into the personal attacks, it's just gonna feed into that. We gotta protect, women,
No, it's gonna
Kamala,
make
and all that type
it's
of
gonna make
stuff.
him go.
It's gonna feed,
It's gonna make him go to
right?
Springfield. That's all.
It's gonna. It's,
He's just gonna go to Springfield. That's all. Because
oh man,
this is gonna put her back in the news cycle. So
yeah, this
now
is
we're headed. We will be heading into a new news cycle tomorrow, most likely.
yeah,
Now the Springfield thing still is there, but this is going to destroy that
yeah.
unless he goes there. If he does not go there, to be honest with you, he has nothing. This is gonna have to run until it dies for 5, 6, 8 days. I don't know for how long. He has the only option he got is Springfield that I can think of
And
right now.
she's gonna get an official Oprah bump. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, because like you
Towards the
said,
end of the week too.
he doesn't know anybody on this planet that can do. I would tell you this: the only thing that he could do that's crazy is like go and talk to. He can't even do that legally.
Who's
So
on the
that's not
right?
even an
Who's
option.
on the right? Who's on the right that got gravitas like this though? Who is
Zero.
it? Like,
Nobody. It don't exist.
nobody. Yeah, it doesn't
Doesn't
exist.
exist.
Yeah. It's tough,
Doesn't
man.
exist.
Yeah, it's a tough.
And
It's
what
a
I was
tough one.
thinking
It's
was,
a
could he
tough one.
go? But the thing is that I keep remember he's not president. If he was president and he was
Yeah.
running, he could go.
If
He could
I
go.
was,
He can go and meet. He can go and meet with Kim Jong Un. He can go meet with. He can do things to get into the news cycle.
yeah.
But when you're just a candidate and a
JD,
civilian,
I'm gonna tell you now. JD need to sit this one on out. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to comment on this, bro. Just don't say. Don't
they
make
got no
yourself.
choice. It's just not going to work. It's going to actually give them more attention. But what you don't want to do, you actually want to be quiet and hope that this disappears.
That's what I'm
They can't.
trying
But
to
they're
say.
not going to be able to help themselves. But they're not going to be able to
That's
help
what I'm
themselves.
trying. You gotta be disciplined. This requires discipline.
I would just be quiet.
Just don't say. Don't because you're gonna be talking about Hollywood. You're gonna attack. This is so different
And then
from.
guess what?
And you
Then
don't
they're going to
understand
attack
that. You don't.
back.
I'm saying, but you don't understand that those Midwestern people, those white women. This you gotta understand who they're talking to.
Oprah's the white woman whisperer in the Midwest. Son.
That's what I'm trying to tell. Like you don't trump Oprah, bro. Like pun intended. Like you're not going to override. You don't have a card to pull past her. It's not going to work. It's not going. You got to let that. You got to let that go.
Let them have
Don't say anything. Bring your attention to some kind of, sexist type of comment, and let them. And then they feed that. Look what he said about her. Look what he. I mean, it's just not going to be good. You got to be disciplined. Let Jesse. He can do that, but don't you as the vice president. That's what I'm saying. Running into the weekend, exactly.
Saturday,
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Monday,
Yeah. And then by the end of it, we almost at a month now.
Is that October 1st?
That's what I'm saying. Once we get into October, we almost at a month at this thing. It's just October left. That's it. By the time we get to November, dog, it's voting time, baby. October, that's it, bro. It's really literally paradox. To be honest with you, it's just 1 month left, bro. We just basically got 1 month left, bro.
This is probably going to run till next Wednesday or Thursday, probably.
That's not good.
Then you got 4 days until October 1st.
Yeah, that's not good.
So
That's
you
bad
got
right there.
you can take the heat for 5-6 days. They can take it. Just let it ride out.
They
Though.
can
Don't
they
add
can
no
they can
juice to
take
it.
the
Don't
heat.
add
I'm
no
saying
sauce to that
that's what I'm
shit.
saying. Don't lose the weekend. I mean, you already lost the week. Don't lose
Let
the
me tell you
weekend
something.
too.
If Trump get
Don't do
on
that to
stage
yourself.
tomorrow and
Oh
start
my
talking
God.
shit about this interview, it's just gonna make it. It's like, bro, just don't talk about it, because then everybody gonna go watch
Yeah,
it.
just talk about
You don't want nobody to watch that video and get glamored by Oprah. That's what she wants. They know what they're doing. You know what?
that's what I'm
They know
saying.
if he talks about it, people who would have never watched
Oh,
this shit is gonna go
dude.
watch this shit and be glamored like witchcraft.
She had exactly. Haven't you watched the Witches of Eastwick? They
I would.
destroyed the devil, which was a male. Like, don't you get this, bro? It's
That's
not you
right.
go. You're
Don't
not
fall
going to
for it.
win. You're not going to win. That's dead, bro. We're not in that time, bro. We are not in that time right now. This
No.
is a different time frame.
We literally need a natural
Different time
disaster right
frame,
now.
bro. Different time.
We need a disaster to happen or something. To be
Jesus,
honest with
God damn, paralyzed. A natural disaster. Damn. where where's
you. Shit.
where's Hurricane Katrina when you need? I mean, come on, bro. Like, nah, bro. Like,
Because this is gonna
discipline. No,
rule
no,
the
no, no.
airways for
Listen,
at least
listen.
5 or 6
Discipline,
days,
bro.
bro. It ain't
That's
much
what's needed.
time left.
Discipline. You keep hammering immigration. Keep hammering. The things that are your strong suits. You can't touch the financial
DC.
thing. They got you. They got you.
Everybody
Hold on.
on the
They
internet is gonna
got
be
you on
talking
that.
about
They
Oprah.
got you on
You
the
know that, right?
finances. So I know, but you gotta let that go. You gotta let that go, bro. You
It
cannot
will be
delve
number
into it.
one trending
Listen,
if it's
man.
not already number one.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's hard for him not to do it because it's gonna be
I
trending
know.
number one. It's literally
I
gonna be
know.
trending tonight
And
and tomorrow.
he can't
It's gonna be
stand it.
number
Yeah, I
one.
know. I know. Kamala. Kamala.
Yep.
He's gonna be a Kamala. He was up there with Oprah.
And he gonna
Oprah
say
was giving you
Hollywood came
Oprah.
out for
I
her,
know,
and
I know,
Hollywood
I
this and
know.
Hollywood
Giving you
that.
all the answers. They used to love me. I used to be friends with Oprah, believe it or not. We was friends. We was friends for a
Mm-hmm.
long time.
That's what he gonna say.
But then she turned on me. You turned on me, Oprah. Why do you turn on me, Oprah? You know, I knew all these people. I know Meryl Streep. I know she's from New York, Jewish woman, sweet lady. Sweet lady, why you want to do that to Kamala? Why you want to support Kamala? Kamala, Kamala, you're done. You're the worst vice president in the world. You're fired. He's gonna go ham, bro. I know he's gonna spiral out of
I know.
control.
And
You
see,
already know, man.
Fox is
You
gonna
know your
cover
boy,
it.
man.
Fox
You
got to
know your
cover
boy.
it.
Oh my God,
Pierce Morgan has to cover it. All the YouTube
Lord,
stuff got to cover it. They got
Lord,
to
Lord.
cover it. They got to cover
Yeah,
it.
let the five do what they do, man. Let the five spin it. Let them do what they gotta do, bro.
Yeah, let the media eat it up.
Yeah,
Don't.
let the
I
five
wouldn't
go.
dig in
I wouldn't dig
because I'm
in
gonna
either.
tell you something. I would say
I
for
wouldn't
at
dig in.
least 48 hours, it's gonna be trending number one. It'll take a couple of days. It'll cool off in a couple of days, but it's gonna be trending number one for at least 48. Just get through that part of it,
Yeah,
and then
don't
get
don't
back to the
put no
business
yeah,
of
don't
it.
put no more logs in that fire. Yeah, let it burn.
Hell no, it'll burn out by next week
let it
sometime. Wednesday,
let it burn, man. Yeah, listen
Tuesday,
to us.
Wednesday. But don't fuel that fire. Fuck that, man. That's a lot. They did a little bit. It's like a second DNC basically.
Yeah,
Did you see how
she
Oprah
got a
Oprah
mini.
literally showed her how to close out? When I asked that, it's like when I
Yes,
ask you this question again, the next time I ask you this goddamn question,
yes,
you answer it like this.
exactly. Jeez. God damn. Here we go again. You know what I'm saying? A light as a rock. You know what I mean? Like, you.
Yeah,
Yeah. Let me
I
show
mean,
you how to do this.
it was start.
Yeah.
It was a starting
She got it in the
difference.
pocket.
I just think,
Anyway,
like I told you, I just think, like you said, it's more like a mother or a grandmother showing you. That's why I said it's gonna be
right.
hard to hit her because of who did it with her. I think it's gonna be difficult to find that what they're
And
it's
and
there. I just don't know how you tease it out.
not only that, but all the victims that she showed.
I
Well,
know.
about 5 victims. I mean, good
Yeah.
Lord. Ooh,
They laid it on
ooh,
thick.
they laid it
They
on.
laid it on thick.
Jeez. Just that alone, bro. Just that, and they all correlated to it being that that former President Trump would not be good for these particular victims. Like that's bad. Like so just the optics of that is not good. These women are not safe. These women are not safe in a so-called former President Trump's presidency. That's what they're saying to women. Period. Like, and then the most vulnerable of these women are non-white women, and then white women too. When you got the white woman there, they got the 12. I mean, her story it is tragic. That's bad, bro. Stepfather raping her all whole time, having sex with her, pregnant. She's forced to actually deal with it. I don't think she got kids anymore, right? It was all fucked up. Man. So I mean, yeah, man, it's it's
And they
not
like
good.
you,
Bro.
and they
You gotta
lined it
leave
up
that
right. You
go.
got the
Gotta leave
white
it go.
woman first, the black woman second,
Gotta
the
let-
Latino woman
Exactly.
third. Lined up, boom, boom, boom.
That's
That shit was a masterpiece right there, boy. That was a masterpiece.
Ooh, Lord.
And look,
But like I
and that
said,
was a
bro,
light
like,
lift for Kamala. She didn't got to. She didn't
geez,
do no work. She didn't do no work.
nah.
Think
But
about that.
I'm gonna
No
tell
work.
you, man. I think they can spin her vulnerability on being nervous and being just
Of
human.
course.
They're going
Yeah,
to
of
do
course.
that,
They
man,
like
and
that
that's
shit.
what and that's what I'm saying. White women love a vulnerable so-called black woman that need help. You need our help. They love that.
Yeah.
They don't want you. They don't want you being like you
No.
know everything and
No.
like you Wanda
They don't
Sykes or
want.
some shit.
They don't want. They
No,
don't
no
want
sir.
No, they don't want Crockett. They don't want Crockett. They don't want that one.
Exactly.
They don't want. They don't want that one. That's the one they don't want. That's the one they can't handle. I just can't deal with her.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh
Yeah.
my God. Can you imagine? Not
Kamala's
Crockett.
not like that. She's not
She's
like
too
that.
much. Crockett way too much because she's smarter than them. That's what
Yep.
really gets her. She's
Yep.
the typical she's the stereotypical Southern hood girl that's smarter than them. It's bad. That's a bad mix, bro. That's a real bad mix. That's not good. Know all the law, know all the shit, and she just like and then she got the little saying she thinks on the fly so she can make it up as she goes. She's not repeating herself, so she's natural at it. And they told her that, hey, you can be yourself, obviously. So, she's allowed to be herself to a degree.
Yep. And Kamala did a good. Kamala did. She did what she had to do because you want to. The thing is that you want to see it because it makes her human. That's why I was saying it's not
Right.
a negative. It's just a critique. It's not a negative. 'Cause it makes
Right.
her
Right.
human. It shows her
It's,
vulnerability. It shows that she has things
oh
she
my
can
God.
improve on. It's all
And they
yummies.
love it.
However
They
you want to slice it.
love it. They
Yeah.
love it. They love even seeing Oprah was there. She was there. We was crying and all this emotional. I mean, this is yeah. It
Oprah
was.
had. To,
I ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna tell you what Oprah don't like though. Oprah had to work. You know that, right? She was
Oprah
doing her
did
thing.
after
Like she
work.
was working. She was
She was
working.
working. She was at the pace.
She wasn't chilling. She was working.
No, she was like, God damn it, I gotta get in here and do some whippity doo, dippity yay type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be in
And I'm
here.
gonna tell you, I didn't think it was gonna
Baby.
even get to the crescendo of her having to actually close the show out with her
That's
speech
crazy, bro.
because she knew
Crazy.
that Kamala's speech did not hit. She knew that it did not
You
hit
knew
as
it.
hard.
She couldn't end it with that, bro. You already know,
Right?
my
Yeah,
nigga.
she
You
couldn't do with
already
that.
know.
Yep, you got
She
it. We
knew it.
saw it. We saw it.
Yeah, you knew, man. That's like, oh man, here we go, bro.
Yeah, she wasn't.
Here we
She
go.
didn't have. She didn't have that. She didn't have that in that setting at least.
Here we
She didn't
go.
have. She didn't have that punch that she was looking for. It works on the stage. It works
So
on the
she
stage.
did, yeah, she did the Manny Rivera thing.
But
She
remember something.
closed it
She
down.
don't do sit downs, so she hasn't even been in practice of just talking one
Right.
on one anyway
And
to
like I
even be
said, it
ready
was
for
over.
that.
I think it overwhelmed her too. She got too much thinking about. She overthunk a lot of those questions. Just answer it like a
Yeah,
regular
just answer it.
person.
That's all you
Just
gotta do.
answer
Oh,
it.
and say it regular. Yeah.
She was too. It was. You could tell. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing your hands like that? Like, it's weird. Like, yeah, just say what you gotta say and don't trust it. You know.
And I ain't gonna lie, Oprah was looking at her, bro, and I'm just laughing. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to take this shit over and do this thing. God damn. I am. But I got you, sister. Don't worry. I got
I got
you. I
you.
got
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I got you.
you. I got you. I ain't gonna leave you
And
out there,
and
let you look
and
crazy.
and the thing is, come to my trailer. Let's talk. Let's get to know each other.
You
Here's my
got it.
number. You can always call me. I'm available. anytime you need me. Period.
If I
That's what
see
it's going to be with
Kamala
her.
come out in 3 or 4 in a week from now and have like kind of a different sort of vibe, I'm like that. Oh shit, she
Yeah.
really did talk to her.
Oprah.
Because
Oprah
like I
was
told y'all, like I've been telling y'all, and I know y'all thought I was just fucking with her because she's a Democrat, but I've been telling y'all this for like the last few weeks. Like, you got to be careful how she's doing and the way she's talking. You got to be careful with that. And Oprah proved my point as loud as you can prove it, by the way. That's what I was talking about, by the way. When you see
Yeah,
that,
in real time.
I
Yeah, in
just
real
couldn't
time.
show you guys. I couldn't show you because I needed the example to see if you see it. That's what I was talking about, and I could see weeks ago when she did the
Yeah,
other
it's
shit. I was
been,
like,
it's been,
yeah, she
it's.
gotta just
I'm saying
tighten it. She gotta tighten it up.
it's been in spots. It's been in spots, so it hasn't been concentrated as it was today.
But
It
you
was
understand,
concentrated
you're
today.
going to
You can
the big
see it.
stage. You're
You can
about to.
see it.
You're trying to become president. This was your
Right.
first real major sit down, and
Right.
she wasn't as like I was telling you before. The thing that she needs to do is for these kind of interviews. You got to kind of tighten it up, punch it up. Basically, you punch up that speech. You kind of tighten up that speech a little bit, and so when you're speaking, it's quick. They can catch you. They understand what you're saying, and you're punching.
Yeah.
When you start elongating it, a lot of people, a group of people do like people who talk like that. But your general
Right.
public, Oprah's people, the people who are going to be voting in the Midwest, you see how Oprah's talking, right? Quick,
Yeah.
it's quick, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom,
You got to
boom.
get it out.
And Kamala is long. Everything is long. Very long.
Yeah, she has
It's
to get
fine for
she
some
got to get out of her
audiences.
head. Like I
But
said, it
Oprah's
comes and
showing you how to
goes.
appeal to the mass audiences.
Yeah, exactly. It comes and goes. She just has to. It comes and goes with her, obviously, because she's not
Oh,
like this all the
she
time.
did great.
But
She did great on the question right before the last one. That's where I wanted her to be at, where she kind of
right,
cut Oprah off and she was kind of in the pocket for a minute there. That's where I wanted her
right,
to be. And even at the end of the speech, even her last part of the speech, she did well in that first 45, 50 seconds. It was that last piece where she didn't have a closing. She didn't have a closing. You saw that, right? I was like,
yeah, she
oh
just
shit, they didn't
veered
give you a
off. Yeah,
closing. She didn't have a closing. She veered
yeah,
off. That's why Oprah
she
had to
veered
clean
off.
that shit up, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Because Oprah was like,
She was like,
okay, she's
yeah,
doing it. When I saw it, she was
that's
doing good.
wait.
And then I was like,
She was
oh,
like, yeah,
damn.
right.
Yeah.
That's because that's what Americans are. Like nobody. That's what I'm saying. Everybody knows that. Nobody wants to hear that again. And like I said, I'm saying this from a person that generally has that knows that if you're giving me the choice between her and Trump, I'm choosing her. So I'm saying this from that point of view, and I'm saying that with saying that doesn't help the case. However, though, I still have enough room to understand who was the focal point and does it work for them. And I would say that yes, some of that worked for them. Some of them were not turned off seeing her even struggle with answers. Believe it or not, white women love that shit, especially coming from another black person or a black woman, black Indian woman, however y'all want to call her. They love seeing the vulnerability of that. They do not want to have somebody that got all the answers, know everything. Because this is the thing about Oprah, what she does for them. She gives them enough room for them to kind of say their piece, and she humanizes white people. She's like the magic. She's literally like a magical Negro. Oprah is like the magical, like that massage person. Like
Have you
she
seen that
has that
movie? Have you seen the movie yet? That movie
dude.
did a good illustration of that shit, bro.
Oh
That movie
wow,
was crazy. Weird.
I'm gonna have to see it, bro.
So you gotta
But
watch that weird shit.
what I'm saying is, she knows how to make white people feel comfortable, bro,
That's
and
what he is in the business, man.
get them in a pocket to where even when she's assertive, it still benefits them. That's the point. What I'm trying to say. So she doesn't overwhelm them, though.
Kamala did not
She
know
doesn't.
what to do, bruh.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at the because it shows her vulnerability, but she like you said, she definitely isn't used to it, which is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? But she's
Right.
not used to it
She's
though. So
Paradox. You said this like a couple of weeks ago. She's a regular person. Now,
yeah.
at first, I didn't know whether she was or not, but it's clear now that she's basically she's just like a regular person, bro. When it comes down,
And she's learning how to be in these spaces. It's a
Right.
big deal. It's a big. That's why I was
It's a
saying
difference, man.
you can't
It's a
confuse
difference.
critiquing someone with hating. It's
People
like
don't
it's a
understand.
big
People don't
deal,
understand
bro.
the jump. People don't understand the jump you make from like U.S. senator to like being the focal point of the party now, like to vice president, to just now to where she's basically thrown in as
You're thrusted.
the first everything,
It's a lot.
the
It's a
first
lot,
black
bro.
woman, first black and Asian woman, whatever you want to call it, and the first woman, period, to hold the office, bro.
Afro Indian.
That's a good one. The first woman, period, to hold that office, bro. She's already the first woman to hold the vice presidency, but she kind of piggybacked. Like I said, the cover that Biden, we still got to talk about that. We're going to talk about that later. But I
We're gonna
DC
talk
was
about
right
the
on that.
Biden thing for the
Hold
next
on,
10 years. Shit.
DC was right on that. I'm gonna claim that shit. DC was right on that. The rest of you Negroes were wrong. Now, only reason why I'm saying that was because basically people try to tell me Kamala was this, well, she ain't gonna run, she ain't gonna be. I get it, but it's obvious now. It's obvious on what he did for her, and the reason, and this is the reason why you protect somebody like this. Now, I need you to learn. I see it, but you don't see it in yourself yet. So I see you, but we need to work on the rough cut. So yeah, come with me, do this with me. I'm gonna send you here, I'm gonna send you there. I'm gonna get you in the mix. I need to have you in the room. I need to have you around me. And this is the thing about it. People have experiences with Kamala, like, all these different things. Well, Kamala help me with this, or Kamala help me with that. And I'm
Yeah,
like, damn, man,
she's
really? So so
legit.
so the thing is that the cover that he gave this woman cannot be understated, bro.
You gotta win
Cannot
though.
be
Still gotta win.
understated.
Still
No, no,
got to win.
I'm
We
not
will
gonna
have
even
this
let.
conversation
I'm
on
not gonna even
November
allow you.
6th and
I'm not
November
gonna even allow
7th.
you to
You
do that,
got
bro.
to
The
win.
fact that we're even, no, the fact that we're even here, bro. You already know. Like, think about it. The fact that we're even here says enough, bro.
If you're not
They,
first, you're last.
this man,
Everybody
this,
we're gonna forget about all the good
nah,
works if we
bro.
lose.
I listen. The money that was raised.
Look.
Hold on, because
Remember that great
the
speech
the
that
reason why I
Hillary
don't
gave in her white suit. We
reason
gonna
why I
break
don't
the
want
glass together. Yeah.
the reason why I won't let you do this is because we're talking about still the most unpredictable electorate that's a part of the part of the reason why basically Hillary lost in the first place.
Yeah.
But
And I think Kamala gonna lose for I
I'm
think she's
saying
gonna lose for the
clearly
same
at her
reason.
base, clearly at her. Well, then yeah, there's nothing to override that. Then paradox, you know
I
that.
know that. I don't believe it till I see it. I
No-
think Trump will win, and
no,
he will win
right.
for the exact reason he won in 2016, and the exact reason why Biden won in 2020. It's the reason why she's gonna lose,
That's
unless,
crazy.
unless,
I don't think so.
unless
I don't think so.
she can grow something that wasn't there in
I
the last two cycles, and I don't know.
paradox,
I don't
and
know
I'm
if
gonna
it's
tell you,
real until they hit the
I'm gonna
vote,
tell
until they
you,
hit the
I'm gonna
button.
tell you, I'm gonna tell you what why I say that. It's because she has enough weaknesses in her to where white women feel okay with her being in office and they feel like they can save her.
But she's still a
She's not.
progressive at the end of the day, though.
Oh well,
If
hold
she
on.
was more
Now,
moderate and more centrist, then I would be less concerned. But people know that she's a liberal. People know that her and Tim are progressives or close to it anyway. So
hardcore
that so
progressive.
that 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 that
Hold on.
will that's gonna show
Hard,
itself in the
hard,
voting.
hardcore progressives trying to fake like they're moderate. But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The fact that she's getting support from so many hardcore righties,
Yeah, that's true.
I think
That's
there has been
crazy,
some
by the way.
agreement. I think there's been some agreements made, bro, where people to see
I
that,
agree.
where people to see that moves the needle. Paradox. That means that they have already have concessions in place that she's not going to go ham and go crazy with some of these progressive so-called policies that scare white people. I'm thinking that does it. That's the cover that I'm talking about to get that vote. So that's what I'm looking at. But I say the white woman thing, that's still there. I'm not listen, Meryl Streep is up. I look at Meryl Streep kind of phony because like I say, she's an actress. She can say, oh no, I don't like Trump. And that very same woman can vote Trump straight up and down. That's what you're looking at. When people
Or
see
not,
white,
or
that's you
don't
gotta
vote.
you have to understand what you're looking at when you think about white women. They could be crying in your face, weeping with you, and do all of this, and vote right against you, their own interests, whatever the case may be. You cannot feel safe with their vote. The only thing that she could do is tighten up the Latino vote, which is what I say is going to probably be huge because she's going to have to fill in the blanks just in case the white vote. Because the thing is, if white women vote the way that they say they're going to vote, then this won't be a contest. Would you agree? Would you agree, Paradise? I'm talking about
306.
okay. So we agree there. All right, cool. But I'm ready to rock and
306.
roll, man. I'm ready to get on
Like I told you before though, I'm basing my logic on the past. I need voters to prove me wrong, and then we would do an autopsy after the election to actually see who did what. Right? Because I don't believe anybody until people hit the button. I'm just speculating, right? But I don't believe these people. I don't know who's gonna come out. Are the young votes gonna come out in a
hold on.
in a higher number?
But hold on. This is still
Are black
on
women gonna
record.
be a bigger base? Are black men gonna be a bigger base? Are Latinos
So
gonna be a bigger base?
is still
Are
this is
white
still
men
on
not
record for
gonna show
you.
up, or are they gonna show up? Huh?
This is still on record for you. You still think there's going to be upwards of 90% of black men that's going to vote for her, right?
90%.
I
All
don't
day,
think
every
so.
day.
I don't think it's going to be 90, bro.
90%.
If that happens, that would be very.
And by the way, we're gonna do
that would be
state by
difficult.
state, and we're gonna do
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
national
yeah,
number.
yeah.
Both numbers.
Yeah, no doubt.
And all your
You
friends
gotta
who
do
are
state by
claiming they're
state.
not voting for this black woman is gonna
Oh
be in
my
that booth
God.
clicking that button. And she gonna hit 90. I don't want to jump out the window and say 93. I'm just gonna stay at 90 just to be safe. But I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
don't
gonna
want
be
to hear
very
y'all
surprising.
talk. I'm telling you, if it's 90, I do not want to hear shit from black. I do not want to hear. I don't believe you, bro. I can't do it. I gotta look at you like I look at white. There's no way that you sitting up here complaining to me when it's 9 out of 10 of you Negroes. If it's 10 of y'all, then 9 of y'all lying. I mean, you're lying to me, bro. Yeah, somebody ain't telling the truth. Either your ass didn't vote or you clicked for Kamala. And I just don't know. I don't know what's worse because it's just you're sitting up here trying to hold on. I'm saying you're sitting up here lying. You're lying about the way you voted just so you can keep your grievance. And that's the same thing that I see with white women. You want to keep that woman card in that victimhood, but then you still want to go in the booth and still do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? To uphold white supremacy.
Right.
That's what it comes down to. That's what I'm saying.
If you believe
so we're on the same page.
If you believe in men's rights, if you believe in the traditional family, if you have good Christian values, if you believe in law enforcement and the Constitution and protecting the border, you need to vote for the Republican Party. Everything else outside of that don't even matter. I don't care. All the shenanigans means nothing. Check that box.
Yeah,
if you believe that women should be in charge of the world, if you
oh,
believe in
come
girls rule the
on.
world,
You
if you
are
believe in
foul.
open borders, if you believe in abortion in the fourth trimester, if you believe in abortion after birth, if you believe in all sexual deviancies and behaviors and your body, your choice, you vote for the left.
I thought we was going. I thought we was going to stay out of it, but you see,
Man,
you want
I
to
gotta
force me
start
to.
attacking this,
I
man. This
don't.
is a big deal, right? I gotta start attacking. I gotta get on attack mode now.
Look, we are in observation mode right now. Like we can play politics, but you gotta let me. You gotta let me know without. You coming in the middle of the race. We can't even touch gloves without you swinging on me. Like, come on now, we ain't even started the round yet, bruh. Really?
They
Is
pulled
that
the
what we
big
doing?
gun out. It's a big gun.
Oh God, damn! I mean, I know Oprah did a thing, but you know what? I'm gonna let it run. You had your. It was a tough night. I get it, bro. You had to get it off.
That's a
You had to get something off. All right, bro. I'll let you. You got it.
Every political head will be working over. They're not going to bed tonight. No Republicans going to bed tonight.
They're gonna have to find. They're gonna have to find a way. They're gonna have to find a way, bro.
Find a way.
And you know what? So fucking be it. Tough titty. Like my uncle used to say, tough fucking titty. I was damn tough titty. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't want to hear no excuses, dog. Make it happen. Do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Hold your own nuts, man.
Nuts.
You're gonna have to come with it. You're gonna have to figure something out.
No,
Hell,
nobody's going to bed tonight, man. I got some folks I got to get up tonight.
I tried to call it fair until you just piled on. So you know what? Fuck it. Y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do. I'm out. I'm out on y'all. I was trying to be fair, but I was trying to do the O'Reilly thing. You come through, jump off the top bunk like you Dusty Rhodes in this motherfucker.
The no spin zone.
Oh my God. Ooh. I'm dropping bows like Dusty Rhodes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on, Captain. Okay.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All
But
right,
I do want to let me just close this out now. I don't want to hear about us not dropping links. Now let me just get this off because I know you don't
6
care about
hours, 33
you
minutes.
know. We dropped the link. I specifically from the beginning of this particular stream said, look, all you people that want to come up dissenting, have your points about what you think about what Code Breakers got to say, or this is what they believe, their democratic shields, you need to listen to the program thoroughly to get an understanding. We don't have to defend this. We're not going to talk about this, make this a big point of reference. I asked my brother to do this. He did it for me. He indulged me. You guys didn't come up or whatever, just the usual people that come up or whatever to support. But hey, man, like I said, man, the rest of this, man, that's on you guys, man. Gave you an opportunity to come up and share your views.
I want to chop some heads off today.
Y'all didn't want to do it, man. So it is what it is, and y'all gonna have to hold that. But I don't want to hear, oh, we didn't drop the link and we're trying to be scared now. And I know you guys basically came through and heard some of this. You may not be here
First of all,
now.
it's
But I know you
Thursday.
guys came through.
We was on at 4:30, so that's afternoon. Evening is what 7, 8 o'clock, and now it's nighttime.
It's damn near 12. Yeah, it's damn near midnight.
Now it's about to be morning.
It's about to be right, we're damn near to the next day. So it is what it is, man. I appreciate it, man. But like my man Weezy say from the backyard band, we need to end it with that too. We need to end it with the backyard coming out here. You niggas ain't real. So we can just close. We can close it with that, and we're out. You know what I'm saying? I'm perfectly fine with it, man.
What are all these videos?
We are perfectly fine and ready to rock and roll, man.
6 hours, 6.5 hours, boy.
Yeah.
6.5.
So we're gonna begin this thing and end it the way we began it, for sure. That's what we're gonna do, man.
All right. Well, that's pretty much it. We are in about 15 minutes, we will be at day 46. Lot going on, Springfield, Oprah. We're in a new news cycle, I would argue. So we're ready to move forward with the election. I think voting is going to start in about 2 or 3 more days. Probably Tuesday, right? What's today? Thursday, so Friday. Probably
next
Tuesday.
Next week for sure. Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday will be the first state to start to send in the early voting, and so it's getting close. It's getting close. It's getting real. Somebody got to win.
Somebody got to blink. What's going to happen, man? Who's going to take advantage of this last anchor, the last anchor of the leg? To keep somebody pulling away, and let's see what's going to happen, man. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yep. So
let's get this thing cranking. Is that the right one?
Well, it's the right one.
Okay, cool.
It's the right one. Well, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
This is DC. Until next time. Peace.
Check 1, 2.
Some of you niggas ain't real.
They know about this, DC.
Some of you niggas ain't real. Right. I've been coming up as a young nigga, trying to get bigger, but I don't ever figure why niggas kill niggas for no reason. One time, let's stop that killing season. Let's do what we gotta do, but you always must stay true, if that's what you like to do. But I'ma do my style, one lay back, nigga, no more get buck wild. But if a nigga out of line, you dig, I got to represent it, I got to pin his wig. Cause the shit is like the sunlight. When the shit fall, it's like the speed of light. Rest in peace to my nigga TJ. MCs for life, we don't play. For the spoken ones that lost their life. Young brother, stop living trite. Niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Check it like this, look here. Yo, sometimes I wonder the niggas I'm surrounded by. Well, one day they make a bigger crowd, try to kill a young nigga. If I get that bread, will they really love a young nigga? I steady on the solo life. I be riding with guns and we be smoking it right. I don't fuck with hoes no more, cause it ain't no show. Put the hoes on the dance floor. I just do what I gotta do. Keep it real and represent my crew. Be like me until they turn on my light. Stop living like that, stop living right. I gotta do it for my sector. One time, y'all niggas better check them. The only life struggle that you know. BYB, keep that uptown flow. With that south side and that west side. Back y'all, we down for the true ride. We gotta stop killing one another. Love the sequel, learn one another. I'ma do it again for all my friends. Rest in peace, DJ to the end. I got to rock this settle flow. For my nigga TJ lost his life though. That was a cool individual. Didn't fuck with suckers. He loved to smoke that prison motherfucker. I got to rock for my nigga TJ. One time the motherfucking real way. I don't know what niggas think about. One time never in your mouth. Keep it real. BYB. Love my niggas in my flow. Let them know. Yeah. Like raindrops. Yeah. Like raindrops falling on my head, baby. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Falling stars. Check it. Listen. Yo. I got to worry about growing my young niggas up. Kids running around with big old guns, trying to kill for no apparent reason. What's this shit? Is this shit killing season? We got to educate, get more poverty. Motherfucking books, shit don't bother me. Cause I'ma write a book one day and make these niggas they know that they niggas smoking and heal. They wanna kill, but when they come to reality, it's no more feel. The life that I do, fucking with my nigga Jack and my nigga Boo. I got my nigga Lil Shaw. One time, peace to my nigga Black, to the break of dawn. We gotta stop doing that to youngins. We gotta stop feeling these youngins. I'm my main Stomp and my main Chris, NET, that be that raw shit. Y'all niggas know what we do, what we body. NET, DYB, that's the real body. Gotta show these niggas it's love. Stop throwing slugs, start showing love. And this shit is real. In the night, hey, when you turn the lights up,
do what I do. Y'all niggas do what y'all do. Stay true to your crew. I got niggas locked up that it really don't give a fuck. They say, G, do what you do. We locked up, ain't no more coming home fool. Gotta keep it real. We gon' hold this shit down. We gotta represent uptown. Till you die, nigga, keep it real. One more time, niggas back that steel. Yo, and TJ, till they fall out, nigga. MCs for life, steady your tripe. What's up, here? Yeah, real niggas. And it's on, yeah. One time.